Good morning. Warm welcome to the first Convergent conference on subsea cables and digital cloud infrastructure. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. We'll be starting the program very shortly. A small request to all of you to please put your phones on silent so that we don't have disturbances when the speakers are speaking. Request all of you to please settle down. We will start the program in the next couple of minutes. Good morning and a warm welcome to the first Convergent conference on subsea cable and digital cloud infrastructure in India, brought to you by Broadband India Forum. I'm your host. My name is Anisha Nair Dhawan. We are delighted to welcome our esteemed dignitaries for the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage our esteemed dignitaries. Please welcome our chief guest, Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI. Please give him a huge round of applause. Please welcome on stage Shri R.N. Palai, Member, Technology DOT. Please welcome Mr. Nico Roerich, Director, Network Investment, APAC Meta Platforms, Inc., USA. Please welcome Mr. Ashutosh Jutsi, Senior Vice President, Submarine Network Solutions, NEC. Please welcome Mr. Amarjeet Gupta, Group CEO and MD Lightstorm. Please welcome Mr. Ajay Chitkara, Managing Director, Indo-Pacific Global Infrastructure Google. Please welcome Ms. Alka S. Asthana, Global Regulatory Head Regulatory, TCL and Chair Subsea Cable Committee, Broadband India Forum. And please welcome on stage Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, BIF. I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers on stage. I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President VIF, to please honor Chairman TRI, Mr. Lahoti, with the bouquet and welcome him to the conference. Thank you, sir. I request Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General, Broadband India Forum BIF, to please come up on stage and present a bouquet to Shri R.N. Palai, Member Technology DOT, with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you. Now, during the recent Cloudflare outage, everyone was saying the cloud is down. And the subsea cables were like, we're literally underwater. We've never even seen a cloud. Subsea cables carry over 90% of global data traffic, and cloud infrastructure is critical to serving customers and enterprises worldwide. No wonder these are critical infrastructure for nations. How do subsea cable systems and digital cloud infrastructure drive India's digital economy? Do they matter for India's growth and competitiveness? Is subsea cable infrastructure a national strategic priority or a business driven requirement? Is India's existing optical fiber network adequate to meet the requirements of inter data center connectivity, particularly for hyperscale data centers? The first Convergent conference on subsea cable and digital cloud infrastructure in India brings together key policymakers and industry leaders to examine how subsea cables, cable landing stations, and cloud infrastructure can further strengthen India's internet backbone and position India as a global data transit hub. During the day today, we will touch upon all aspects of subsea cable and cloud infrastructure, the latest trends across the world, and the imperatives for the industry. To kickstart the proceedings, I will request Ms. Alka Asthana, Global Head Regulatory TCL and Chair Subsea Cable Committee BIF, to give the welcome address. She's a technology leader with 30 years of experience in telecommunications across network and IT. And at Tata Communications, she's responsible for regulatory aspects, compliance, and advocacy. Please give her a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. And thanks for the introduction. I wanted to cut it short, and that's why I was hovering over her. So, thanks, BIF, for organizing this, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you, especially Chair Tiaria Lahoti sir and Member sir Palai sir. All of my colleagues and friends from the industry, a very, very warm welcome. This past week, India has seen the AI summit, and we had a lot of excitement, engagement, a bit of a chaos, and the realization that AI is here to stay, but also the realization that natural intelligence is far more important, and let's have the human intelligence in every nook and corner where AI gets in. But that also gave us a lot of relevance to this theme of today, which is about the subsea cable and data centers. AI has driven multifold the requirement for data, multifold the requirement of data's transmission with least of latency, least of disruption, least of distortion. And what better than submarine cable infrastructure and the network to make it happen? It cannot be replaced by other means of transport, if I may say so. And it does get into the baseline of what we do in the years to come, in the centuries to come. So this event today, this kind of space that has been created in your minds, in your timeshare, for deliberating on all the aspects of submarine cable network and associated infrastructure is so very timely, so very topical. So I urge each one of you to give your comments, give your thoughts, give your inputs, make it very, very interactive. We have to hear from the luminaries of the industry to understand what's the next few steps. We want, from the industry side, we definitely want it to be a very smooth, a very capable set of regulations, capable set of financial strength, and from India going forward to the world, serving these strong technical and administrative capabilities that we have. So over to this, the overall common intellect present in this room. And I look forward to a excellent, excellent deliberation over the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to introduce Mr. Ajay Chitkara, Managing Director, Indo-Pacific Global Infrastructure, Google. He brings over 2 decades of expertise in telecommunications, digital infrastructure, and logistics, having previously been the CEO and MD of Ecom Express. I request Mr. Ajay Chitkara to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Ajay Chitkara.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Morning, everyone. Uh, Thank you very much for inviting me, and honor to be here with all of you today. Last few days were quite hectic. We all saw AI Summit. It was one of a big summit, at least I have seen in my life, happening in India, and it was a proud moment for all of us. It was a bit exhausting also. We all heard about AI. So when I was coming here today morning, I thought what to speak because I've not been on stage for long. And someone who put my picture, that was my childhood picture. My mother-in-law will be happy because she gave me that suit that time. I never wore that. So I asked ChatGPT to create a speech for me. I realized that's too generic, so I left it. Then I went to Gemini and I tried that same thing again. It was very sharp, very intelligent, but it looked like a consulting pitch. So I thought, let me scrap that also. I thought I'll use what you just said, the human intelligence, and I'll share what I learned in last 20, 25 years in telecom. Look, in last 6 months back, I joined Google. Prior to that, I was in telecom. I spent a lot of time in this field. In last few months, there were 3 distinct feelings which I had, and I wanted to share that. The first was feeling of wow. AI has arrived. AI is real. It is impacting countries, industries, ecosystem in a way and with a speed we never thought of. Genuinely a wow feeling that this kind of a revolution most of us have not seen in our life, which we are going to witness now. So there was a feeling of wow. Then there was another feeling, which was a feeling of pride. Pride when you see India hosting such event, 100 countries coming into the country, every biggest leader landing in country. I don't think they were coming here to sell something. They were coming here because they know they can build in India. So there is a feeling of pride that India is growing and India has a seat on the table of AI. So that's for the pride feeling. Another pride feeling, being a Googler who is just 6 month Googler, I have seen this moving very, very fast. We are investing in India around $15 billion, building a largest data center of 1 gigawatt, which is the largest outside US, which we are building here. Not only that, we announced last week we'll be putting 4 submarine cables exiting from India on a different path, which is America India Connect, which will go from India and connect to US. So large investments which are going and going very fast. That was a nice feeling. There was a third feeling. And the third feeling was uncomfortable excitement. Why I'm calling it uncomfortable excitement? There is excitement. And rightly so, the excitement is real. Why I'm calling it uncomfortable excitement? In India, 1 gigawatt capacity got created for data centers in last 25 years. Now we need to build that in next 3 years. And this room need to build. This whole wow need to now be converted into work. And I think it's possible. And the people here, if we all will come together, put in efforts in the right direction, I think it is possible. There is a willingness, there is a support from government, there is a commitment from many more industry people. I think this is possible. There was another subtle feeling. It's like wedding to marriage. In wedding, people came, speeches were given, pictures were taken, lot of excitement was there. Now it's marriage, wherein we need to put our head down, show our commitment, make sure at least we do the right things every single day so that we are successful. So that was my third feeling, which was uncomfortable excitement. I think if we need to build with speed and scale, there are three thoughts in my head which I just wanted to leave with all of you. The first one is around the policies. In India, the way we all operated and built the networks, we have all seen the revolution happening in the country in many ways: internet, cloud, telecom. And most of us have witnessed firsthand this revolution happening in the country. But those policies need to modify now, because whether we need to land the cable, or we need to repair a cable, or we need to get a ROW, or we need to get an environment clearance for data center or for power. If it used to take longer time before, now we need to find out how can we squeeze this time. Because we all have just 3 years. Within 3 years, if we need to build what we all built in last 25 years, I think there is a bit of shift which is needed. And that shift will help us achieve the goal which we all have in our mind. There is a second request which I wanted to leave, which is around the whole licensing ecosystem, the authorization draft paper which is already out. There are all inputs which has been given by all the people. Look, we are not trying to sell anything. We are trying to build the national infrastructure for AI. For that, if we can move from regulation to authorization model, and I think that's a welcome move. The paper has already been drafted. We all have given our inputs. If that execution can happen fast, that's the only request which I wanted to leave to the room. And the third is collaboration of people in this room. The network which we need to build, just to give you a context, when we talk about 1 gigawatt of capacity, which means around 8,000 water-cooled racks, that's the way, around 7 lakh to 8 lakh GPUs sitting into it. It's not just power which is needed, but the infrastructure and network which is needed for that is petabytes of capacity which need to flow, thousands of fiber pair, multiple cables which need to be landed, and all need to happen in just 2 to 3 years' time. If we need to do that, those networks does not exist in this country. It does not. It can't be that old wine need to be given in a new bottle. We all need to build and create those networks in this country to be successful. And I would just leave this message to the room, because all of us, if we put our head down, work together, jointly collaborate and partner, and build these networks for future, I think we have everything in this country. We have talent, we have demand, we have now power, we are building network. If we do and execute the way we all execute when we get aligned and move in one particular direction, we will not just participate in AI, we will drive AI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure that we have a huge audience here, and there will be a lot of collaborative effort that will come through. By the end of the day, we will make this AI infrastructure dream possible. I would now like to introduce to you Mr. Amarjeet Gupta, Group CEO and MD, Lightstorm. Lightstorm is a leading provider of cloud connectivity services, building and operating high-capacity fiber networks to deliver industry-leading network solutions. Before Lightstorm, Mr. Gupta led Juniper Networks and held key roles at Microsoft, Alcatel-Lucent, Motorola, and Tata Group. I request Mr. Amarjeet Gupta to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Gupta.
Good morning. It feels good to be here. This is the right. Good to be here on just about a year back. I was on the same podium for the first time. And firstly, I think TV, congratulations for getting BIF to be the Subsea event of the year, which everybody doesn't want to miss. Congratulations. Between then and now, Ajay spoke about it. Something happened. And the elephant is in the room, which is AI. Last week just amplified it. But frankly, there's been nothing more life-changing than the technologies of that AI has provided. As somebody who's been in the frontal stage, launching the first mobile in India, then going through the internet in 2000, and then being a part of the cloud in the early 2020, I can tell you from personal experience, this is a change of a lifetime. So I'm going to spend the next few minutes just talking about what it means to a domain which we know. At Lightstorm, we take networks passionately to our heart, both subsea and terrestrial. We operate today a subsea network in the Pacific. We're a born in India company. We run a data center interconnect network in India, and most, if not all, of hyperscaler traffic uses our network, including many Indian enterprises and the new neoscalers. That said, I think I just want to talk about the evolution. I'm an old man, so you can see the evolution, something really close to my heart. The internet era was about getting best effort right. Remember the days, sir, when we launched internet with VSNL back in the day in 2000? It was about trying to get the packets across. It's about just somehow getting to connect, first universities and then enterprises. It was never about being quality of service. It's about getting connected. The cloud changed it. The cloud changed it from best effort to quality of service. So people started talking about reliability, about latency, about availability. And that really was the feature of cloud. And the effort, in a very simplistic term, I was part of the cloud launch in Microsoft back in the day when cloud was in its infancy, was how do you match the utility grade availability of cloud to networks which were telecom, which was never anywhere near utility. That was the effort. We thought we'd almost tried to solve it globally, step by step by step. I agree with Ajay when he says that most networks, particularly in these parts of the world, are not even cloud ready, or just about. But the perfect storm was just to arrive. So if you look at the picture of what arrived is the AI era. And this era is not about infrastructure. I'll just leave you with the thought that this era is about connecting intelligent workloads. And that takes more than fiber, that takes more than just the network, it takes more than software to make it work all together. The picture over here just gives you a very simplistic picture of how traffic has evolved. Traffic in the internet was bursty, spiky, that's okay. It was multi-directional. But when you look at AI workloads, it's like a spurt of bursts. And essentially this means, for designers who have a little bit of penchant for technical design, would essentially mean the law of averaging, which, sirs, we have been designed ever since our voice networks, best back in the PSTN days to data, the law of averaging doesn't hold. You know, people in the room, many of whom have seen the Erlang days, would know that it's an averaging principle. The averaging principle just doesn't hold in networks that are AI today, which means you got to build for burst and unpredictability in almost an infinite way to be able to deal with the big data centers that Google and Amazon and Meta will build across the country. And the challenge in this room, in the context of India and our nation, is what I like what Nandan Nilekani says, is to be able to disperse it, disseminate it, and get AI workloads available as use cases for corporates, SMEs, and users. That really is the challenge of this traffic dissemination. Peel the onion inside AI. They'll tell you there are two different animals inside. One's called the training workload, which is huge bursts going up to a central cluster, which requires megapipes to upload and download, almost infinite capacity. Whereas if you think of inferencing, which is where you and I use ChatGPT, like Ajay was referring to, you're talking to local nodes. That traffic nature is completely different. Most importantly, all these are synchronous. And the difference between a synchronous and an asynchronous network is the sender and receiver back in the asynchronous days had no time sensitivity. You could send a packet across, hopefully it reaches, maybe in 10 milliseconds, maybe in 15 milliseconds, it still works. In the AI era, if there is one asynchronous packet loss, you'll probably set 10,000 GPUs sitting idle, and at today's cost and time, thanks to NVIDIA, it costs about $50 an hour. That's the cost we pay for deploying AI and the role that networks can play to be able to diffuse AI in an economic sense, which makes sense to this country. So essentially, I don't want to take too much time. We have the population. I was so gratified hearing Sam Altman say 100 million users is one of the highest users base outside India that ChatGPT has. Anthropic has similar figures. They're very enterprise focused. They're focusing on our big ITS houses. So the partnership with TCS and Infosys says something to speak about it. So we have the population, the training scale, and the usage. We have data sets. And really, in this country, we get small things wrong, but we get big things right. DPI is a great example of building to scale of payment infrastructure, of identity, of KYC, which is world-class. That's there. And then, of course, with investments like the ones you heard from Google, Meta, Amazon, and others, we're going to build out data center capacity. Hopefully, the power and the cooling stacks up. That isn't going to be easy. But I think the thing to think about, and I really endorse what Ajay is saying, adjusted to quality, the scale of fiber and networks, good quality networks in this country on a purchase power parity basis, on an adjusted parity basis, is extremely low. The quality of fiber infrastructure, the quality of network infrastructure, attention to detail with the aspects that I talked of, and the ability to build software to be able to disseminate these large language models is really going to be the challenge this country is confronted with. And I do want to point out another fact. The large language models take all the attention. This country is going to thrive on a combination of large language and small language models, including local language models, and the adoption in enterprises and SMEs, which will require these language models to be disseminated. And the only way you can diffuse and distribute that is through great networks. Our banks, our financial institutions, manufacturing companies would actually bring these LLMs to life, because otherwise these are dead on arrival monetization models. Having said that, I think while there's a lot of attention around building these large coolant refrigerators, the beauty about these data centers is you to cool them, power them, but you also got to connect them. And that really is the challenge that this country faces. With enough, I personally think, sir, from the policy level in the government, we are a born in India company. We have businesses across 7 countries. I can tell you, as somebody who's built a company from scratch, the policies in this country are really progressive. Thank you for opening up this policies like the way we are. The data center tax holiday is a very welcome relief. The right-of-way interventions are working. Yes, of course, there are problems. There will be in Subsea. But relatively speaking, I can say with pride, standing here as somebody who's built his career in India, we perhaps have one of the most progressive policies across this region. I mean, people don't tell you about the difficulties of landing a subsea cable in Singapore. Some of my friends can tell you that, which is supposed to be a very progressive, liberal policy framework. So thank you for that. We really look forward to your support to this, as well as unleashing the power of creativity and entrepreneurial imagination to be able to rake open this opportunity. Finally, I'll just leave with one thought. In my job, it takes me across Southeast Asia and gradually to Middle East, where I see sovereigns very deeply involved in network and data center than any time earlier in the past. I think we are uniquely poised geographically and politically to be able to create India as a center of hub. Look at this simple picture. Anywhere within India, you could potentially connect within 20 milliseconds, which is a big deal for about 2 billion out of the 8 billion population. If you really do the job well, perhaps build a corridor to Middle East, build some solid corridors to Southeast Asia. Google is building some of them. We can actually reach more than 2 billion people and become the center and fulcrum of attention for this AI training and learning models. And that really is the policy level visibility that I would like to bring to attention to facilitate this growth. AI on its own within the country is great, but AI as an exporter of intelligence from India is another dimension. And I'll leave you with this thought and again thank BIF for taking the lead in opening up these subjects for deliberation, and wish you well, TV. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amarjeet Gupta, for your address. I would now like to introduce Mr. Ashutosh Ruchi. He's Senior Vice President, Submarine Network Solutions, NEC. He's a telecom professional with over 30 years of experience in system engineering, business development, project implementation, and sales. He currently leads the submarine cable networks business for NEC in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Zuchi. I request him to please address the audience.
Yeah, our esteemed chief guest for the event, Chairman TRI, Mr. Laudiji, Member Technology, Mr. Palaiji, Mr. TVR from Broadband India Forum, my other fellow distinguished speakers, stalwarts from the industry sitting in front of me. Tandon Saab is no longer there, Mr. Umangji, Mr. Guptaji, and distinguished members from the industry in this room. Very good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank Broadband India for conducting this conference, which is coming at a very appropriate time immediately after the concluding of the recently conducted AI Summit in India. Before I start giving anything that I have to share with you today, let me start with an acknowledgement of fact. The acknowledgement of fact is that whatever I know about submarine cable business and submarine cable industry today is courtesy Department of Telecom, courtesy BSNL. That's because me, my organization, some of the team members sitting right over there on the table, if I may ask them to get up for implementing, please get up, for implementing the two prestigious projects for Government of India for connecting the islands on Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep on both East Coast as well as West Coast. Two first domestic subsea cables implemented by Government of India for our country. We feel proud about that. So whatever I'm going to share today is basis the knowledge, please, basis the knowledge and information I gathered over last several years of having been involved in submarine cable business, much of it for the two projects that we implemented for Government of India. If I have to draw a timeline, then I can say that 2020 was a pivotal year in the submarine cable business or the infrastructure. That's because before 2020, if we look at it, a submarine cable system would get connected to India every 4 or 5 years. There used to be a one system coming maybe on an average around 4 to 5 years. But what we have seen over the last 6-7 years is that from 2020 till now, 7 cable systems have been constructed, 4 of which are already operational. 3 of them are going to be operational this year, which means 1 cable system almost every year, unprecedented, including the 2 domestic cable systems that I mentioned. This is one important development. The second important development that I should want to point out is that each one of these cable systems, except the domestic ones, are designed with the capacity that's capable of carrying data almost more than several cable systems built before that put together. That's the kind of capacity the submarine cable systems recently deployed and going forward are going to support. Another important development is that so far we have been seeing that in India, most of the cables are coming to either Mumbai or Chennai, majority of them in Mumbai. But very soon that's going to change. We are going to see 2 new landing sites on the East Coast. There was only one. 2 new landing sites coming on the East Coast very soon, which is Machilipatnam and Digha. And we are going to see one more announced already by Google in Vishakhapatnam. So we are going to see multiple cable landing locations on the East Coast, which was much overdue. On the West Coast, we do have 3 or 4 landing stations, but still majority of the cables are coming into Mumbai. That should also change because Mumbai is becoming overcrowded. There are reasons for cables landing into Mumbai and more cables being planned into Mumbai. There are commercial reasons for that, but diversification is something that's very important because what we are seeing today or recently is that the cable systems in Mumbai are not quite safe in terms of the amount of disruption due to the damages that these cable systems encounter. Last 2.5 years, more than a dozen cable damages have occurred in Mumbai. So for that reason alone, if not bringing in the diversification in the ecosystem, other locations need to be brought up. Now, if I look at the ecosystem, then in order for us, as Mr. Chitkara mentioned, as Amarjit also pointed out, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of the regulatory framework that exists around the deployment of submarine cable systems. And that's something I'm talking about from my own experience of implementing 3 cable systems in India. Not that progress is not there, there is progress. But considering the amount of investment that's being committed in data center build and naturally which will be followed by the submarine cable investments. Also, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of enabling the implementation of those committed projects and have them come in faster. So that's one area. The other area which I already spoke about is trying to figure out how to make the cable systems more secure. So in that sense, as I mentioned, from the point of view of location, deployment, ironically, East Coast is much more friendly as compared to the West Coast, whereas majority of the cables are coming to the West Coast because of the seabed features. East Coast is better in that sense. Nevertheless, we need to have some regulation in place which prevents avoidable damage in terms of identifying corridors which are free from heavy fishing or anchoring is not allowed. So those kind of arrangements will help because these submarine cable ecosystem are going to be a lifeline for the country. It's already one. Other area that I would want to touch upon is, again, based on my own experience of implementing projects in the last several years, the ecosystem that exists in India so far, whether it is for deployment or for maintenance, is unfortunately next to non-existent. Other than the team I introduced today and few of my colleagues in the audience, not much competence, unfortunately, exists in India in terms of submarine cable deployment and maintenance. Forget about supplying the infrastructure, not at all existing. So that should change. We are working towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in virtually every domain, and this is one domain where almost nothing exists. So looking at future, if I see the kind of investments that are committed by various players, I can say that now is the time to invest if somebody wants to participate seriously in this domain. Because from last few years to maybe another decade, there are going to be huge number of cable systems coming into India. Lastly, what I would want to say is, apart from the two domestic systems that DOT has implemented for obvious reasons, there is no submarine cable system existing today as a dedicated infrastructure to carry domestic traffic. Even though there are international cables connecting Mumbai and Chennai, and virtually there is a route available for carrying traffic from Mumbai to Chennai on those cable systems, which is currently not evolved because of the regulation. But other than that, there is nothing to show on the domestic front. And that's where I think there is a scope for deployment, simply because the amount of traffic these cable systems can carry, the reliability, even though I mentioned that the cable systems suffered a lot of damage around Mumbai, but the kind of reliability the cable systems offer is much, much better than the terrestrial fiber networks. So I think this is one area where industry should look into and try to invest. I have something more to share, which I will reserve for the next session, which I am participating in the technical portion. And I would welcome questions around that in the next session. So in the interest of time, let me conclude my statement. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Zuchi. It's our pleasure to introduce Mr. Nico Rorich, Director Network Investment APAC, Meta Platforms Inc. USA. He leads a team dedicated to developing the connectivity infrastructure necessary to deliver Meta's family of apps across the Asia-Pacific region. He plays a key role in Meta's subsea cable initiatives, including projects like Candle, Apricot, Bifrost, and Echo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Nico Rorich. I request him to address the audience.
Thank you. Wow, what an honor to be here. So much of what has been said already really resonates, and I want to pick up on a few themes. But before I do that, I'd like everybody just to turn to the person next to you. I'm not going to say left or right, because you guys got to figure it out. If everybody looks left, it's not going to work. Just look at the person next to you. And then look to the other side. Look at the other person. And take a minute to let it sink in that the people that you just looked at are critical to delivering on the promise of AI. This room literally is filled with the people who are going to make or break AI. And most people in your life probably have no idea what you do. Right? You talk to people about building networks, and they expect just to pick up their phone and have it work, right? So what we do is largely invisible, but it's critical to enabling the AI future. And sort of picking up on, I think, where AJ ended, one of the things that has happened across the last few decades that I've been involved in the industry is we have become the bottleneck. So the data center teams can build a data center quickly. NVIDIA and TSMC can pump out chips. But if we look across the cables that we've deployed, we are getting slower. So when I started at Meta in 2012, 13, we built our first transatlantic cable. It took 24 months. To build that cable today takes 48 months. So the overall time it takes to deploy networks has become increasingly slow, and that's across the globe. So I think one of the things that we would like to walk away from today is how can each of us play a role in developing networks faster and reverse that trajectory of timelines that are continuing to increase. I want to go through a few little things that we're doing. And again, I think when I look at this room, I'm incredibly inspired by the innovation. We've partnered with, I think, almost everybody in the room on various projects. And the thing that I am always left with every time I come here is a sense of hope and inspiration, because the people who are in this room are innovating and delivering. And together, you know, we've built a lot of what you see on this slide. So this is just, you know, the meta cables. The blue ones are in service. The dotted lines are things that are in progress. You know, I'm sure if you look at Google, they have a similar slide. You know, this is a network that is really, you know, what we've built over the last 10 years, and it is nowhere near enough, right? I think we've talked today about how each successive cable has significantly more capacity, but it is not enough to meet the demands of AI. In India, we have 3 cable systems that have landed, one of which is live. We've got 2 more as part of Project W that are in the works. We're peering with 263 ISPs. We've got 6 major points of presence, and we've got over 940 caches. So our network here that we've built over the last 10 years has been really deep. And again, very proud of the work that we've done collectively. And we need to double down and do more again. This is the latest cable that we're working on. Again, with many of you guys, it's Project Waterworth. We announced it here last year. There are 4 cables, 5 continents, 50,000 kilometers. One of the key things that we're trying to address, and this sort of came up, I think, in Amarjit's thing, is like, you know, there are real improvements that are happening, but the theme that I see as I travel to different countries is we all think about our home country. And part of the design here, which I want to point out, and it was raised before about the number of faults we've experienced, right? And I think we had an unprecedented number of faults in the Red Sea this year or last year, right? And again, your families probably have no idea how fragile the ecosystem is and how close we came to like a disaster when that happened. So one of the things that we're really focused on is increasing diversity, right? So the routing here that you'll see from, if you look from India, we're totally bypassing the Red Sea. Going west, we go through South Africa to the US. East Coast, and going the other way, we go via Australia, completely bypassing the South China Sea. Again, a historically high-risk area for cables. So one of the fundamental philosophies that we have is more cables increase resilience, diversity, and overall enhance the security of the network. And what is it that has cables land in a country? So there's 2 factors that I generally see. One is the population, right? So there is a natural, and India has, you know, a massive population, very dynamic, amazing demographic. So it's an attractive place from that perspective. The other reason that cables land in countries is because it's easy, right? And this is a very nice analogy with airport transit hubs. If you want to be a transit hub, the reason airports become transit hubs is because it's easy. If you had to apply for a visa, wait 6 months for your visa to be approved, if you had to pay landing taxes, all those things create friction for air travel. And the joy of traveling through an airport hub is if you miss a flight, it's likely that there's another one very soon and you can get to where you need to go. And I think that's the aspiration and that a lot of countries have in terms of becoming a connectivity hub, right? Like if you can attract cables way beyond what you need to serve your population, your economic security is massively increased because when things break, you've got alternatives. And I think that's, again, something that we collectively in this room have a large opportunity to act on. We can work together to make it easier to land cables here. We can make it faster. We can make that more resilient. And again, I think we look at this as a whole ecosystem. And one of the things I'm really inspired about is the innovation that I've seen from the people in this room in terms of that ecosystem end to end. So the backhaul, the investment that is happening in the terrestrial networks to take the subsea capacity to where it ultimately needs to go has been really, really inspiring. So I just want to leave you with a few thoughts. Faster is better, right? So whatever you do, look at opportunities for us to move faster together. Easier makes it faster. What are the things that we do where we get in our own way? What are the regulations that we can simplify collectively that don't compromise security and in fact increase security because we have more cables in the ecosystem, which makes everything safer. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Shri R.N. Palai, Member Technology, DOTs, our special guest of honor. He's an officer of the Indian Telecom Service since 1989. He brings in more than 37 years of leadership across telecommunications, IT infrastructure, cybersecurity, public policy, and e-governance. He has led national network rollouts, shaped IT and telecom policies, and driven digital transformation while representing India and states in global industry forums. I would request Shri R.N. Palai to please give the guest of honor address. Please give a huge round of applause to Shri R.N. Palai.
Thank you. Our respected Chief Guest, Chairman TRI, Sri Anil Kumar Lahuti ji, Chairperson, the President Broadband India Forum, dignitaries and speakers on the dais, representative from the industry, and delegates, very good morning to all of you and namaskar. So I was part of the Submarine International Cable Resilience Conference concluded in first week of this month in Porto, that's Portugal, and where we have delegations of 350 people, more than 350 people. They're talking about the same thing, which has been echoed by our esteemed speakers, Ajay Chitkaji and Mr. Jutsiji, and from Meta, Mr. Nico. So there are very pertinent points which is concerning to the submarine cable ecosystem and coupled with the data center, and particularly more so with the AI data centers. On return, I was in a mix. In fact, I was searching how to have a connect with the players in India. And what I think that is for licensing perspective, this Department of Telecom is seeing the entire industry from the licensing perspective. That particularly that perception has changed, in fact. And I was looking at in a different perspectives, because we have to, that government as a regulator, government as licensor must play an enabler role. And there, the role of the government plays. So, and this juncture, let me speak. Actually, as predecessors already mentioned, that most of the speeches are basically curated by the AI. And part of my speech is also curated by you. Kindly pardon me. The theme of the conference is connecting continents, scaling the digital clouds. So this particular theme, that I must thank the BIF to select this topic and have a deliberations, and which is quite relevant after the conclusion of that AI summit. And both are interrelated. And for that, this organizing the conference is having lot relevance. So we meet at a moment when the future of global digital order is being shaped not only in the boardrooms but silently beneath the oceans. So for the nations like India, geographically positioned at a crossroads of major global routes, and is rapidly emerging as one of the largest digital economy. Submarine cables are not simple telecom assets. They are strategic enabler of growth, innovation, and national capability. India today hosts 18 international submarine cable systems and 23 cable landing systems. So we are having 18 submarine cables landed on Indian shores and at 23 cable landing stations. And domestically, we have also, India has also connected this Andaman Island, and also this Kochi Lakshadweep submarine cable systems. So in Andaman, we have 8 landing stations. And Kochi and Kavati was, if you put together, total landing stations will cross 30. And new submarine cables, now 6 new submarine cables are in the pipeline. 8 new cable landing stations on the Indian shores. So this is what the growth, and possibly this is what we have received the particular request from the operators to enable it or for grant. And thereafter, we don't know this in the way these things are, that the data explosion is moving, and the demand for the new cables. So we don't know that in the near futures, there may be a many demands as far as the cable landing station is concerned. And as far as, I think, it's already deliberated that western coasts are particularly predominantly they are concentrated at Mumbai, whereas the cable, landing possibilities are more in the eastern coast because of the criteria they have evaluated. So I do not have much of knowledge on that. But surely the eastern coast, accepting this Chennai, then other coasts, particularly we are looking for this Vizag or Machilipatnam per se in specific, and Puri, and also that Haldia. These are some of the probables that state governments are also facilitating. The impact of the connectivity is tangible when a student in Lakshadweep accesses global education resources, when a young entrepreneur in Port Blair serves international clients, and telemedicine reaches an island household in real time. It is submarine connectivity that quietly enables us. Connectivity today is not a luxury, but a bridge to the opportunity. At the same time, we are entering an era where the cloud computing and artificial intelligence are redefining the economic competitiveness. Hyperscale data centers now power government financial systems, manufacturing networks, research institutions, and digital platforms. AI models demand enormous computing capacity, seamless cross-border data flow, and ultra-low latency connectivity. What are the drivers for data centers? This, in India context, exploding data consumption, the mobile fast technology in India, hyperscaler entry, this is global cloud expansion, then cloud adoption growth, 5G rollout, Tier 2 data center expansion in India, and then sustainability push. These are driving factors for the data centers, and particularly when AI data center we are talking about, it's a more capacity. The power consumption typically goes fivefold, 4 to 5-fold. So today's India's capacity is around 500 megawatt, which will touch 5 gigawatt by 2030. Similarly, in the global scale, by 2030, the total power consumptions by the data center will be reaching somewhat around 180 gigawatt. So these are the massive explosion happening. And to connecting all this piece of these data centers, you require a massive connectivity, and that should be a low latency. And that is only possible by the fiber. And fiber means this will be cross-country or cross-continents. So that is where the opportunity lies. In an evolving geopolitical environment, undersea infrastructure may be viewed through a strategic lens. As my Meta friend, she has also mentioned that the cable laying earlier used to be less time, now it is taking more time because people our countries look in silo. They think that their territories are more important, and strategically this is relevant also. And when economics run on data, connectivity becomes critical in national infrastructure. Such things do need attention. Resilience is no longer a technical consideration, it is strategic imperatives. And why strategic? Because by disruption of one of the assets, it can cripple the flow of data. And that can also cascading impact on all the services it is rendering. Recognizing this imperative, India has taken significant steps. There are also, the speaker's predecessor already mentioned about some of the pain points. ROW, right of way, getting clearances. When there is a cable fault, you need to have to knock at the doors of 11 to 12 agencies to get the clearances. So being the nodal, this Department of Telecom is coordinating this. So probably there needs to be some rationalizations and thought process to do so. Second important aspect is that the damage and the cause of damage. Most of the submarine or subsea cables are damaged because of this the undersea activity occurring and fishing. So 70% they contribute to that. Something can be done for that? What are the take on this Indian of the government? What is the thinking? So let me deliberate that India has taken a significant steps under the Telecommunication Act. Submarine cables and submarine terminal equipments or cable landing stations have been declared as critical telecommunication infrastructure, affirming their strategic importance. Second, DOT is strengthening regulatory framework to promote route diversity and additional landing points across our coastline, considering allowing telecom service providers to establish domestic submarine cable communication systems, connecting coastal cities. That means earlier the domestic submarine cables were not permitted, now it is being permitted. That facilitates a resilience and also redundancy to the network. Further, DOT is also working towards streamlining the multi-agency approvals for cable deployment, repair to speedy clearances, where we're talking about the pain points. So this is, we are working on it. Probably we'll have the consultation. The base paper is ready, and we'll be needing particularly the comments from all the stakeholders to do so. And this is part of the call of the Government of India for ease of doing business, because in the digital economy, time itself is bandwidth. DOT has taken initiative to develop a single window clearance portal, what that involving 10 to 12 agencies. India is also actively engaged in international forums, including International Telecommunication Union, International Cable Protection Committee, as a member, contributing to the global efforts on submarine cable resilience. Resilience in the digital world must be cooperative, not a fragmented, that we believe. So now, coming to the last para, the strength of digital future will not be measured solely by the sophistication of the algorithms, but by the reliability and resilience of networks that binds humanity together. The arteries of digital age must remain strong, because upon them rests the stability, prosperity, and shared future of the interconnected world. Subsea infrastructure deserves attention of stakeholders, national government, and international body. I thank Broadband India Forum to organize this seminar and inviting me to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Big thank you to Member Technology, Mr. Palai, for the address. I would like to introduce our chief guest, Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman, TRAI. After his distinguished 37-year career in Indian Railways, he is retired as Chairman and CEO of the Railway Board in August 2023. Post-retirement, he was appointed as a one-man expert committee on track inspection and maintenance, and is a distinguished visiting professor at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Under his leadership, TRAI has strengthened consumer protection and telecom quality enforcement. I would request our chief guest, Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman, TRAI, to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Palai, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunication. Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF. Distinguished leaders from the industry who are sharing the dais with me, and also in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, BIF organized the International Subsea Cable Systems Conference. And I congratulate BIF that they have swiftly upgraded it to Convergent Conference on Subsea Cable and Digital Cloud Infrastructure. This singularly brings out the importance of these two critical infrastructure for a digital world and the AI era, or we may call it the intelligence era. The subsea cables and digital clouds are also now central to national digital resilience, economic competitiveness, and secure connectivity. It's my privilege to address this distinguished gathering at a time when the global economy is undergoing a profound digital transformation. The rapidly growing digitalization of India's economy, governance, and social fabric is evident from the fact that in the last 10 years, the broadband subscriber base in India has increased by more than 6 times. In this remarkable journey, India has surpassed the milestone of 1 billion broadband users in November 2025. The data consumption in India today stands at 20,000 petabytes for fixed wireline and fixed wireless, and at 26,000 petabytes for mobile broadband. The per user mobile wireless data consumption is 27 GB, one of the highest in the world. The rise in data consumption, digitalization, and growth of artificial intelligence are accelerating the demand for global data center infrastructure and submarine cable systems. According to a report, globally, there are more than 12,000 operational data centers. The global data center market was valued at 527 billion US dollars in 2025 and is projected to reach 739 billion US dollars by 2030, growing at a CAGR of about 7%. The global data center capacity reached 122 gigawatts of installed IT power capacity as of Q1 2025. As per the Indian Economic Survey 2026, India's data center capacity is projected to reach about 8 gigawatts by 2030 from 1.4 gigawatts as of Q2 of 2025. The subsea cables continue to carry around 95 to 99% of global intercontinental data traffic and remain the primary backbone of global internet. As per a market research, the global submarine communication cable industry is expected to reach 32.8 billion US dollars in 2026 and is projected to reach a value of 60.5 billion US dollars by 2036. The industry is expected to grow at 6.3% year on year during this period. India is projected to experience one of the fastest growth in the submarine cable market with a CAGR of 7.4%, driven by digital expansion, rising internet penetration, and the government's Digital India initiative, complemented by the India AI mission. TRAI has long recognized the critical role of submarine cable systems in strengthening India's digital infrastructure. In June 2023, TRAI released comprehensive recommendations on the licensing framework and regulatory mechanism for submarine cable landing in India. TRAI's recommendations aim to streamline licensing and regulatory processes and create an environment conducive to investment, innovation, and operational efficiency. The key measures included categorizing cable landing stations into main CLS and CLS point of presence to streamline permissions, allowing international long distance, that is ILD, and internet service providers, that is ISP category A licensees, to extend dark fiber from main CLS to CLS POPs, improving infrastructure readiness through coastal cable depots and incentives for Indian flagged repair vessels, permitting domestic submarine cables under national long distance license with safeguards for non-discriminatory access and traffic separation, designating CLS operations as essential services and critical information infrastructure, and simplifying regulatory processes through online clearance, tax exemptions, and waiver of right-of-way charges. Most of these recommendations have been accepted by the government and are at various stages of implementation. If I recall, in the first International Subsea Cable System Conference held in March 2025, the focus was on the need to improve and expand India's subsea cable systems. Since then, international connectivity has received a major impetus with new high-capacity subsea cable systems landing in India and progressing towards commercial readiness, thereby improving route diversity and long-haul bandwidth availability. As of end of 2025, India hosts 18 international subsea cables across 23 distinct landings. This infrastructure has been built through sustained investments by Indian operators and global partners, supported by a stable regulatory framework. As of December 2025, the total lit capacity and activated capacity of these cables stood at 309 Tbps and 268 Tbps respectively. Since last year, there has been a 60% increase in total lit capacity and 81% increase in total activated capacity. Recently, IAX, that is India Asia Express submarine cables, have successfully landed at Mumbai and Chennai. Several next-generation submarine cable systems, such as IEX, that is India-Europe Express, and Blue Raman, are set to become fully operational. Another trend is massive investment from major tech firms, which are transitioning from customers of submarine systems to primary owners. We just heard companies like Google, Meta, and Amazon are leading a massive multi-billion-dollar expansion of submarine cable infrastructure, shifting from renting capacity to owning or co-investing in private high-capacity subsea networks to support AI development and cloud services. While subsea cables connect continents and cloud infrastructure, the cloud services and digital platforms, whether hosted in public clouds, private data centers, or hybrid environments, have become the backbone of modern digital life. The cloud allows for elastic innovation. It means a small team can scale its impact globally overnight. But with this power comes a new responsibility. We must ensure this scaling is sustainable, powered by green energy, and secure, protecting the data sovereignty. The scaling of digital cloud platforms is increasingly inseparable from the evolution of global telecom networks, as cloud growth now depends as much on connectivity as on compute capacity. Hyperscale elasticity is enabled through high-capacity fiber backbones, 5G networks, and edge data centers with minimal latency. In this converged model, scaling is no longer achieved by simply adding centralized servers, but by architecting workloads across distributed cloud regions, carrier-neutral data centers, and telecom edge nodes positioned deep within access networks. In November 2022, TRAI released detailed recommendations on a regulatory framework for promoting data economy through establishment of data centers, content delivery networks, and interconnect exchanges in India, aimed at accelerating the data economy, strengthening data sovereignty, reducing latency, and promoting infrastructure development through incentives and standards. The recent TRAI recommendations of February 2025 on the terms and conditions of network authorization under the Telecommunication Act 2023 mark a significant step for India's data center and submarine cable ecosystem. The recommendations introduce a cloud-hosted telecom network, that is CTN provider authorization, to facilitate network as a service model aligned with evolving cloud-driven architectures. The recommendation to exempt content delivery networks from authorization reduces regulatory friction and encourages faster deployment of edge infrastructure, thereby strengthening data localization and low latency delivery. The recommendation for a light touch internet exchange point IXP authorization will promote efficient domestic traffic routing and peering, reducing latency and international bandwidth costs. The recommendation to introduce a cable landing station provider authorization recognizes submarine cable infrastructure as strategic national digital infrastructure, facilitating transparent and non-discriminatory access to essential facilities and co-location. Collectively, these forward-looking measures position India to accelerate investments in data centers and submarine cable systems, strengthen digital resilience, and enhance its emergence as a global digital connectivity hub. In the Union Budget 2026, the Honorable Finance Minister announced a long-term tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies that provide global cloud services using data center infrastructure located in India. This sends a powerful global message. India is not just a market for digital services, it is a platform for global digital delivery. This measure provides long-term certainty to hyperscalers, cloud providers, and global enterprises, and positions India as a credible, stable, and competitive destination for global workloads. Artificial intelligence is transforming networks and clouds from passive infrastructure into intelligent, connected systems. In a hyper-connected world, AI at the edge enables real-time processing across telecom networks, edge data centers, and 5G nodes, reducing latency, optimizing bandwidth, and powering applications such as autonomous systems and smart infrastructure. At the same time, global AI scale needs unified cross-border data ecosystems that securely integrate and govern distributed data sets. However, submarine cable systems face significant challenges. These are vulnerable to natural disasters as well as to human activities. Geopolitical tensions and growing data demand also add pressure, making security, reliability, and capacity upgrades ongoing concerns for operators. Similarly, cloud infrastructure faces issues such as data security threats, privacy concerns, service outages, operational costs, energy requirement, and environmental impact. Besides, the need to constantly scale to meet growing demand. Together, these challenges highlight the complexity of maintaining reliable, secure, and resilient global digital infrastructure. Addressing these challenges requires a mix of technical, operational, and policy solutions. For submarine cable systems, improving route planning, burying cables in low-risk areas, deploying real-time monitoring systems, and building redundant routes can reduce the impact of physical damage and outages. International cooperation and stronger regulatory frameworks can also enhance security and resilience. For cloud infrastructure, adopting robust cybersecurity measures and continuous threat monitoring is essential. Future digital infrastructure strategies will be shaped by private sector investment. AI-driven network optimization, edge cloud convergence, and sustainability imperatives. The responsibility before policymakers, telecom operators, cloud providers, and technology leaders is to ensure that the bridges being built across subsea cables, terrestrial networks, satellite systems, and scalable cloud platforms are resilient by design, inclusive in reach, and bold in ambition. With this, I would like to thank Broadband India Forum for hosting this first Convergent conference on subsea cable and digital cloud infrastructure, and I extend my best wishes for its successful outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the address. For the closing comments and for the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, BIF. An industry veteran, Mr. Ramachandran has been part of mobile telephony sector in India since its very inception. And he was the first CEO of Sterling Cellular Delhi and established and led COAI for 12 years. I request him to please address the audience and give his closing comments and the vote of thanks. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Anisha. Sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasant duty to do the summing up briefly because I've been given a very tight schedule by my team, but I'm going to flout it. Being the first Convergent conference, I would be doing it scant justice if I don't thank everybody who were there. So this conference, Connecting Continents, Scaling Digital Clouds, is a very significant title. Chairman took note of it, and he made some remarks on that also. Respected TRA Chairman, sir, distinguished member technology, eminent industry leaders who are veritable lions of this convergent domain. Each one of them is a lion. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished experts from government, from regulator, from industry out there. And foremost, of course, my media friends. I would hasten to point out that today does not mark the inauguration of a first-time Convergent conference. It is the recognition of a pivotal point in our journey to Viksit Bharat. India's first Convergent conference, which it happens to be, reflects a powerful realization that the infrastructure beneath the oceans and up there in the clouds, infrastructure within our data centers, together will shape the destiny of nations, the future destiny of nations. And we better realize it, and India has realized it. As everybody is pointing out, we are all there right now. History tells us, we've all read it. What does it tell us? It tells civilizations were established along trade routes. You call it the Silk Road. You call it the spice route. Those are the ways the civilization developed. But in the 21st century, our new trade routes are invisible, completely out of sight. They lie beneath our seas, at the bed or up there in the clouds. As fiber cables and rise above us as distributed cloud architectures. India has become, data hasn't, because why has this happened? Because these carry data. And data is today not just an oil, it's a hard currency of progress. You cannot make progress without adequate data. Connectivity has become the infrastructure of sovereignty. We're all talking about sovereignty every day. And that cannot happen without good connectivity. Subsea cables now carry the all-important signals of commerce, government communications, financial inflows, AI computations, digital commerce, of course, and social interactions. And not only all that, but everyday aspirations of billions of people. We are all dependent on that for social networking. Morning we open, we start with Facebook. How do you do it without data connectivity? And in this powerful convergence, India has a generational opportunity. It's a lifetime opportunity, a generation opportunity. With our scale, digital public infrastructure, talent base, and rapidly expanding data consumption, India is not destined to be a mere idle participant and observer. It is destined to be a key architect in it. But any architecture, as you all know, requires foresight. It requires regulatory clarity. And the lead is there with our chief guest, has laid it. Regulatory clarity that encourages investment. It requires a resilient design that anticipates disruption. It requires international cooperation anchored in trust. I wish Mr. David Jia could have made it today. He was destined to come, he used to be a speaker, but he could not make it due to some last-minute problems. He would have brought out the importance of, from US Embassy. He would have brought out the importance of international collaboration and cooperation, which was brought out by many speakers before me, who all talked about cooperation and collaboration. The presence of our respected chairperson, TRAI, reflects a central role of enlightened regulation in enabling innovation without compromising resilience. I think Amajit was very vocal about it, so was Ajay. So I would first and foremost extend my sincerest thanks to Sri A.K. Lavotiji, Chairman TRI, for gracing this occasion as chief guest and sparing so much time. As you all know, probably, tomorrow is going to be very, very busy with Foundational Day and a lot of preparations for that. Despite that, he took time out, squeezed out time to be here with us today. Thank you, sir. I cannot thank you enough. My heartfelt thanks next to Sri R.N. Pillai-ji. Thank you, sir. Member Technology devotee, for sharing the government's vision, what they have been doing and what they are doing to strengthen subsea cable systems and digital connectivity. That's accessible, affordable, reliable, and resilient. I must also acknowledge my great friend, Ms. Alka Asthana, Senior Vice President, Tata Communications. That is secondary. More important, she's chairman of the, chairperson of the BIF Subsea Cables Committee. That takes precedence. So thank you, Alka, for setting the context so effectively. My heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished industry speakers, Mr. Nico Radesh of Meta, Mr. Ajay Chatkara, Google, Mr. Ashutosh Zucchi, an old friend. Last year also he was there with us. And the inimitable Amajit Dada. Thank you for being here. A special word of thanks to my friend, Mr. Shashidharan, friend of many years, MD Bharat Exhibitions, for his support in organizing this event. It is not easy to organize an event, and we gratefully acknowledge his support. We had such overwhelming response that we had to restrict, we had to close entry at a particular time. We also gratefully acknowledge our sponsors and partners. Firstly, our principal sponsor, our principal sponsor, Constel. Radheshyamji is there. I think Mr. Goel is also there. He was there. I think probably is somewhere outside. Thank you, Radheji. Platinum sponsors, Meta, Lightstorm, NAC. Gold sponsor, Sienna. Silver sponsor, Tata Communications. I must also thank our communications partner, Weber and Shandwick, and media partner, Communications Today. The theme of this conference, which I've been referring to more than once, speaks not of technology. Like the chairperson rightly said, Chairman Tiara said, it speaks of a huge, huge responsibility. Because when we connect continents, we connect economies, we connect people. When we scale digital clouds, we scale human potential. As we deliberate in the sessions ahead, let's keep these strategic lenses in mind of resilience, scalability, trust. I think all the speakers have been emphasizing that, and that's what I think is most important. And please permit me to conclude with a thought from a favorite writer of mine, Victor Hugo. Many of you would have read his La Miserable. There is one thing stronger than all the armies of the world put together. And what is that? According to him, that's an idea whose time has come. For us, that time has come today. The convergence of subsea connectivity and digital cloud infrastructure is precisely such an idea. And its time has come. On behalf of BIF, I express a deep gratitude once again to our chief guest and all the distinguished speakers and all of you who have come here to be with us and participate in the ongoing sessions. May this conference not merely exchange ideas. I pray that it help shape policy, inspire investment, and accelerate India's journey towards being a trusted global digital hub. That is our ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, come, let's together build the highways of the future in fiber, in cloud, and in trust. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. We are very grateful to all our esteemed speakers for taking the time to come here and share the thoughts with the audience. I would request our chief guest, Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman TRAI, to please present mementos to our speakers. We want to thank them for coming here and for sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Shri R.N. Palai, Member, Technology, DOT. A memento for Mr. Nico Rorich, Director, Network Investment, APAC Meta Platforms, Inc., USA. A memento for Mr. Ashutosh Duchi, Senior Vice President, Submarine Network Solutions, NEC. A memento for Mr. Amarjit Gupta, Group CEO and MD, Lightstorm. A memento for Mr. Ajay Titkara, Managing Director, Indo-Pacific Global Infrastructure, Google. And a memento for Ms. Alka S. Asthana, Global Head Regulatory, TCL, and Chair, Subsea Cable Committee, BIF. I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, BIF, to please present a memento to Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman, TRAI. I will request all our esteemed speakers to please gather in front of the tables for a group photograph. Please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with the audience. You have given a lot of food of thought for the participants here to deliberate and come up with good strategies during the rest of the day. We will now slip into a tea break, a 15-minute tea break. I request all of you to please be back in your seats by 11:50 when we will start with our next session. A small request to all the speakers of the next session, request you to be please in the hall by 11:45.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency uptime and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables, crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost-effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between increased broadband speed and a higher gross domestic product, leading to socioeconomic benefits to people everywhere. This is also why the number and capacity of new submarine cables continues to expand. Ciena firmly believes in the ongoing mission to provide affordable broadband to everyone, everywhere. This is why we have planned, designed, and deployed submarine networks in over 70 countries around the world, on all continents where submarine cables land. Ciena has led the industry in scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, over land, undersea, and in the cloud.
We saw India as a vibrant, diverse nation, united by one vision, a vision of being a digitally empowered, fully developed nation. Your vision is our mission. We dare to dream big and build a better life for you each day. Digital connectivity is the backbone of growth and progress, because when you are within reach, growth and progress rest at the palm of your hands.
You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep.
The light on your face might be just as fine, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flight, unhindered and limitless. for you to travel fearlessly because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now, our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunity. With cutting edge AI solutions, we bring accuracy, safety, and foresight to the world of finance, empowering better decision making for a secure future and delivering greater benefits for everyday citizens. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and enterprise IT systems. Our innovation that is shaped by India, tailored for India and for the world, lies at the heart of our commitment to the nation's vision for progress. For over a century, we have built a legacy of trust, innovation, and resilience, using technology as a force for good to address societal challenges and create opportunities for generations to come. Transforming tomorrow today, we are NEC.
Orchestrating a brighter world. NEC.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network as a service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables, crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost-effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between
Welcome back.
broadband speed and a higher.
I request everybody to please settle down. You're most welcome to bring in your cup of tea or coffee to your tables, but I request you to please take your seats. We are eager to start with our next session.
Scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, over land, undersea, and in the cloud.
Sincere request to everybody in the hall to please settle down and take your seats. We are ready to start with our next session. Please take your seats and please clear the aisles. We will now start with our second session, and this is a technical session where we'll have a number of presentations. The topic is building robust and resilient subsea infrastructure for Viksit Bharat. I request everybody to please be seated. I'm sure you'll get enough time during lunch to catch up with all your friends. There are very interesting presentations coming up which you don't want to miss. So I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. The vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 is fundamentally built on a digital foundation. Subsea cable infrastructure and cloud are the modern-day equivalents of railways and highways that power the 20th century industrial revolutions. Improved digital infrastructure will boost last-mile connectivity, power edge computing in Bharat, and help India emerge as a global data transit hub. In this session, we'll have presentations on the work underway to boost subsea cable infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome our speakers on stage. Please welcome our session chair, Mr. Ashutosh Zuchi, Senior Vice President, NEC India. Please give a round of applause and welcome our session chair on stage. Please welcome Mr. Philip NG, Network Development Manager, Meta. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome Mr. Ashish Ahuja, Founder and CEO, Sloka Partner, USA. Please give a round of applause to our speakers as they come up on stage. Please welcome Mr. Neeraj Sonkar, CTO, Constel. Please welcome Mr. Anish Kohli, Director, India and Head of Carrier Business, India and SAARC, Telstra. Please welcome Mr. Somesh Kaur, AVP and Head, Subsea Cables and Satellite Operations. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Mr. Santosh Iyer, Head Enterprise Bharti Airtel, is on his way and will join us midway in the session. But please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. A gentle reminder to all our speakers to please stick to the time allotted to them, which is about 10 minutes. Request you to please try to wrap up your presentations around 8 minutes or so. Perhaps you can take up some questions towards the close, towards the end. I will hand it over to our session chair, Mr. Zuchi, to steer this discussion ahead.
Right, thank you very much. I had a presentation, so somebody will run it for me. Yeah, am I audible? Right, thank you very much. So, yeah, so I spoke about some of the areas around submarine cable industry and business and ecosystem in the morning. So today, at this time, I will spend some time in taking all of you through the key components of the submarine cable ecosystem and give you some further insights into it. Can I go to the next slide, please? Can somebody run the slides, please? Oh, or this is it. Okay, okay. So before I do that, let me give you a brief intro on NEC India. NEC India is present in this country for more than 60 years now, and we are doing a lot of stuff besides submarine cable, a lot of technologies and solutions that we offer for the country. And we have more than 1,400 employees, and we are present in multiple locations. So as you know, submarine cable systems take care of majority, if not the entire global data communication, and that's where they are very important for anything we do on the online. And this is a typical layout of any particular submarine cable system, consisting of the cables itself, which can run for thousands of kilometers and work as deep as 8,000 meters, 8 kilometers under the surface of the sea. There are repeaters and branching units, which are important for amplifying the signal on the way, because submarine cables run on optical data, which have limitations in terms of going up to a certain distance. Then there are the terminal station equipments and power equipments to power the hardware, the active hardware that is deployed along the route connected with the cables. Obviously, we have to use various marine infrastructure like cable laying vessels and other equipment that is necessary for laying the cables under the sea. So all this can be divided into three key components. First of it is the wet plant, as the name signifies, is something that goes into the waters, consisting of the cables, repeaters, branching units, various joint boxes which connect various types of cables. There are several types of cables that are deployed depending upon the location and the depth where the cables are actually deployed. Deeper the water, lesser the protection around the cable, and shallower the water near the shore, the protection is maximum, obviously, because the possibility of any damage to the cable systems are more in shallower waters. Then you have the dry plant, that is the infrastructure that is deployed in the so-called cable landing stations, where you have optical infrastructure, where you have power infrastructure and you have the land cables connecting the submarine cable getting terminated at the shore and leading it into the cable landing station. So each cable landing station and the line terminal equipment deployed for enabling the communication is capable of handling hundreds of terabytes of capacity. And then the last but not the least, most important element is the marine operations, which is to do with anything around laying of the submarine cable systems into the sea as also the maintenance. It's a very complex procedure that is followed in terms of selecting the proper route, which is safe for the cable to operate over decades, and involves complex marine engineering and deciding how to lay the cables, what type of cables to lay, and select the timing of laying the cables also, because these cables are laid only at the time when the weather allows. The marine operations are pretty much dependent on weather. You cannot do these operations during periods like monsoon. So to that extent, in India, there are limited weather window available for conducting such operations, both on East Coast as also the West Coast. On the West Coast, it is little wider, typically from October to May, whereas for the East Coast, it is narrower. It is somewhat around end December, early January to May. So East Coast presents a bit more challenge in terms of the available timeline for deploying submarine cables, though, as I mentioned, East Coast is more friendly to submarine cables in general as compared to West Coast. Now, this is important. As I mentioned in the morning, 2020 was a pivotal year in submarine cable industry, and this slide explains it in little more detail. You can see post 2020 the amount of explosion in the data traffic that has happened globally, and we are seeing a consistent growth rate of around 35% annually. It's unprecedented, and that has given a rise to demand for submarine cables. So there are, if I may add to it, 2020 was a pivotal year post, everybody knows COVID, and people started working online and things changed. And this next pivotal year or the next pivotal period is now, which will be driven by AI. So these are the two milestone periods, I would say, that will define the progress of submarine cable industry. Now, with that, the development of the technology and the cables itself has undergone a lot of change. Pre-2020, you had submarine cables capable of supporting, let's say, 4 or 6 fiber pairs and tens of terabytes of capacity put together. That's changed tremendously, 100-fold increase, right? And you now have fiber cables with at least 12 fiber pair and up to 24 fiber pair, and each fiber pair capable of handling much more traffic than in the past. One fiber pair is now able to support traffic which an entire cable was able to support some time back. So that's a tremendous increase in the bandwidth, and it's increasing further. And that's the key focus for NEC in terms of developing the hardware and the technology necessary for supporting such a tremendous increase in capacity, which I will explain in the next slide. So any submarine cable project or the ecosystem, again, can be classified into 3 components in terms of the support of capacity. The first component is the cable itself. The second component is the active hardware that goes into the wet plant, namely the repeaters. The branching units also included over there, but primarily repeaters. And the third component is the terminal equipment. If you look on the left-hand side of the picture, that is how things used to be so far. Single core fiber pair. One cable consisting of fiber pairs handling only one core. So in order to increase the capacity, you can do 2 things. Either you can increase the number of fiber pairs within the cable, or you can increase the capacity of traffic that can be supported by a single fiber pair. In order to do that, one way is to have multi-core fiber. That means multiple cores into the same fiber pair, and that's what we are doing. So we are having multi-core fibers in our roadmap for enhancing the capacity of submarine cables. And today, these multi-cores are uncoupled, and going forward, we can have coupled fiber cables where the signal can basically interchange between the cores, enhancing the capacity. The second part is related to the repeaters, which have to be designed to support this multi-core ecosystem. And currently, we have the same type of repeaters with an additional device called fan in, fan out, in order to enable transmission through the multiple cores. And going forward, we will have the repeater units which are based on multi-core technology itself, the components inside the repeater. And for the last part of it, the terminal equipment, we are using the MIMO technology, which means using multiple you see, in the optical domain, you have the wavelength. You use wavelengths, channels, so-called channels, as in the wireless, you have frequencies. In case of optical domain, you have the wavelengths. So we use multiple polarizations, and we are going beyond orthogonal polarization in terms of increasing the number of channels that can be supported within a wavelength. There's a lot of technological development that needs to take place to support that, and that's the way we are trying to increase the capacity of the electronics and the cable that is going to enable high capacity future submarine cable systems. Yeah, again, as I mentioned in the morning, we have completed 2 projects for Government of India in India. One being the Chennai and Andaman Nicobar Island cable connection, which was completed in 2020. And it connected 8 islands of the Andaman Nicobar with Chennai. The second system was Kochi Lakshadweep Island connection, which connected 11 islands of Kochi, Lakshadweep with Kochi. And the difference between the 2 systems is the architecture. As you can see, we learned on the go. The architecture for the Kani is linear. So that means if there is a damage to any of the cable system, one of the islands will get isolated, or God forbid, if there is a damage to the trunk, all the islands will be disconnected. Fortunately, so far we have not faced such situation. Primarily, again, as I said, East Coast is friendlier, and we adopted a ring architecture in KLI, where it has a protection inherent because of the architecture, because of the configuration and the design. And we also built a international submarine cable system called MAST, which was completed in 2024, connecting India with Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. So all these 3 cable systems have enabled my company, myself, my team to get deep insights into this complex domain. And today, I can proudly say that myself, my team, my organization is the most qualified set of people in India when it comes to submarine cable system deployments. That's a proud achievement for us. Thank you very much. Hello. Okay, I've also been given the responsibility to chair this session. So taking that responsibility, let me invite the next distinguished speaker, Philip from Meta, and make his presentation.
Thank you, Ashutosh. And do you hear me okay? Thank you, everyone. And definitely it's good to see all the industrial fellows and partner that we are working together here in India for this future roadmap of our robust, resilient subsea infrastructure. There is a saying that who control the present, control the future. So thinking about we are the people, we are the group of people that is kind of structuring, shaping the future of the connectivity for India and how we enable a digital infrastructure hub and have a better resilience, a robust network over there. So last week is a very good kind of AI summit. And I think everyone is kind of excited about the AI infrastructure, what is going to change the world. And India is being the center of all those connectivity that we are working towards. We are actually seeing that AI is powered by connectivity. So we are the one making the connectivity, and that is more than ever that connectivity is playing a most important role in this era. And to catch this wave, we need to work together, and definitely time to market is the most important thing. So I think several keynotes kind of people talking about the submarine industry is getting longer and longer to getting a fiber to be a PA. So we will be in the position that we should be supporting and then see the way to improve the efficiency. We should be the team to support more cost economic and diversity around the group for connectivity to make it and attractive for the foreign investment, right? Because at the end of the day, we want making sure that we have the right capacity to support the people to connect, and submarine infrastructure is definitely the key things. And to start with, let's see. Okay, so the first thing I will be looking from the investment point of view and also some technical kind of things to support the investment for the resilience. So we are looking for fast forward for a few years later. It's not only now, but longer vision around that. It surprised me when I kind of coming into Meta and then looking after the India market. India is a huge continent. There is a 7,800 kilometers of the coastal line, but we are only having 2 international gateway as of today. Still, that the major subsea gateway is Mumbai and Chennai. I think definitely to shape the future, to have more robust network, we definitely need to build more. And I'm happy to seeing that a lot of our fellow have a industry peer that they are already announcing different things and then looking into that. And we as an industry should work together to provide more connectivity to different locations to enable more diversity. So there is a lot of room for more diversity that is kind of interesting to like going into Dhaka, Vizag, Metropolitan, Kochi, Mumbai, diversity for more locations like Allahabad, Gujarat. So those are the locations that we are seeing that is important for the future on that. So if you zoom in, right, Mumbai and Chennai, they are all concentrated into a very little corridor. And then the price of getting into a CLS or backhaul fiber is very expensive, right? So we need to see how to improve the kind of strategic development of a new subsea gateway. And then it also helps us to enhance national connectivity and resilience. If you're thinking about the way that we are doing is connecting the people, and it shouldn't be only Mumbai and Chennai. It should be getting closer to our end user, and then that is our goal for that. And secondly, if we're looking into that in a more detailed resilience diversity level, we need to get an alternative route from what we are seeing today. So this September, we are seeing a huge fiber cut in the Red Sea area. So it's kind of making the internet kind of choking and is kind of getting a lot of challenge. What make it maybe a potential problem is that if you're looking about India West, we are all going to West Sea right now. And in India East, when you're going to Singapore, for example, it's always going to a Malacca Strait, right? So we need to thinking about how to diverse from there. And that is what and why Meta is doing the Project Waterworth to connect to a different location, increase the diversity and resilience from the end-to-end connectivity globally. And more than that is, if that is India to become a digital hub, that need to be connect to more continent. As we mentioned, it's not only supporting the people in India, it's also connecting the people west of the world. So it's kind of obvious that it's connecting to Africa, Australia, Southeast Asia is the way of doing things moving forward. And definitely another thing that I think is a challenge right now, but we hope to see that is resolved in the next few years, is definitely reliability, right? It's not only talking about subsea reliability, but it's also talking about the front haul protection, scalable, stable underground fiber, and soil end protection. We are seeing that because of our concentration in Mumbai and Chennai, and a lot of location is kind of because of a monsoon, global warming. There is a lot of challenge in the soil end erosion. So we need to find a long-term solution, making sure that we have the right resilience to shape the future. And when you're thinking about a stable underground fiber network, it will be actually helping us to have a more simple solutions. And the limitation right now is that when we're selecting a CLS and how to connecting into a major data center, the fiber connectivity is a constraint. So that is the area that we should improve because of the fiber cut, fiber loss. If we can improve that, it actually enables us to have a more optionality, right? If you're thinking about why people are connecting only in Mumbai and Chennai, there is a reason. Because the terrestrial network is not able to support the right growth arrangement, right? If we have more options, a better quality of fiber, it actually reduces the number of protected route. And also we have more options to go to Gujarat, and then also going to other locations, even in Chennai, we can going down to further location like Surishri. So those are the locations we should be enabled to have a more and better diversity around the area. And definitely scalability, right? So we are looking into a lot of multi, as the speaker talking about earlier on. Google is building a 1 gigawatt data center, right? So what they're doing is that need to have a modular infrastructure enabling the growth. And what we are seeing in the future is that it's not the aging infrastructure that we are seeing right now, because the CLS right now existing is not able to support megawatt cable landing station. What we are seeing in the future is that we will have multiple 16 to 24 fiber pair system in the region, and that is connecting in the CLS. If the CLS is a limitation, then it's kind of limited our growth. We need to think about a scalable solutions to put together on the connectivity so that we can have a SLT in the place that we like to, and then in the express highway to go back to our people in the center of India for that. Certainly, and other things that to make scalability easier is the licensing and regulatory regime. Another thing that we will be advocating is always to speed up the time to market, which is essential, is how we control our way of doing things. Coming from a content provider perspective, we are seeing that we are doing something quite unique compared to the other people. We want to build something that maybe only fit our business case. So we want to making sure that we have the right support and use case for ourselves. And definitely, if we can enable the captive use kind of connectivity, that will be help us to improve the logistic and things. Right now, the challenge that we are seeing is a long lead time. But if we are not helping to resolve the problem from the OEM, from the cable manufacturing, from permitting for all those elements, we will be slower, and then we will be behind the other people. If we want to control our destiny, the key area of focus is definitely we need to have the scalability, reliability, the marine diversity, and the landing diversity over the area so that it support our future growth. And definitely with all those optionality built in, that will make our life easier and then definitely attract more foreign investment into India. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Philip, and thank you very much for being bang on time. Thanks a lot. Let me now invite Ashish Ahuja, founder CEO of Sloka Partners.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you to BIF for giving this opportunity to present us and our perspective on this digital infra. And also, it's so lovely to see so many industry colleagues at one place. It's a privilege to be here to meet so many of you. Just a quick intro. Sloka Partners, we are a pool of global experts in digital infra, headquartered in California, US, with presence in 7 countries right now, with 13 senior executives and a dynamic team in India supporting us. We do strategy, we do execution, we do investments in digital infra. And we do develop some new projects and ideas to work with people like you, how to shape the upcoming projects or technologies to make things easier for all of us and to support this AI rush, which we are going through right now. India is epicenter of the digital infra, if I can say. I don't know how many you track, but India is the second largest digital market after US. I have been privileged to be part of this India journey since the day first 2 Mbps internet link landed in India. We were sitting in the same building in VSNL in Fort. And till date, it excites me every day what is happening in this landscape. And we do enjoy this working together with passion in this market, though we work all the global markets as of today. Viksit Bharat, quick snapshot, you all are aware, but quickly, subsea cables, we can cover a lot. We do digital infra covering from data centers to subsea cable to cloud infra, but as requested by the team here, I would confine more of subsea cables for this session. So more than 98 or 99% of India's traffic is dependent on subsea cables. We are witnessing that the international capacity demand is doubling every 2 to 3 years. We have more than 1 billion users of internet right now in India, and with another 300 million to come in next 3 years online as well. The digital transaction scale is enormous, with $21 billion kind of a transactions on a daily basis. It's enormous. You can't find it anywhere in the world, I can confirm to you. And it works so seamlessly that we don't even bother how that Paytm works. But behind the scenes, the people who have been building that digital infra, I think they deserve a lot of applaud to make that seamless, whether it is the data centers or compute engines or the subsea cables at the back of it. Though most of you are well familiar, but India's subsea landscape, 18 cables landing across the 5 to 6 cable landing station, with upcoming cable landing station in Vizag, Machilipatnam, and Digha already in the progress. Already more than 5 systems. So the white ones are existing, blue ones are under construction, and the orange ones are announced. That's how you can read those cables there. But at the same time, all this momentum has developed in the recent years, and there's a long way to go. More than 60% of the existing cables are getting closer to the end of life. What does that mean? We need to build even faster. Then, even today, though some of my friends may not like it, and we are trying to be neutral perspective here. We do work with telcos, we do work with hyperscalers, we do work with investors, we do work with other content players as well. So what we are trying to convey is an unbiased perspective of what the market needs right now. So even today, this market is still driven as a controlled cable landing station regime, if I can say that. We say it's an open cable landing station access, but in truly, there's no infrastructure as a service provider in this market. Whoever provides the connectivity is a telco with a license. There's no concept of infra versus service provider layer being separate as of now. And the scale which this country needs to build, I think it is healthier if we open those gates and allow the infrastructure providers to come in, besides the service providers continue to do their job of service provisioning. Private capital is waiting to enter into this country. Data centers have been flooded with private capital, but subsea cables not yet. The only contribution of subsea cables so far is from hyperscalers, and I have been privileged to be part of that journey as well. And why is that not happening? The reason is the regulations as well as the tax regimes are not so conducive for somebody to put few $100 million or $1 billion in a subsea infrastructure if they're not the users themselves. That needs to change. And finally, from a Viksit Bharat perspective, the vision which we carry or which the PM Modi has been advocating, there has to be support from the government in areas of infrastructure development where it may not be interesting for the hyperscalers or the builders to build. But India, as a population of 1.4 billion, needs that. So whether it is a single window clearance, whether it is use of the Digital Bharat Nidhi or USO fund, there's a lot to be done, including cable repair vessels, which are not available. There's still a lot of legacy to vessels to come in and repair into the India ecosystem. So there are areas where we certainly need a lot of things to be done. Quick summary, what's changing? You have witnessed it. I'm just summarizing it for you. What has been the regime so far? What is going to be the new regime? And what is the impact of that? We used to work availability-based service, 99.9% full stop. That is not a norm anymore. The user wants performance. They simply say, I need to have this impact of the service level. I don't know what works in the behind the scene. What it has led to, there has been a lot of application providers which are even able to monetize better than the infra players, including the cloud for that purpose. That's a norm now without any question. The number of IPLCs we used to run are now getting dwarfed against the cloud capacities running between the continents. That's a straightforward answer of that. Cable landing station to cable landing station regime is not the norm. Norm is now data center to data center because that's how the traffic flows. So what does it mean? That means you need more edge and compute with CLS at one place. And that's what is happening. And we have a couple of projects already in the pipeline working on the same to make that compute and connectivity together at one point in many parts of the geographies. Traditional NOCs don't work anymore. As of now, you need to have the automation. And as a skill sets for managing the network along with SREs to NOC engineers to this with the AI supported is getting automated. And now you have to have a different hybrid skill set people to manage this show for you. And infrastructure is gonna run as a code, no longer the wires. This is evident without any question. So whoever is in this business need to embrace that software part of the story for your infrastructure management without any options left out. Consortium cables, we started our life or world with CMEVs of the world in the 30 years back. Today, because of the time pressure to build as well as the economies and the users being dominant, it's a private cable story right now, which is driven 70 to 80% of the new builds. That means what? Infrastructure is also seen as a competitive advantage for those deep-pocketed players who want to invest from a long-term perspective. Best effort SLA, repair times, nobody wants to talk about. Everybody wants to say how many route diversities you have, what is the strict SLA I can achieve. We talk about 5 nines these days to be delivered. That results in multiple cables as well as resilience by design. And the last point is same. We are not talking about layer 1 circuits anymore. We are talking about layer 3, point to point, as well as global mesh and SDN-based story. What are the new opportunities? As we evolve, it also provides us a lot to do new rather than just looking at the traditional world we have been looking at. As I earlier said, cable landing station come edge data center are going to be the norms. You will find less and less standalone cable landing station buildings emerging. They will merge into the compute platform as well. Domestic subsea cables. India has been talking about Jalmala a project for 3 decades. I think it's a time to make it a reality now, to make those coastline subsea cables functional and give access to each and every corner of this country to a highway for international as well as the domestic. Because the terrestrial still struggles at occasions, and that subsea gives that answer. Fiber sensing. We are involved in few projects right now including India and other geographies. There's an immense opportunity here in terms of the subsea observatory data, as well as for repair ones, which have opening the doors for new players to come in. Happy to talk offline if somebody is interested. Similarly, insurance and repair vessels. There's only one company in the world currently talking about subsea insurance. But if we meet again here in a few years' time, I'm pretty sure there will be a bunch of them who will be talking about this. Repair vessels are common, but India doesn't have an Indian flag repair vessel even today, despite being the epicenter of the digital growth right now. We have been talking to the government or agencies, and there's a good effort going on. And hopefully by the time we meet again next year, there will be a project which will be running here. And some of the stakeholders are in this room who are very keen to participate and help in that journey. And finally, from a digital infra, you need the SEZs or international. Sorry, Ashu, I'm going to take 2-3 minutes more. So transit hubs or SEZs are norms which have to be available for international people to come to open the data embassies and sovereign cloud, etc. I will quickly run through this without spending time. Government is very important in this whole journey as a catalyst. The single window clearance is needed to build infra. CLS to be declared as a critical infra. Sovereign digital corridors need to be opened up. And the BharatNet subsea expansion, which I was just talking, deserves to be supported by government. And India's submarine cable policy is the right time to open up that and make it available for stakeholders to participate. As a journey, if I see how India's future will look like, and this is probably last slide of this one, we have the stakeholders, which we all know, telco, hyperscalers, regulator, government, and capital funds, starting from the new cables and private capitals to come in right now with government-supported infrastructure projects, followed by the policy framework to attract new investments into this space, and vision for India to become one of the top 3 transit hubs of the globe. I think that's how it should look like, and we are capable to do so if the policy framework helps into that journey, which eventually will land into the sovereign data center clusters, data embassies. They will not be able to flourish if there's no connectivity in a seamless manner available. As a team, what we have done so far, we have been privileged to have very senior people with us. We have been involved in building 20 subsea cable projects around the world, sitting in different organizations. We have developed the project in 5 continents. We have been involved in more than 1 gigawatt of data center capacity build projects. Altogether, we bring 150 years of experience, and we enjoy a great relationship with the ecosystem from customers to hyperscalers to OEMs to investors. And we are happy to be partner in anybody's journey for digital infra if you want to build together. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking 2 minutes extra.
No problem. Thank you, Ashish, for your insightful presentation and putting forward some very useful suggestions. I think we'll have time to discuss about that in more detail later. Now, let me take the opportunity to invite Mr. Neeraj Shankar, CTO, Constel.
So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. I'm audible on the backside. So today is a very, very unique situation when I look at the panel. It's a very unique one. We have 3 members in this panel who were part of the VSNL journey for the internet launch. The internet was launched in 1995, 15th August. We have Ashish, the good old young days of Ashish. He was marketing lead for the VSNL, and Somesh Gaur was handling the subsea cable system. I was the project director for the project. So big round of applause to all three of them. Well deserving. I thought it came to my notice, and we are part of the Broadband Forum, and good to see how internet has evolved over the last 30 years. The other point I just want to refer is, the first submarine cable capacity, which was commissioned for internet services way back in 96, 97 on the Flag. Flag was the first consortium cable which gave a HTM1 connectivity, 155 Mbps way back to 96, 97. So you can connect the dots now. The journey started with STM1, and we're talking about multiple cable landing station, multiple subsequent systems. So with this, I'll move on to my story. Achha, I'll need to pause, sorry. So I think we have attended the AI Summit. Sorry, my voice is bad actually. And we have seen various kind of news items and various, kind of communication or announcement made actually. If you look at government of India is looking for eyeing on 200 billion kind of investment coming in, pouring in into the country. So what does it mean actually? So $200 billion, Philip has announced, made up part of the story. We heard Ashish, earlier we heard, in terms of Google, what they are trying to do it actually. So what is going to happen is, while we'll have many landing stations, and we talk about diversity, both on the marine side, multiple cable landing, but end of the day, you need to carry this traffic back in India. If you look at the Indian scenario, most of the fiber infrastructure, which is long haul metro, has been dated 20 years back, 25 years back now. As a coastal, what we have done is we built our own fiber network, both in metro environment, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and also we built the low latency network between Mumbai to Chennai. So for us, the focus area is the AI corridor of Mumbai to Chennai. So first cable we built, low latency, high capacity, 2 docks, multiple fiber, and we tested the 1 terabit capacity between Mumbai to Chennai. And if you look at it, what we're building, that we're connecting all the DC, the data centers, almost 100 plus data center and cable landing station across the country on multiple fibers. We have almost a 3-path, low losses on the fiber, and we're connecting all the data centers as well as cable landing stations. Here, just to kind of recap here, what we're doing is we are basically looking at the data center. If you look at the market we're serving, segment we're serving, hyperscaler, data center, cable landing station, telcos, ISPs, and OTT. Now, this is an important slide for us, and this is what I want to kind of brief and talk about it. If you look at this slide, we already built Mumbai to Chennai, built our own fiber network, 2 docks, 96 fiber on both the docks actually. If you look at it in Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, our own 4 docks kind of infrastructure built actually. What I'm going to say, when Philip talked about 16 pair of fiber, 20 pair of fiber on a submarine cable system, finally you have to carry this capacity back on our own build network. I mean, operators have to offer fiber, whether it's some name of the MOFN, managed optical fiber network. Otherwise, you need that kind of fiber and resilient and robust, covering whole of the country actually. So why we spoke about Mumbai to Chennai, as I speak, we are covering another project called Dhanush in the process of execution, again connecting Mumbai to Chennai, Hyderabad, back to Vizag. So Vizag is also on the list as well. And if you look at Delhi, Chennai is already live for us, and Delhi, Mumbai is live. So we've got enough of more capacity across duct, across fiber to serve, to carry all this capacity from the cable landing station to data center. One of the topic is very clearly, and Ashish touched upon, while you have a lot of AI in terms of model, which is being worked in data center, but the traffic has to go back to the edges. Edges is where you need to connect to the data center. So who will connect? How are we going to connect it? This is where we chip in as a coastal. We connect all the data centers, all the landing stations, and all the services, so to speak. So if you look at as we speak, we covered 13 cities, almost all metros, so to speak, 100 plus data centers and cable landing stations. And we almost like 34,000 kilometers of fiber is combination of our own built and a combination of PGW. Bottom line is we want to offer 100% of time between Mumbai to Chennai, for example, on a 3 different diverse path actually. And if you look at what we're also serving, the low latency, the shortest path, apart from redundancy, the most important aspect in this game is the shortest path. So Mumbai, Chennai, if you look at it, 1400 kilometers, shortest path you can get 15 and 14 millisecond kind of latency you are getting on that network. So diversity, robustness, resiliency, plus low latency and high capacity. I said earlier, we tested 1 terabit between Mumbai to Chennai on our network without regeneration. The important thing is the losses are controlled. Without regeneration, we can pull it off 100 terabit capacity on Mumbai to Chennai. Moving on in terms of some of the design parameters, just to kind of bring up to the speed is, we are looking at best of the fiber infrastructure we're using, best of the ducts we are using, like Duraline, for example, and the depth we are putting, almost like 2-meter depth when we build our own network between Mumbai to Chennai, second path between Mumbai to Chennai, or metro environment, because this is where you live first time, and you want this network to live for next 20-25 years time. And obviously low latency, I touched upon in terms of resiliency and robustness. Then on top of that, if you look at it, the whole model of corrective, preventive maintenance, and so on and so forth become very critical. So we are offering a bundle end-to-end story from the quality of infrastructure capacity, as well how we operate and manage the operational process. Our own operation team on the field, on the ground, they are making a big difference in terms of MTTR, SLA, KPIs, what Ashish was touching upon. Moving on, in terms of, you look at this as part of the story, and I think Philip and Ashish both covered it, so I will not kind of touch upon. But bottom line is we need to have a geographical diversification, and Philip did cover as part of his presentation. Good to see that, because I remember we had a situation back in 2011 and 12 when I was part of Datacom in terms of operation management. We were on the verge of getting isolated. There was only one cable when we had an earthquake in Japan, and we had a sabotage in Red Sea. India was on the verge of getting isolated. There was only one cable which was carrying traffic for whole of the country. So it's very critical that you need a diversity, you need a route diversity, and same on a similar line. We also need a diversity within the country. I mean, you may have multiple cable landing in multiple part of the country, but at the end of the day, you need to carry the traffic back to all the data centers and all that is part of the story. In terms of redundancy and route diversity, we touched upon. With multiple cable landing station, seismic zone we touched upon. We talk about the political situation, geopolitical situation, and the rapid restoration. I will not touch upon much on this topic, but Ashish and Philip both have covered it. It's a critical one. Apart from seismic, the sabotage part of the story, how we really ensure our own marine infrastructure is critical here. And I touched upon in terms of sabotage, which is the next one, cyber and physical security is critical. I gave an example. Twice we were on the verge of isolation for the country, so to speak. And the last one is, which is critical as India embark, and I think Ashish touched upon, we still don't have a restoration force. We don't have ship for the restoration fiber. We still wait for 2 or 3 weeks for the ships to arrive to restore the fiber, either on the west side of India or the south side of India. So we still need to have our own fault repair ship which can maintain and expedite the restoration part of the story. Moving on. So this is what you're talking about in terms of what we are offering, and I touched upon very robust infrastructure, multiple pair of fiber. We dug it 2 meter deep, and less losses, high uptime, and all the mechanisms we put in place actually. So robust terrestrial network, efficient architecture. So in terms of architecture, we ensure that we have enough resiliency and we are able to leverage the kind of technology we are using it. Future ready in terms of expansion, etc. And obviously AI agent data center. Not only we are looking at CLS and DC, but also as Ashish was and Philip was pointing out, the edge data center will do most of the processing. Hence, the connectivity between DC and edge become critical and crucial. This is where we ship in and connect a whole lot of DC landing station as well as edge infrastructure. Strategic partnership, we are working with hyperscalers, the consortium partners, and we are open to help them in terms of building up a landing station in India, which is a neutral landing station, and everybody is welcome to join that. And lastly, not the least, the whole automation journey. We are in the age of AI and how we are leveraging AI for our own automation tools and how we ensuring that we make everything real time and work upon it. So this is what I want to cover as part of Constellation story. And thanks for your time. Appreciate. Thank you for. I just want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neeraj, and thanks for keeping it within time, even though you had requested me a little extra time. And thanks for leading us the memory lane from where we started and where we are today. It's a wonderful journey. Let me now invite Mr. Anish Kohli, Director, India and Head of Carrier and Service Provider Business, South Asia, Middle East, and Africa, Telstra. And let me make a request to the remaining speakers to try and keep it a little under the time because we may not have enough time for Q&A. If we won't have Q&A, please finish it off a little earlier, and maybe I would like to steal some time from you guys. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. It is, of course, a great opportunity. Thanks to the BIF for this wonderful opportunity. Romans invented, it is said that they invented the lead pipes 2000 years back. Okay? And that was, of course, to carry water from one point to the other. And of course, we know water is one of the most important elements. Life cannot stay without it. Today also, if we look at it, we are out of sight as an industry, but never out of mind. because 97% of the cables on which the internet runs, that's never visible, right? It's all under the sea. But it is very, very important infrastructure. I am been blessed to be part of the organization called Telstra, which has been, I would say, at the forefront of investing in robust and resilient infrastructure, the cables for a very, very long time, for many years. We have been operating and building the subsea cable systems and infrastructure, and it, of course, supports all the customers that we have, the hyperscalers, the enterprise, the telcos, the carrier segments, everything. Today, when we look at it, right, it's a scenario where India's, of course, economy is booming. There is more than 1 billion eyeballs that are sitting over here, and there's a lot of talk about the robust infrastructure. I, fortunately, have been part of this journey for more than 2 decades with Telstra. And, of course, we heard the example from Neeraj on the first cable flag. Luckily, almost 30 years back, Telstra, via its investments, also had an investment in a cable which very recently got retired, CMEV3. Okay. So when, sometimes I ask this question, are we a young industry? Are we a matured industry? Or are we an old legacy industry? Well, of course, on one side you have cables which are getting retired. So that sort of shows we are getting old, but no, we are actually a highly matured industry, because now we are at a tipping point where, if you look at it, with the advent of AI and other stuff that's happening in technology, I mean, the flow of data centers and all happening, I think the way now the cables are being built, and we heard, in the morning session from Meta as well, and we recently had announcement from Google as well, right? All that shows that this, firstly, is a very, very important industry that we are in, because we are connecting continents and scaling clouds, right? And in fact, Telstra launched its Connected Future 30 strategy last year, which talks about doubling down on the core connectivity and infrastructure. So very much over the years, we have become an industry which is very, very important, maybe invisible to people, but very important. And of course, we know that we have 5 elements in this world, but there is one of the most important elements, which is data, without which we cannot live as well now, even if I would say that we have the 5 elements, but we don't know what to do if the 6th one is not there. This is just a, sort of story that Telstra has created over, many decades. We have invested in more than 30 cable systems across the globe. Some we own, some we are consortium in, some we are having lease capacities, IRUs, whatever, huge capacities. But most important is to connect. Now, going back to my point about the industry, see, when we talk about India, I still feel that India is still a young industry in terms of when we look at the cable ecosystem, right? I mean, globally, there are almost 600 cables, almost, I would say 575, 580 operational, some coming up very soon, etc., etc. India has how many? 18. So it tells us a story, right? A story of a big growth potential, a story of a big opportunity. One of my previous distinguished speakers, Ashish, spoke about the landscape, the regulatory, the landing station, the cable permittings, the ships. See what happens. I mean, when globally a catastrophe unfolds, and we heard the example of an earthquake, and actually, I have myself seen personally all that happening, because who gets the calls when cables go down, right? We face it from the customers, right? And we are doing our best in whatever our capability is. But it is very important that the country or the organization which is building the cables or having the cables has enough redundancies. That investment is important. The intent is important. As I said, Today, we have more than 38 cable landing stations where we have access, more than 400,000 kilometers of fibers. Today, as an organization, Telstra runs 869 TB capacity across the globe. That's a huge capacity. And of course, with huge capacities and investment come challenges. And one has to be ready for that as well, which is in last 4 years, I think, if we see, in fact, the number of cable cuts, I think, have gone up more or less. I think everybody will agree with me. I was at the Capacity Middle East in Dubai a couple of weeks back, and there was a lot of talk about Red Sea, how to bypass, et cetera, right? A lot of the GCC countries over there are working in that domain as to how they can create those redundancies as well, because they want the local players are working over there. Similarly, when we talk about our country here, right, which is where we are currently, an incredible growth opportunity, the number of cables have to be higher. It was great to see that, now a new cable landing station is coming up as a location, because that's what has been missing for quite a while. Unless that happens, obviously the growth, you can't really grow to that level what you want to. So I think that's a big positive step which is happening. We as an organization have been into this business and have been doing a lot of management, putting a lot of, I would say, quality into maintenance of these subseas. Of course, India again would have a challenge currently of repair vessels. We heard about it in the morning also, and recently also in this session as well. So, but again, at the end of the day, it's a lot of opportunity. Players, the foreign telcos, right? Today, thankfully, the licensing, earlier I remember we used to take FIPB approvals, etc. We started from there, but today a lot of things have eased up. Things have become quicker, faster. So that has helped scale, the whole, I would say, the ecosystem. For us, of course, we have multiple FBO licenses in more than 25 countries we operate in. We have more than 30 cable systems, as I mentioned. All this requires a lot of effort, a lot of intent, a lot of investment, and a lot of urge to serve the customers. And thankfully, I work for for an organization which does this. We have a great opportunity in India. I think if certain norms could be eased up further, it would really help the overall ecosystem to India to become a hub for cables. I mean, today we are what, 3% of the global cables are in India, right? Out of 600 approximately, we are talking about 18. So with that, I'll end here, and I would hope and look forward to this amazing industry, which is growing, evolving, and hopefully India will also become a matured industry in the cable space the way global cables have become. And we are young. We have a great opportunity to be there. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anish, and thanks for your useful insights and also giving back a minute to us. Thanks a lot. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Somesh Gaur, AVP, Head Subsea Cable and Satellite Operations, Tata Communications. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think, first of all, I'll thanks BIF for giving this opportunity. And this is the second time I'm attending this conference, and I was there in the last conference as well. So I'll be sharing my views, my experience over the last 25 years, and focusing into the subsea robustness and resiliency. And it is coming out of my experience over 25 years managing submarine cables. And I represent Tata Communication. And as a Tata Communication, we are not just building subsea cables, we are partnering with hyperscalers and other partners, as well as we are developing capabilities to manage the subsea network for other operators, not only in India, outside India as well. So we provide managed services to operators, subsea operators, and technical consultancy as well. And that is for the Indian operators, Indian cable owners, and also cable owners outside India. So I'll start with the background. I think we all know about Viksit Bharat mission and the importance of digital infra. India's ambitious vision transform the nation into fully developed, self-reliant country by 2047. It focuses on economic prosperity, social welfare, technological innovation, and sustainability, targeting a 30 trillion economy. So this is the background and the context of my presentation. And the importance of digital infra, be it we are talking of DPI, digital private public infrastructure, or it's a digital infrastructure which we are talking about AI, and we have been talking about AI in the morning session as well. So whether it's AI infra, data centers, or connectivity, which includes subsea connectivity also, that becomes very important part of this entire, Viksit Bharat mission. And the region, when we are talking about the robustness and resiliency, it becomes very important from this context of Viksit Bharat mission. And that is the topic of presentation that has been given to us. Now, the robustness and resiliency of these infrastructure become very important, and that needs to be discussed proactively because you'll see in my presentation anything that we are planning from the resilience perspective that has to be discussed and decided very proactively. And I'll give you the context for that. And if you see the context for the submarine cables, and most of you may be knowing about this context, but there is something different in the subsea cables, which makes it very different from other infrastructure. And whereas the concept of resiliency and robustness is slightly different, not so different, but slightly different from other network infrastructure or digital infrastructure. The first of all, when we talk about submarine cables, as you all know, we are talking about 25 years. So we are building something for next, it may be 25 years, it may be 15 years, but we are building that infrastructure for the next 25 years, which makes, you can imagine you are building something for next 25 years or 15 years. And you have to plan and think and design everything today. And you have to think all the consideration that, comes into picture. And that is something that you have to consider. The second important thing about submarine cable are very different. It's the geographical spread. So when I'm talking of, we're discussing sitting in India, but my cable is going across the globe. And I can do something here in India, which we are trying to do, but something that is happening outside India, that's beyond my control, or I have to somehow control that. So my cables are going from India, going to Red Sea, going to Egypt, then going to Europe, and on the other side is going to the Atlantic side and Pacific side. So I think it's the spread of submarine cables. The cables, I own the cables, I have investment cable, but from the control perspective, I think it becomes very difficult to control because the spread is very large. And again, as many panelists mentioned, it's a very niche domain, very limited vendor. We have OEMs, vendors, and they are marine service providers, very limited kind of ecosystem, which makes very difficult. We have a dependency, and it's like a lot of dependency on that. So it becomes very imperative for us to develop that kind of capability, whether it's within India, keeping in mind the Viksit Bharat mission, or somewhere we have to have more vendor ecosystem where we can have less dependency on less number of vendors, and sometimes that which get impacted by the geopolitical factors as well. And then next point is the complexity of the business and the commercial models. It's evolving very fast, and normally the regulations and laws, they are not able to keep up to that speed. And the commercial and the business models are primarily driven by the the business need and business requirement, the way technology is evolving. Whereas the regulation is always little a step behind, which makes it really difficult. And there were talks about delays in submarine cable projects, delays in getting approvals, the new comes are coming, and that becomes very important for us to keep those regulations at least aligned to the development that is happening in the market with respect to the business and technology. And finally, I think everyone is aware of the project complexity because of all these reasons, the huge cost, the timelines of the projects. I'm building a cable today, I'm planning a cable today, which will be built after 5 years, and I'm building for next 15, 20 years. It's very complex thing. And the timelines are very, long timelines, long time frames, and the operational complexity also is a factor because I have to run the cable for next 25 years once it's built. Building is one thing, and running the cable and operating cable for next 25 years is another important aspect, which is again a very complicated thing. the end of life, the marine operations, the permitting. There's so many things, complexity that comes into play. Now, for all these reasons, I think I'll get into the resiliency and robustness concepts. Some of those, concepts have been discussed. They are very familiar and very common to, entire, discussion that we had in the morning. The first and foremost, I'll be slightly talking a little different, that there is need for more cables and more capacity. If you're talking of resiliency and robustness, and I link it to the, Viksit Bharat mission, it becomes important to have more cables and more capacity. And everyone is talking like in India is having only 18 cables compared to 400, 500 cables across the globe. I think we have some data points and we know that, there is a requirement of multiple cable system, which is happening, but it will take some time. Diversity comes next, and we'll get into detail of the diversity we have discussed, but I'll, show some of the slides where, practical points in the diversity, what impacts us. The third important point, I think we missed out in the morning sessions and maybe in our discussion, the cable protections and smooth repair and maintenance procedure. Now, if I tell, many people will be aware, but if I talk about a subsea repair or there is a cable fault, it takes minimum 3 months to repair. In the morning session, I think Amarjit was telling about, $50 per hour for the GPU sitting idle. Now you think if your GPUs are sitting idle for, like 3 months, so you can compare the cost. So while you are talking about AI, and then, the cost of GPU, and then, the GPU sitting idle, and here we are talking about 3 months and 5 months of submarine cable is down and we cannot do anything. So cable protection, I think we need to avoid that. And Bombay and the western region of India is one of the hot spots from the India perspective, where we have many cable failures, multiple cable failures, they go down, they are not getting repaired for 3 to 5 years. And you can imagine how it will impact our AI mission and whatever you're talking in the Viksit Bharat mission. So it's very important that protection of this cable system and the repair and maintenance, the complexity, even if, cable is cut, I think 1 or 2 months we'll be spending 1 or 2 months in getting the permits, bringing the ship and getting those cables repaired. So that also becomes, very, very critical from that perspective, that we should have very strong cable protection and mechanism, regulations, and very smooth and, repair maintenance procedure, which is still complicated. A lot of things have happened. It has been, streamlined, but we still need, when we are talking about 1 hour of GPU downtime, I think the repair should also be in the same line. And today, if I talk about some cable repair, which happens in 2 to 3 weeks time, for me, for many customers, it's a miracle. And, you'll be surprised to know if, cable is getting repaired in 2-3 weeks time, it's a miracle. So that's the way things are happening, especially in some part of.
Somesh, unfortunately, we are already beyond the allocated time. So if you could quickly wrap up.
Yeah, so I'm just finishing because rest of the slides are very quick. And geopolitical consideration, that all we know about the geopolitics that impacts, the subsea cables. And we talk of the Red Sea and other kind of failures. And finally, OEM and supply chain resiliency. And we talked about diversity of OEMs and suppliers. So that is, sorry, because I saw my, screen and it was.
Some of this is not working.
Yeah, so anyway, I'll just quickly finish in 1-2 minutes. So I think I discussed, this is just a graphical presentation of what I already discussed. We need to have more cables and more capacity. And this is a slide which I showed that many cables are getting retired. And within India, as we mentioned, I think we saw in the presentation, most of the cables will be retiring in next 5 years. So this becomes very important. I discussed about the diversity of the cable, and this slide shows the diversity in Atlantic and Pacific. This is a telegeography slide, where we can see the development over the last 10 years. And we said that these things will happen in India as well. There will be diversity coming up. Now, these are the 2 things which, from the resiliency perspective, I think there are some hot spots which we should avoid, especially, for example, there are known hot spots like the Singapore region, the Gulf state of Malacca. And then we have got, the Red Sea and the Egyptian network, where we have a lot of issues in terms of all cables going through them, and it impacts the resiliency of the cable, if one cable goes down, there are multiple, outages, and that it leads to, a majority of our traffic going down. I discussed about the cable protection and smooth RM process, repair and maintenance process. We discussed about geopolitical consideration, and especially in light of the Red Sea outage, where almost like 50–60% of all India traffic going to Europe was impacted. And it took 5 months. It's taking 5 months. The repairs are still going on. So you can imagine, cable out for 5 months. Now, in summary, I think most of the things we discussed. So proactively supporting new cables and diversity, that is a kind of recommendation. Then protecting submarine cables for a smooth repair and maintenance procedure. This has to be developed, and will be the recommendation. Capability development in terms of technology, innovation, and skill set. I think this is another thing that we need to do if we want to make us resilient and robust sea network. And finally, collaboration with local and international stakeholders at various levels. Considering the geographical spread and our cables going to different countries and different regions, it becomes very important to have government to government level interaction and industry interaction with multiple stakeholders. And this is the summary. Thank you so much for.
Thank you so much, Jim. Let me now invite the last speaker for the session, Mr. Santosh Iyer, Head Enterprise, Bharti Airtel.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. Am I audible? Thank you, BIF, for giving me an opportunity. I will try to be a little quick and try to give an industry perspective representing Airtel, which has been at the forefront of subsea cable deployments in India. Quickly, I'll start my presentation with a very simple data point. We all know that submarine cables carry more than 95% of the international traffic. If you look at the India perspective, India has 17 cables today, which is roughly about 3% of the global total across 14 landing stations. Most of the landing stations are in Mumbai and Chennai, as we all know. And there are landing stations in Cochin, Tuticorin, and Trivandrum. If we look at the international bandwidth growth, and if you look at the global projections, this is poised to grow at about 33% CAGR, which roughly implies that the bandwidth is going to double every 2.5 years. If we look at this by region, Africa is expected to have the largest growth, followed by Asia. Coming back to the India context, India, of course, is poised as a regional digital hub. Primarily because of a geographical advantage, lying right at the center of the Indian Ocean. There is, of course, digital growth, and there are enough drivers around that. The data center market is exploding in India, and this is a space where the demand is going to outpace supply clearly. If we go by the industry estimates, the data center market is expected to grow 5x to about 8 gigawatt by 2030. And about 14 gigawatt by 2035. There are, of course, new submarine cables being planned, primarily by hyperscalers, but also by telcos. Thankfully, India is a space where the telcos are not retracting from this space. I mean, globally, in many markets, the telcos have stopped investing, or they feel that there isn't enough necessity for them to invest in submarine cables. That's not the story, at least. I mean, I'm talking about an Airtel perspective. We continue to invest in cables, and we feel there is enough demand driver for us, for our own captive requirements, and to serve to our customers. So, of course, hyperscalers and telcos put together are continuing to invest in cables, and we'll see a lot of cables coming into India, between 50 to 100 fiber pairs slated to come in the next 5 to 6 years, which if we go by the design capacity of 20 terabytes per fiber pair, this would be about 1 to 2 petabytes at a cumulative level. There are, of course, policy initiatives by the government of India. There's a lot of push on digital adoption and all of that. So India is well poised to not only be the regional digital hub, but also to catapult itself into a global transit and switching hub. That's on the demand side of it, but is the industry prepared in terms of robustness, in terms of resilience? I feel it's a very fragile ecosystem, both inwards within India and of course globally. If we look at India, and everybody has said that there is a concentration risk. 80% of the capacity lands in Mumbai and Chennai. And if we drill that down, if we look at Mumbai, it's a 6-kilometer narrow beach, Versova Beach. That's where all the cables land. So that's a potential choke point. If we look at Chennai, right, in about 100, 150 meters of beach shore, you have beach manhole after beach manhole right next to each other. The front hauls run almost parallel on the same road. So that's a potential choke point as well. There are, of course, physical and natural threats. There is external reliance. India doesn't have a sovereign and autonomous repair system. And then there are, of course, permitting issues. The process is very complex. It takes about 3 to 5 months for any repair to happen. There isn't a single window clearance. Some of these things, we've already made representations to the regulator and DOT. So these are the vulnerabilities within India. Of course, if we look at it externally, the marine routes are common, as some of the speakers already alluded to. There are bottleneck regions. The Red Sea, of course, is a big geopolitical bottleneck at this point in time. Egypt, I mean, almost every cable potentially crosses Egypt. The Strait of Malacca, closer home, another bottleneck area. And of course, the South China Sea. So all around us, we see bottleneck regions. And geopolitics is here to stay. So the natural answer is to build unique routes and be as diverse as possible. I'll quickly talk about 3-4 areas which the industry needs to focus on to build a robust and resilient infrastructure. First and foremost, diversification is the key. Decentralization is important. So if you look at the design principles, try to decentralize as much as possible, create new gateways. Thankfully, on the eastern side, Vizag is now emerging as an alternative to Chennai. And hopefully, we'll have an alternative on the west coast as well. People are talking about Alibag, maybe Mundra. Maybe in a year or 2 years' time, we'll have something coming up there as well. And then, of course, the need of the hour is to have more port cities coming up as alternate landing hubs. Probably some of them can also be positioned as strategic hubs. Long haul and metro networks, these are equally important because hub-to-hub traffic has to be robust, resilient. That's a bit of a problem today. Most of the terrestrial networks are under stress because of continuous expansion. There isn't a very clear policy on how do we protect that infrastructure. People have started moving towards OPGW fiber, which is the fiber that runs along the power transmission line, but that's a scarce resource, so that isn't solving things as well. But with things moving to the CLS, edge and compute moving to the CLS as well, some of the problems will get solved. But even then, you need to have a very strong long haul and metro infrastructure as well to complement the growth on the subsea infrastructure. Domestic submarine cable, this has been something that has been mooted quite a few times, but nothing concrete has come up. Maybe the industry, probably it's the right time for the industry to pick this up. A cable running along the coastline of India, connecting all key ports and cities, and maybe acting as an alternative to the long-haul terrestrial network. Of course, global routes, we'll see more and more unique routes coming up. The hyperscalers are building routes between Africa and India, Africa and Asia. Australia and India is a recent announcement as well, right? So cables traversing the globe, focusing more on unique routes is the need of the hour. And geographical dispersion and de-risk, of course, I mean, look at partnerships. That's very important because you can't do everything alone. Look at partnerships in the region. And Middle East is an area where a lot of countries are working in tandem. Maybe it's time for India to also explore some sort of a partnership in Southeast Asia. unique bespoke solutions, bypass solutions, self-healing mesh networks. These are probably the network design principles to look forward to. Atmanirbharta in maintenance. This is equally important because today we don't have any sovereign repair capability. We are dependent on external vessels. So yeah, an Indian flag vessel anchored in India is probably the need of the hour. I think, and that's a consortium that needs to be built. I don't think there is a business case for one party to probably go ahead and do it, and maybe with some government intervention and incentive, this probably can see the light of the day. Storage depots equally important, and of course business continuity, which means your ease of doing business and reduction of your turnaround times and stuff like that. So these are equally important for the industry to focus on. Policy and regulatory reforms, this is a very important area, and we made several representations to the regulator and DOT. Declaring this as a critical infrastructure, of course, the telecom law allows it. So that is important, in my opinion. Creating protection zones, maybe dedicated cable corridors with no fishing activity. That is something the government can probably look at. And of course, a single window clearance is the need of the hour. And of course, risk mitigation and security, which is sort of leveraging technology to defend the assets lying deep beneath. Physical security is important. So, usage of sensors and stuff like that. Cyber resilience, equally important. And some sort of a geopolitical strategy where you are aligning with like-minded countries to ensure shared security. So these, in my opinion, are important for the industry to look at, and Airtel will continue to invest in cables, will continue to look at unique, diverse routes, will continue to ensure that we build a robust infrastructure in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santosh. Thanks for taking just about the time you allocated to you. Although overall we're already 15 minutes beyond schedule. I don't know whether we can take audience questions. Can we? Oh, okay. Please. Arrange a mic.
Yes. Yes, sir. Sir, namaskar. I am Dr. Jagdish Shivahari, professor and ex-scientist. Sir. My question, general question, what specific design considerations are needed for subsea cable infrastructure to handle multiple zones and regions with high availability and fault tolerance?
Anybody from the panel would like to address that?
Yeah, I think most of us can answer that. And I would say there's no simple one-line answer for you. The considerations which go for supporting a critical infrastructure are many, but the key ones are how to put the diversify route. That's the major one, first of all. The second one is what kind of armoring you want to do into the shallow waters versus deep waters from a design perspective. Third is what kind of repeater capabilities you will put into that system. And there are many good developments which have happened in the last recent years, which gives us capabilities. Next one is, should it be a 16 fiber pairs or 24 fiber pair system or more than that? And driver for that could be the stakeholders' interest or the per unit cost economics on that cable. And finally, which design can be deployed faster, because time is also a criteria and a cost is a criteria as well. So if you want best of everything, but it will come after 1 or 2 years later, it may not be the right answer for you. And there could be even more consideration because the application of one hyperscaler may not be exactly same as a second hyperscaler as well, because the global architectures could be different. So And we're happy to talk more, and there are good friends here who are building here and can share.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish.
Yeah,
for the
Mr.
response. Yeah.
Chairman. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, one more question on similar lines. So as we were talking about how to lay down the fiber cables, I wanted to talk about seismic risks. It was covered in one of the presentation regarding there are earthquake activities that can be there and that can cause a risk to the submarine fiber cables. But interestingly, we also hear about sensors that can help us detect warnings of these submarines, warnings of these earthquakes or tsunamis coming up. So how do we balance that? And can earthquakes really impact the submarine cables so much that they cannot act as a sensor to give us warnings for these tsunamis coming up? So this is one of the questions there. And sorry, I'm Richa from Cisco Networking.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the panel would like?
So I think, I did cover India at one point in time was on the verge of getting isolated, both because one was the tsunami and earthquake in Japan, 2011 and 12. Then we had a sabotage activity in Red Sea, and that's what we have been talking about. How do we bypass, Red Sea, for example, Baltic Ocean in Europe? We talked about Singapore as well. To answer your question, if you look at the recent announcement made by Google connecting WISEC to US via Australia, those are the options available because you need to look at, you can't avoid a seismic zone. Around Japan, you'll have a seismic zone. So question is, how do we diversify the cable laying process and where all you want to touch upon actually? So that's the answer. Second is, I think Ashish covered the sensor part of the story, and that's a critical one. I'm not the expert on sensor, but picking up the signal, especially in advance from the sensors and helping to safeguard either your infrastructure or safeguard the capacity will be critical for the operators.
If I may add to that, to be more precisely, this awareness has gone multiple times in the recent times. So today, most of the turnkey suppliers are trying to work on smart cables per se, in which we dedicate a fiber pair or some channels to do purely the seismic activity monitoring for that purpose. Secondly, there's a DAS-based technology, which is only working on the shore side of the story for going up to a few hundred kilometers. It's not yet mature for thousands of kilometers to sense the activities. And then the project by the seismic agencies in India itself, which we are talking, whereby they want to put the physical observatories under the ocean for the few hundred kilometers from the coast. That can come as a hard-coded seabed story. So to shortly answer, there are few technologies already available. Space is maturing, and everybody wants to leverage this data along with the commercial traffic to flow under the bed right now. And you will see a lot more happening in the next couple of years on this one.
Thank you, Neeraj and Ashish, for addressing a little bit sensitive topic around this. Yeah, welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. A.K. Shrivastava, ex-DOT. I'm now a visiting professor with the institutes. My simple question is that because once the bandwidth requirement is increasing day by day, the day are not far away when we'll have more than 1 petabit per second, So then for that particular, we have to make the things more resilient and more, it has to be both the cyber and also the physical attack has to be taken care of. My question is, what type of the fiber, because the G652D may not work over there, are you going to have a different type of the fiber, number one? The second number is, do you have to have the quantum cables for that, for taking detection of the QKD and all those? And third one is, at what layer will we using the AI ML to take care of all types of the faults quickly and repair thereof? 3 questions.
Thank you very much. Somebody can address that? Right, okay. You see, there is a lot of development taking place globally around the photonics of the cable system. And as I mentioned in my presentation, there are 3, it's not just the one component that needs to be brought up in terms of supporting the higher capacity that everyone wants the submarine cable systems to support. There are 3 components that need to work together. One is the fiber itself inside the cable. The second is the repeaters that enable long-haul transmission. And third is the terminal equipment. So all these 3 need to work together in order for that to happen. Theoretically, photonics allows limitless traffic. Theoretically, there is no limit in terms of the capacity that can be supported by the photonics. But there are other components, as I mentioned, and there are areas regards to the physical space also that's available for the various components required to work together to be accommodated within the wet plant. The dry plant, there is no such limitations as such, but the wet plant also has a physical limitations, given the fact that it works under very, hostile environment under the sea and has to function for decades. The repair of any fault in the wet plant, particularly the electronics, is not an easy thing, very expensive. So all these things that have to be considered and balanced out when we go and develop the enhancements required for enabling high transmission in any submarine cable system. I think if I go into the details of the technical aspects, I think that will bore the audience, but this is something I just wanted to present as the key aspects towards developing more capacity within the submarine cable system. It's happening. 1 petabyte cable is already available, by the way. We are talking about beyond 1 petabyte. I hope it answers.
Sir, we have a lot of rumbling tummies now. We're just waiting for lunch to start. And I request those to park their questions for lunch. Please take them up on a one-on-one basis. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. We want to thank them for their presentations and for sharing their knowledge with the audience. I request our session chair, Mr. Ashutosh Zuchi, to please present mementos to the speakers. Memento for Mr. Philip Ng, Network Development Manager, Meta. A memento for Mr. Ashish Ahuja, founder and CEO, Shloka Partners, USA. A memento for Mr. Neeraj Sonkar, CTO, Constel. Memento for Mr. Anish Kohli of Telstra. A memento for Mr. Shomesh Kaur, AVP and Head, Subsea Cables and Satellite Operations. And a memento for Mr. Santosh Iyer, Head Enterprises, Bharti Airtel. I would request Mr. Atul Jain and Mr. Devashish, Additional Director General, BIF, to please come up on stage for a group photograph. And I request all our speakers on stage to please gather in front of the tables for a group photograph. We will head into a lunch break, and I request all of you to please be back in your seats by 1:45 when we will resume with our sessions. Do take this time to catch up with your friends over lunch and connect, perhaps take up the questions that you wanted to ask during the sessions. See you soon at 1:45.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost-effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between increased broadband speed and a higher gross domestic product, leading to socioeconomic benefits to people everywhere. This is also why the number and capacity of new submarine cables continues to expand. Ciena firmly believes in the ongoing mission to provide affordable broadband to everyone, everywhere. This is why we have planned, designed, and deployed submarine networks in over 70 countries around the world, on all continents where submarine cables land. Ciena has led the industry in scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, over land, undersea, and in the cloud.
We saw India as a vibrant, diverse nation, united by one vision, a vision of being a digitally empowered, fully developed nation. Your vision is our mission. We dare to dream big and build a better life for you each day. Digital connectivity is the backbone of growth and progress, because when you are within reach, growth and progress rest at the palm of your hands.
You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep.
The light on your face might be just as fine, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless. For you to travel fearlessly because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunity. With cutting-edge AI solutions, we bring accuracy, safety, and foresight to the world of finance, empowering better decision-making for a secure future and delivering greater benefits for everyday citizens. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and enterprise IT systems. Our innovation that is shaped by India, tailored for India and for the world, lies at the heart of our commitment to the nation's vision for progress. For over a century, we have built a legacy of trust, innovation, and resilience, using technology as a force for good to address societal challenges and create opportunities for generations to come. Transforming tomorrow today, we are NEC.
Orchestrating a brighter world, NEC.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost-effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between increased broadband speed and a higher gross domestic product, leading to socioeconomic benefits to people everywhere. This is also why the number and capacity of new submarine cables continues to expand. Ciena firmly believes in the ongoing mission to provide affordable broadband to everyone, everywhere. This is why we have planned, designed, and deployed submarine networks in over 70 countries around the world, on all continents where submarine cables land. Ciena has led the industry in scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, over land, undersea, and in the cloud.
We saw India as a vibrant, diverse nation, united by one vision, a vision of being a digitally empowered, fully developed nation. Your vision is our mission. We dare to dream big and build a better life for you each day. Digital connectivity is the backbone of growth and progress, because when you are within reach, growth and progress rest at the palm of your hands.
You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep.
The light on your face might be just as fine, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless. For you to travel fearlessly because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. With cutting-edge AI solutions, we bring accuracy, safety, and foresight to the world of finance, empowering better decision-making for a secure future and delivering greater benefits for everyday citizens. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and enterprise IT systems. Our innovation that is shaped by India, tailored for India and for the world, lies at the heart of our commitment to the nation's vision for progress. For over a century, we have built a legacy of trust, innovation, and resilience, using technology as a force for good to address societal challenges and create opportunities for generations to come. Transforming tomorrow today, we are NEC.
Orchestrating a brighter world, NEC.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost-effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between increased broadband speed and a higher gross domestic product, leading to socioeconomic benefits to people everywhere. This is also why the number and capacity of new submarine cables continues to expand. Ciena firmly believes in the ongoing mission to provide affordable broadband to everyone, everywhere. This is why we have planned, designed, and deployed submarine networks in over 70 countries around the world, on all continents where submarine cables land. Ciena has led the industry in scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, overland, undersea, and in the cloud.
We saw India as a vibrant, diverse nation, united by one vision, a vision of being a digitally empowered, fully developed nation. Your vision is our mission. We dare to dream big and build a better life for you each day. Digital connectivity is the backbone of growth and progress, because when you are within reach, growth and progress rest at the palm of your hands.
You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep.
The light on your face might be just as fine, where it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless. For you to travel fearlessly because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. With cutting-edge AI solutions, we bring accuracy, safety, and foresight to the world of finance, empowering better decision-making for a secure future and delivering greater benefits for everyday citizens. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and enterprise IT systems. Our innovation that is shaped by India, tailored for India and for the world, lies at the heart of our commitment to the nation's vision for progress. For over a century, we have built a legacy of trust, innovation, and resilience, using technology as a force for good to address societal challenges and create opportunities for generations to come. Transforming tomorrow today, we are NEC.
Orchestrating a brighter world. NEC.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Now more than ever, broadband is life, a human right that overcomes distance, borders, and time. Broadband lets anyone access the collective knowledge of humankind, anywhere, anytime, over a global mesh network of undersea cables crisscrossing oceans to interconnect continental landmasses. Undersea networks are critical infrastructure, carrying 99% of all intercontinental communications with a compound annual growth rate of 35%. With the increasing popularity of cloud services, social media, and artificial intelligence, this growth rate will continue unabated well into the future. Our increased dependence on submarine networks comes with a sobering reality. There is no plan B, meaning there's no alternative available offering similar performance, cost effectiveness, and reliability. This means ongoing technology innovation is necessary to maintain pace with voracious demand. Ciena understands this reality. This is why we changed how submarine networks are designed, built, and maintained when we introduced GeoMesh Extreme. Our invention of WaveLogic coherent optical technology, coupled with a new end-to-end network architecture, was a sea change event for the entire submarine networking industry. To date, WaveLogic coherent optics have provided a 100 times increase in per wavelength transoceanic speed, from 10 gigabits per second to 1200 gigabits per second. This speed increase, when compared to previous WaveLogic generations, enables submarine network operators to sustainably address insatiable bandwidth demand. From an environmental perspective, Ciena's WaveLogic technology has made a positive impact on our planet. Why? Because we believe sustainability and connectivity are equally important. Why does Ciena care so much about submarine networks? We care because of the direct link between increased broadband speed and a higher gross domestic product, leading to socioeconomic benefits to people everywhere. This is also why the number and capacity of new submarine cables continues to expand. Ciena firmly believes in the ongoing mission to provide affordable broadband to everyone, everywhere. This is why we have planned, designed, and deployed submarine networks in over 70 countries around the world, on all continents where submarine cables land. Ciena has led the industry in scaling submarine networks to previously unimaginable capacities, while providing massive reductions in CO2 footprint for a more sustainable network future for all. The relentless innovation at the core of our DNA means we will continue to advance submarine network technology. The goal is to further address the digital divide by offering software, hardware, and services specifically designed for the unique submarine network industry. Why? Because broadband is a basic human right, overland, undersea, and in the cloud.
We saw India as a vibrant, diverse nation, united by one vision, a vision of being a digitally empowered, fully developed nation. Your vision is our mission. We dare to dream big and build a better life for you each day. Digital connectivity is the backbone of growth and progress, because when you are within reach, growth and progress rest at the palm of your hands.
You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep.
The light on your face might be just as fun, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless. For you to travel fearlessly because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. With cutting-edge AI solutions, we bring accuracy, safety, and foresight to the world of finance, empowering better decision-making for a secure future and delivering greater benefits for everyday citizens. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and enterprise IT systems. Our innovation that is shaped by India, tailored for India and for the world, lies at the heart of our commitment to the nation's vision for progress. For over a century, we have built a legacy of trust, innovation, and resilience, using technology as a force for good to address societal challenges and create opportunities for generations to come. Transforming tomorrow today, we are NEC.
Orchestrating a brighter world. NEC.
Welcome back. We are ready to start with the panel discussion, and I request everybody to please settle down and take their seats. Please clear the aisles. We'll start with our next session shortly. Request all of you to please be seated and please put your phones on silent. Welcome back. We are ready with a panel discussion, and the topic is subsea cable infrastructure, strategic asset or business infrastructure. This is going to be a very interesting topic. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. Please clear the aisles. We are ready to start with this very interesting panel discussion. After the recent Cloudflare outages in 2025, subsea cables are no longer viewed merely as business infrastructure, but rather as critical strategic assets, something which our chief guest also said in the morning. Now, is there a trade-off between seeing them as business infrastructure that focuses on cost efficiency and ROI and strategic assets that prioritize resilience, sovereignty, and national security? Let's have the experts weigh in on this topic of discussion. And before I invite our speakers on stage, I request everybody to please be seated so that we can start with our session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our session chair, Shri Arun Kumar Agarwal, DGG, SAT, DOT. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Agarwal and welcome him on stage. He is an Indian Telecom Service Officer of the 1990 batch and has about 33 years of experience in various areas of telecom, such as planning, installation, standardization, rural telecom, USOF schemes, satellite sustainability, and more. Please welcome on stage our session moderator, Mr. Priyavrata Das, MD, One Consulting, TMD, PwC. Mr. Das leads advisory engagement across telecom, media, and technology sectors. He brings deep industry insight and strategic expertise in digital transformation, regulatory strategy, and market expansion initiatives. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Nico Rorich, Director, Network Investments, APAC, Meta Platforms Inc., USA. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Anup Gupta, President India and SAC, AP Telecom. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please also welcome Mr. Ashok Tiwari, President, Regulatory and Policy, Reliance Jio. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, CTO, Lightstorm. I will request our session chair to please kickstart the discussions and address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Shri Arun Kumar Agarwal, DDG, SAT, DOT.
Good afternoon. I am very thankful to PIF for inviting me to this session and to have interaction with you. We have a very powerful team of panelists for this session, and we will discuss about whether the undersea cable, whether this is a asset, whether this is a infrastructure or business infrastructure, or it is a strategic asset. So this is a very interesting topic. So as far as my view about is concerned, nowadays the undersea cable, they are very important infrastructure. They are strategic assets also, and they are also the foundation for a business infrastructure also. Because with the coming of the internet and the globalization, I think the world cannot operate in silos. And if the world is connected, if the world has become a small village, then the importance of the subsea cable cannot be underestimated. Without this underground subsea cables, it is not possible to connect the world and to have seamless communication across the continents. So the panelists will discuss the various aspects about this issue. As far as India is concerned, we have already investment hugely in undersea cables. We have connected Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep at a cost of about 2,300 crore rupees. We have connected the islands of Lakshadweep and also major islands of Andaman and Nicobar, which is of very strategic importance also, as well as for providing connectivity to the general public. So with these words, I request the moderator to please initiate the discussion.
Hello. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Arun Agarwal, thanks for coming in and setting the context, setting the stage. Also, participants and audience, great to have you here and welcome to the session after lunch. So look forward to your attention, look forward to your thoughts also, and I'm sure you'll be a very engaging audience. My name is Priyo Broto. I go by Priyo. I am a managing director in PwC's telecom consulting practice based in Gurgaon. Today, we are here, as Mr. Agarwal mentioned, we are here to discuss about subsea cable infrastructure as it traverses the journey from business infrastructure to national asset or strategic asset. That's the topic in front of us. We, of course, have a very distinguished and eminent set of experts, speakers, panelists who will talk about it. A few quick words as we start off. Clearly, what we are seeing, and I had the privilege of listening to some of the discussions before lunch here. And speaker after speaker have also talked about this. A very high percentage of data traffic clearly goes through submarine cables. We all know that. What is also happening from an India perspective, if we see, we are also seeing that in India, there is a unique characteristic, which is that our average data consumption or mobile traffic consumption GB per month, India stands at about 36 as of today, end of last year, let's say. It is expected to go up to about 65 GB per month. Now, if I were to contrast this, what is happening is US, that number is about 21 GB per month. Western Europe is 25 GB per month. So clearly, India, in terms of mobile data traffic, we are one of the highest, actually one of the highest, the highest, possibly, arguably the highest among the major countries, and we will remain so going forward. So therefore, we are data consumers, big time data consumers, and that's a great thing. The data, digital, and device economy in a way are converging to make all of that happen. So that's fantastic. What we have also seen is, a lot of the data, digital, data center, the ecosystem is coming together. We have all been witness a few days back to the government and to some senior government officials, regulatory officials, policymakers have also spoken about the 5 layers of AI. What they have said, and I'm sure all of you are aware, I'm just quickly summarizing it. What they have said is, it is all put together. There is an ecosystem clearly. It begins with, in a way, if one were to look at it like that, it begins with power or energy infrastructure, renewable energy, so on and so forth. Clearly, there is, I would say, the data center infrastructure. A lot has been spoken already. India still, about 2% of the world's data center, thereabouts, roughly speaking, though the data consumption we just spoke about. So a lot of ground to cover as a country, India, for us, for all of us. The other one is about compute. The third layer, if one were to look at it like that, is the compute part of it, which is the CPU, GPU, and so on and so forth, and the H200s, the Blackwells, and so on and so forth. Clearly, the thinking is, if we were to look at it, how much India can do, this is something that may be a little long-termish, but yes, it is certainly an aspiration. It is certainly the North Star. From the third layer, we move to the fourth, which is the models, the Indian sensitization, the Indian cultural nuances, the Indian use cases, and so on. We have to look at that. And finally, the customer facing or the app layer, meaning healthcare, meaning e-governance, meaning public services, meaning financial transactions, what have you, right? So those are the 5 layers. We have all looked at it. India is now moving, everyone knows it very well. India is now moving from a sovereign data center to sovereign AI, the entire value chain. Now, if we look at it from that perspective, subsea cable infrastructure is very important. It is clearly integral, inalienable part of that ecosystem. And hence today, we sit down with this team of experts and we are going to discuss a few points, deliberate on a few points. A lot of that has been broached, has already been touched upon. For example, the capacity, the capacity building. We have talked about cable landing stations. We have talked about the journey that we have undertaken to open and carrier neutral cable landing stations. We talked about topology. One of the eminent speakers earlier in the morning was talking about topology, architecture, redundancy, and so on. We are going to discuss that threadbare. We have a team of experts here that is going to talk about their own experiences, their organization's experiences on that. And also repair and maintenance. One gentleman, one eminent speaker earlier spoke about that also. We are going to delve much deeper into that. Repairs and maintenance, yes, at this point in time, India does not have an India flagged cable repair ship, CRS, but possibly do we want to look at that? Underlying all of this is how do we look at it as a national, as a strategic asset, which will stand good for India over the few decades, over the few years, versus commercial, economics, the commercial computation behind it. It has to be a balance for sure. We have to look at that. And that also brings us that we will be debating on this in this panel from a business angle, economic angle, also policy and regulatory angle. So that's what we have today for you. I will take a minute also to introduce this eminent body of experts. As you can guess, we have leaders from the telcos, we have leaders from the hyperscalers, we have leaders from service providers. So let me introduce Mr. Nico, and Mr. Nico is he's from Meta, and he drives. He's from Meta, and he drives network investment as director, network investment APAC. Thanks for being here. Mr. Anup Gupta, who's President India and SARC AP Telecom. We have Mr. Ashok Tiwari, President Regulatory Policy Geo, and we also have Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, CTO Lightstorm. So that's the eminent body of panelists, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. My request will be to the panelists, when we start off, if you want to give a quick introduction about your rich body of experience, please do not hesitate to do that, please. Thank you so much. Let's start off. First question that we have to Mr. Anup Gupta. We have spoken about the vulnerabilities regarding the subsea infrastructure. So in your mind, Mr. Gupta, what are the top 3 vulnerabilities that you see, and what do you think would be the mitigating factors or mitigations that you have in mind that your experience bears out?
Hello. First of all, Priyo, thank you so much. And I'd like to thank everybody at Broadband India Forum for organizing this, especially for somebody who's been in the subsea side for the last 25 years in India. It's so pleasant to see a room full of people who are keen to be doing something about subsea, because it was always left as somebody's business somewhere. So it's refreshing. Before I start, I think one thing I would like to for sure say is that sometimes in a lot of these discussions, suddenly we get into a mode of saying everything is doom and gloom. Probably not. What India has achieved has done decently okay in terms of getting enough amount of capacity into India, managing the growth till now, and also in terms of building the environment, in terms of trusted networks, is something India has done well. Having said that, I think past is no reminiscence of the future. What AI brings will be completely different from what we've seen in the past. Therefore, there is a couple of things that from an ecosystem perspective, we need to really look at. The first I would talk about is diversity. Diversity in terms of a lot of elements in the network. So subsea cables, people say that, a lot of statistics that people throw is that India has 17 subsea cables, more than enough. Probably not, because they land primarily in Mumbai and Chennai. There needs to be diversity. There needs to be ample amount of diversity. We are seeing Vizag come in, but Vizag alone will not solve the problem. We need to have something on the west coast of India, probably many more coming in there. So that's the first thing that one needs to look at. The other thing, probably when we look at subsea cables, essentially, as they are, they traverse multiple geographies and multiple continents. And when they do that, there is a significant amount of geopolitical risk which is attached to this. So if India alone is trying to solve a problem, it may not be enough. In terms of, I'll give you an example. Right now, there's a lot of issues in the Red Sea. So is Red Sea an India problem? Probably not, but it impacts India because out of, I believe, 3 to 4 cables are already cut there where there's no repair happening. So when we talk about diversity, then we have to get deeper into it and even look at route diversity. So therefore, Nico and his team are building beautiful networks in the south of, in the global south, which will really solve problems around that. So that again is something that one needs to look at. The third, I think, problem which was highlighted here is that we will see significant amounts of build happening in India. We will see significant amounts of network coming in. But building them alone is not the solution. Managing them is also one. So there's a discussion which one needs to have around maintenance and repair. A lot of times, this discussion around maintenance and repair is tagged as an India vessel problem. Getting an India flagged vessel is a part of the solution, not the solution. There's an ecosystem which where it needs to manage and build all of it. And the last one, without taking much more time, I'll just say is that we need to, as an ecosystem in India, to be able to attract a lot more investment coming into India. A lot of time regulations here are very strict around, how people who are coming in and investing, how they are protected. So if that is done, I think that's another thing that we should take care of. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Anupji. Thanks for your points. And I really appreciate what you mentioned about not being in gloom and doom. So that's an important point. Yes, absolutely. And of course, the points that you made around the Red Sea international choke point and the geographic dispersion of CLSS. Absolutely valid points. Great. Thanks for your comments. Let's move to Mr. Ashok Tiwari. And Mr. Ashok, wanted to get your thoughts again, given your rich experience, wanted to get your thoughts around how do you see the cable architecture? How do you see the high fiber, high fiber cables, and the impact that it will have as we see more and more investments coming in. So, what are your thoughts around that? Would be great to hear from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I hope audience will definitely be listening after the lavish lunch. So my topic is something, kind of technical, probably being, while in DOT, I was dealing with the technology. For subsea cable perspective, because investment is huge, before decades, actually, it was, the investment model or owning model was totally a closed one, integrated, vertically integrated model. Basically, it was working a consortium based. So now the shift is because, the fiber and all this, there is advancement in the technology with the technological evolution. The model is changing. So is the investment model, and ownership model is also changing presently. See, we can say that while I was dealing in the terrestrial optical fiber cable laying, even 15 years back also there was huge fiber pair. But here in subsea cable, the fiber pair was only just 2 or 3 fiber in that cable. It was not that technology don't know, people don't know how to insert more or more fiber there, but there was constraints, and constraint you will imagine if those who are involved in directly in the cable landing technical operations, they might be knowing the biggest challenge is power feeding. The power feeding equipment that involves across the continent, it will be around 20,000 DC volt. So pumping the 20,000 DC volt, I mean, that may be either two things, 10,000 from the other source and 10,000 from this shore. And then only one will be the positive, one will be the negative, and sea bed will be used as a return path. And at the seashores at the both end, it will be this thing, what you called earthing electrode that will be put there in place. So this kind of, so over the evolution of the technology, because the repeaters, etc., they were modernized, now it is possible. And there is one more, I mean, in one fiber core, now there is subcoring kind of thing, multi-core we say. So even one thread of the fiber can act as a 2 to 4 fiber inside itself. And NEC and NTT, I am told, they have already demonstrated up to 7,000 kilometer for the 12 multi-core, 12 K, this thing, core in single strand. So that is the technological evolution, that is the technological lead, which now we are witnessing. So given that, with the emergence of those technological, this thing evolution, the investment pattern is totally changed. So from the consortium, basically now it is open access, open-ended, open cable architecture is introduced. Being hyperscaler, because they need complete control of the reliability and SLA figure, the hyperscalers prefer for the entire 24 cable or 20 pair cable, they sometimes keep suppose 50% of the fibers in their control directly, and remaining 50% fiber they let use as to the neutral landing stations. So in India also, neutral landing station has been recognized with the recent regulatory reforms. So, I mean, that is good. So that way the investment is now, instead of heavy capex, having by the only one telcos at this end and one telco at the other receiving end, instead of that, now it is a modular structure which has been evolved. Some entities, like I have seen in the Google, I mean worldwide, globally I'm talking. So right from open modular structure, someone is using some good entities, they are using hybrid model. I mean, kind of some pair on the consortium kind of basis with the big investment, and remaining pair available for the different, at the higher bit transmission rate with either wavelength as a service or anything. So with the introduction of the regulatory regime here in India recently, which was, this thing, that has been enabled, that even the secondary point of presence, probably time is less than you are looking. Yeah, sorry, yeah, you have given me the technical kind of thing. So secondary point of presence, CLS, this concept has already been adopted here in the India. That will leverage definitely for the better use of this thing. And then there is another concept also. I mean, just I'm making you aware, those who are not aware, otherwise I am sure that there are more learned people than what I know. Even in one cable which is probably planned or is already on the way, which will be commissioned recently, that from here in Mumbai, this thing, the cable will pass to the Jordan, crossing one portion, bypassing the Egypt bottleneck portion, choked portion. They will cross terrestrially through terrestrial this thing to Israel and reach to the Jordan, so that what is called sea, Red Sea and other this thing vulnerabilities will be avoided. So these are the all investment models now evolving, huge bandwidth. Earlier, the entire cable system was giving around, say, 100 TBps of this thing capacity. Now, even one fiber, forget about the 24, one fiber with this thing, SDM, space division multiplexing and all, we can get 70 TBps from the one fiber pair. So that kind of the capacity is, being produced. Of course, there is consumption also, there is requirements also with the big data center coming up entire, and all these things. What I will say, that regulatory perspective has to, we don't want industry, don't want a deregulation of the things, but calibration, timely evolving of the regulatory also according to technological changes is very, very much required if India aspires to become a digital connectivity hub, digital, transit facility also, and all these things. So for that, regulatory perspective is also to be calibrated. There's a lot of other issues also. While I was in DOT office, actually, probably fault and all portions will be discussed later on. But environmental and this, planning any cable, even if the investment is available, there's a lot of this thing permissions, more than 50 permissions required. So for those permissions, from the government perspective, from the regulator perspective, it is very much required for the ease of doing business, single window concept kind of things. All these things should be evolved, should be put in the place so that regulatory compliance burden and getting permissions should not be the bottleneck for the development of the India vision and its this thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great points. We are doing fair on time. We have some time left, and my request to all eminent panelists will be, let's take about 3 to 4 minutes, possibly. Less is good, but 3 to 4 minutes, and I'm sure we'll be on time. But great points. Thanks, and your experience speaks out. So thanks for that. We move to, we in fact move to how domestic fiber will look like. So a lot of discussion has been focused on globally how it is, but how can domestic fiber look like, and how does it kind of mesh with terrestrial in India? We will talk about that. So I go to Mr. Lalit, and what we have for you, Mr. Lalit, is your thoughts on how does domestic fiber, we have talked about Lakshadweep, we have talked about Chennai, Andaman, etc. How does that look, and how does it complement terrestrial fiber as we look to the next phase of growth, please?
Yeah, thank you, Priya. So we've been talking about the subsea, and subsea fiber eventually comes under and meets a fiber pair in the terrestrial. And if you just look at the availability between, what's the number of fiber cuts that you have on submarine and what you have on the terrestrial, there's a factor of 300 to 500, depending on which city you are based out of. So, they've had 8 fiber cuts in subsea in India. Of course, the reason why those 8 fiber cuts are very devastating is primarily because it takes much longer time to repair. So the mean time to repair is no longer 4 hours. Okay, its mean time to repair is more than 4 months, or sometimes even longer than that. But the number of cuts, if you look at, is far lower than what you have on the terrestrial side. So our view is that that the government should actually look at how the subsea can supplement the national long distance. And with this merging of NLD and ILD license, I think it will become easier for service providers to own assets, not just on terrestrial, but also on the subsea, and connect all the coasts. Okay, I just want to go back to a completely different industry, transport industry. They opened up the subsea ways for decongesting the national highways of India. The national highways, they are building very fast, but still the number of vehicles are just taking 40 to 50 hours to reach from Mumbai to Chennai. So to decongest that, even though they have a longer route via subsea, but that route was opened up. And that route, they don't have to go through customs. So it's exactly what is on the similar lines. What we are recommending or advocating is, can we open up the subsea for the terrestrial, as a supplement to the terrestrial, especially if the data centers are all going to move close to the coast, then they would need an alternate stable path, which can be through the subsea. So with that, you only not only take care of the latency, you take care of uptime,
you take care of capacity, and you take care of assuring that your assets are always connected.
And very precise, Mr. Lalit, very to the point, very crisp. Thanks for your points. Let's move now to Mr. Nico. And Mr. Nico is from Meta. And of course, we all know the kind of role that Meta is playing with regard to subsea infrastructure around the world and shaping things. So what we have for you, Mr. Nico, is wanted to get your views. There is certainly, and the topic also signifies, there is certainly a view that subsea cable infrastructure being classified, being called out as critical infrastructure by Government of India. In your view, and thanks to your experience around the world, how do you think it would impact financing models, ownership, future growth, and possibly even consortia going forward? So,
I think this is a complex question, and it really depends on how the regulations take shape. And we look around the world and we see places where, you know, there are clear best practices that, if implemented, make a huge difference, right? If something is seen as critical, does that mean you want more of it? Does that mean you protect it? Does that mean you encourage and make it easy, right? So I think that there's a huge overlap in terms of our sort of business interest in the infrastructure and the national sort of strategic security concern. So fundamentally, we say more cables equals more diversity equals better national security, economic security. So a lot of overlap and a lot of opportunity to work together. But there are also places where we've seen a designation of critical infrastructure that absolutely kills investment, right? There's overburdensome regulation, things get very clearly defined in excruciating detail, which then limits the flexibility as technology changes. And I think sort of a clear example of that flexibility is if we want to get away from just landing cables in Chennai and Mumbai, then the more flexibility we have from a technical perspective, the better the performance of the network is going to be, and the better the overall resilience experience is going to be for consumers, right? So we talked, Mr. Lalit was just saying the ratio of faults on terrestrial fiber to subsea is orders of magnitude, right? So if we can fix that, which I think we can, that gives you then the flexibility to say, hey, look, we can land a cable anywhere and then bring the capacity to where the people or the data centers are and where it is needed. So that creates the opportunity for diversity. What does it mean from a regulatory perspective? Where can we put the electronics? Where can we put the photonics? Where can we put the transponders? If we have complete flexibility on that, that again allows us to kind of say, hey, look, people should live near the beach, right? The beach should be for people, not electronics, right? So have a small power feed hut at the beach and move the electronics inland where there's less, human utility. So having that flexibility and working together to make sure that the infrastructure is secure and meets everybody's needs is the key opportunity.
Again, good points. And one thing that stands out for me with regard to Nico's comments is there has to be a balance. Too much regulation can have a deleterious impact. So one has to have a balance. Good point. Let's move forward. Again, back to Mr. Anup. And we spoke about route diversity. We spoke about multiple speakers have spoken about the Red Sea choke point, Egypt choke point. So in terms of international route diversity, also in terms of repairs and maintenance, R&M, the Indian flagged ship repair ships, how do you look at that? And what do you think can be done to address some of these? Again, one realizes that these are short-term, medium-term, long-term, but wanted to get your thoughts. And for the audience, how do you look at that and what could be the measures that one can adopt?
Thank you so much. On the first part of route diversity, I think It's been picked up here in different discussions. Again, so it's a complex situation which needs to be addressed. While anybody needs more landing stations, like, you're talking about Vizag or Diga, somewhere in Gujarat, somewhere in Kerala, but then there needs to be very good connectivity between these landing stations. There needs to be significant amount of subsea cables coming in as diverse and subsea networks on the domestic line. Currently, what's happened is that uh, the licenses, if I see it from when I first read it, they were all built around voice, and then data was kind of put into it. So if we can now look at subsea cables as infrastructure that needs to be addressed and thought of as independently, I think that's something that we need to take care of. Second, again, building again and again on the same routes is not something which is going to give optimal results. But the world is changing, so it's not all doom and gloom again. If you look at one side, there's Red Sea, the other side, there's a potential of Malacca Strait. We see cables going into Malaysia. We're doing a feasibility study where we are looking at a cable going into Satun in Thailand, crossing over to Songkhla, going the other side into Singapore. So a lot of work is now getting into this to ensure that there is ample diversity, with the premise being that there needs to be enough built into India, and all of this needs to be built around a network which will be kind of always on. What AI will bring in, we don't know, but we have to be prepared for it. So there needs to be enough diversity. On the second portion of maintenance and repair, again, that's something that as AP Telecom we be working on. It's not just getting a vessel which is flagged as an India vessel. Today, maintenance and repair is done under zones. There is zone agreements. There is CIOCMA who's doing maintenance and repair. Getting a vessel in India, how does that operate with contracts which are already there? How will it be maintained? Are you taking, to Nico's point, if it's critical infrastructure, are you really putting it as that it will just be on standby? Who's going to bear the cost of it? So there are questions that need to be answered. I think in this, as you said, some things will be handled in the medium to the long term, where a lot of thought needs to get into. There needs to be industry and government engagements where a lot of these problems are solved to the point where it makes both commercial sense along with it just being a critical asset of sorts. Because in India, all of this lie with the private operators who are governed by business outcomes. So we need to ensure that business outcomes are also taken into play. If we look at it from purely strategic, unless somebody kind of, pushes them to do it, it won't happen. There needs to be defined business outcomes which drive all of this. Otherwise, they are nice conversations to have. Everybody knows what it is. But then next year we come back, we'll still talk about the same thing. So that's my view. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anupji. Very valid. And, this also goes back, if I can build on that point, this also goes back to the theme that we have today, right? Subsea cable infrastructure, strategic asset. Now, as Anupji mentioned, and other speakers have also spoken about, clearly what one is seeing is it's a delicate balance. It's a balance between business considerations, economic considerations, ROI, IRR, etc. on the one side. That's clearly a business parameter to solve. On the other hand, there is a national and there is a sovereign view also, right? Which perhaps outweighs commercial considerations, again, perhaps. So it is something that various stakeholders, leadership stakeholders, they will have to take a look, and perhaps we can resolve some of this on a short-term, medium-term, long-term basis. But again, thanks for your inputs, Anupji. Let's move forward. Let's delve deeper with Mr. Tiwari regarding repairs and maintenance. Let's go a few layers deeper. and understand when we talk about cable repair ships, and when we are talking about the uh, upcoming trends in fault management, fault repair, turnaround time that you are looking at. What are your thoughts, Ashok ji, and how are you seeing that evolve in the coming times?
Thank you. I mean, it's a industry thought, not mine exactly, but what we feel that someone has also mentioned from the dais that over regulatory burden is not good for the business. Whereas, as you have already mentioned, that sovereign factors are definitely there in place, and we don't say that. I mean, there should be any compromise on that. But at the same time, ultimately, it's a business entity, and being the strategic business, government is also having a interest in that. So, with those, I mean, this thing factor in mind, government should have a single window clearance system through Saral Sanchar in the Department of Telecommunication or something, and probably Mr. Arun Agarwal ji might be privy to the TRA recommendation, what is going on. TRA has recommended a lot of measures actually, I mean, reflagging of foreign vessels, flagging problems, and depot. I mean, currently, uh, the depot is in Galle, somewhere in Sri Lanka, and then if after all this thing and fault is localized, then ship will be sent to the Galle or by through some other means, spare will be brought. So every item has already been discussed, deliberated in TIR recommendation. Now it is the time I request from the government and regulatory department of telecommunication that they should act swiftly on those points so that something, I mean, it's not only the business interest, business is definitely interest, but it is in the interest of country as a whole. So, I mean, in that, this flavor and all, I mean, government should act so that subsea cable, this thing can be, I mean, definitely expedited in terms of. During my tenure as member technology in the Department of Telecommunication, I remember the one cable, namely Meena or something, was went faulty at that time. Lot of hue and cry was there, and definitely the quality of service, SLA, everything was being hampered actually. And we every day, the DOT was pursuing with the different ministries, interministerial this thing for the swift clearance, and still it took a lot of time. So sometimes for the new cable, it is taking not in months, in the years. So that should be reduced. मतलब we have to do for some regulatory changes. Otherwise, okay, it is all right. We are having other viability, like Indian vessel is not there. Indian vessel viability is being see, uh, as someone was mentioning from the dais, that the thank God that a fault is not occurring at that scale, which is in the terrestrial optical fiber cable system. So that is good. But even one fault occurred in the subsea cable system, it takes huge time. I mean, this thing something. So, and there is one analysis that more than 80% of the fault is within the territorial water and exclusive economic zone. That means, I mean, only 20%, less than 20% fault is in the international water. For the international water, nothing is needed. I mean, straight away from UAE or from Singapore, ship will come and they will attend. But here for the within Indian territorial and exclusive economic zone, time goes, huge time goes in taking the permissions, custom clearances. Then there will be physical visit of the ship also. Then crew clearances, crew custom clearances. A lot of problems are there. So those things should be streamlined. Otherwise, technology wise, there is no problem. Fault can be attended in a very short period of time. Viability also, some incentive from the industry side and from the government side also should be given, so that Indian vessel should be, maybe because the scale at which subsea cable is coming to the source, that definitely will give a leverage to, minimize the turnaround time. Second problem is that our all cable is converged at within 4 or 5 kilometers of either Warsaw Beach or somewhere in Chennai. So that diversity at that other ports also should be utilized. That kind of infrastructure, that is also a, joint collaborative work from the government side and industry. So these are the few, issues which, if seen favorably, probably will give held result. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, fairly positive, view that you are sharing. So thanks for that. We now move to Lalitji, and this is, a forward-looking point that we wanted to bring up, and how will it come across over the years to come? So the point here is that as we are looking at NLD, ILD, potentially coming together, how are we looking at as connectivity, including subsea infrastructure, as a continuum? How are we seeing that? And also, obviously, when we say continuum from subsea to CLS to terrestrial, etc. So how are we seeing that as a continuum? And therefore, what does India need to do to further cement its position as a hub or a transit hub for international traffic? So that's the question. As you can see, as we approach the end of this, largely the end of this forum, we wanted to share a few forward-looking points with all of you audience members. So over to you, Mr. Lalit.
Yeah, thank you. So we are very thankful to the Department of Telecom, who has actually envisaged this new regulation where they want to bring ILD and NLD under one license. It makes a lot of work for telecom providers like us much easier. Lot less of paperwork that we have to do. We just file for one, under one license. So that's a very welcome step, I would say. And what it opens up the country for a transformation is that now we can build services across countries and within the countries as one single service. Okay, we don't have to think about, oh, this will be provided by a different license and this will be provided by a different. This is the same license that end-to-end service can be provided, and end-to-end experience can be created, especially when you see that there are major data center hubs getting created within India, and the data center hubs getting created in the Middle East and in the Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia zone. So these workloads are going to now get distributed. Whether it's the training workloads that are getting distributed, or whether it is the enterprises are, the global enterprises are building a data center DCDR in different countries. So we will be able to build a single seamless connectivity across for enterprise and for hyperscale using this kind of a license regime. Not only that, it also opens up for a completely different dimension of connectivity, where we can allow service providers to pass through India, where maybe the traffic is not terminating within India, but it's going either to the countries which are connected, that have common borders with India, or whether they are within the reach of the subsea. So we will be able to pass through this traffic and reduce a lot of latency from the system, because every latency, as Amarjit in the morning session talked about, costs money of the GPU. Okay, so one last point I would just want to touch on what Nico talked about, that is it possible for us to make the terrestrial availability at par with subsea level. So I just want to relate it back to, Priyo talked about these 7 layers. He talked about, the top layer, which is the icing on the cake, is all applications, customers, users. So what does it look like to a person who's standing in the trench and has dug the fiber and he's standing there? What does it look like when he looks up all the way up there? what are the parameters that he should worry about? There are two parameters that typically you worry about. One is latency, the second is jitter. Okay, those are the two parameters that you really care for. This problem was actually solved for by pretty much all the telecom service providers who provide mobility connectivity to us. None of our mobile phones go down, even though the underlying fiber and the underlying infrastructure is so fragile. And that's because of mesh connectivity, mesh restoration, self-healing networks, and the programmable networks that the telecom service providers have really mastered in. Now, can we do that on the fiber layer or not? That, I think, is the most fundamental question. Okay, do we dig deeper, or do we go and hang the fiber on a OPGW? So we can, of course, hang it on OPGW. Then it's very safe. Nobody would go and touch it because you will get electrocuted. But there is a limit. You can't go beyond 24 fiber pairs or maybe 48 fiber pairs, not more than that, right? So, and Google was saying that they need thousands of fiber pairs. Okay, and that's the problem to solve for future. And the telecom provider which is going to solve, or the technology which is going to solve, that's where where the person who's standing in the trench will have the top line view. Okay, I'll just pause at that.
Fantastic, Lalitji. And again, thanks for really giving us a worldview of how things may look going forward, end-to-end experience, the view from the trenches, how does it look like? And of course, that paradigm where we are talking about subsea coming together in a manner of speaking with terrestrial, continuum of sorts. Great points. Let's move to our last question or last discussion point of the day to Mr. Nico. It builds on the same theme that we have been discussing with Mr. Lalit. So what it's actually, delving a little deeper into that. So again, looking at your experience and looking at your global experience that you bring to the table, what really comes to your mind when you think of, let us say, one bold initiative, covering, say, possibly consortium, covering policy that could really help India catapult itself to becoming a transit hub, becoming one of the major global players of a digital gateway in the Indo-Pacific?
I think going back to the thing I said earlier today about like airports as hubs are a really good example, right? If you want to have transit traffic, you've got to make it easy for people to transit, right? It has to be attractive. You have to be able to come here, get permits in a expedited time frame. You have to have an easy way to land the cable. It has to perform well. You have to have access to best-in-class tools, right? So we just talked about an Indian vessel. In places that we operate where you have cabotage laws, the experience has been terrible, right? You tend to get old vessels, people who see the law as a monopoly opportunity. They charge high rates and they do a terrible job, right? So you have poor quality installation, poor quality repair, and everybody suffers. So I think that's sort of the key message for me is how do you, if you want to become a hub, how do you make it attractive for people to come? And I think that's speed of execution and ease of doing business. And there are plenty of international best practice examples. So if we want to delve into those, I'm happy to do that probably when we have more time.
Perfect, Nico. Again, great round of discussions. To me, this has been informative and very engaging. Kind of, multiple dimensions have come up. I will pass on to Mr. Agarwal in a few moments, but before I do that, maybe a few thoughts that come to me, a few highlights that come to me, clearly. One is talking about, and the point that hits me is the sense of balance that Mr. Anup brought to the table. It's not gloom and doom. Of course, we have areas of improvement, but certainly not gloom and doom. So that's an important takeaway, at least for me. I wanted to call out. That's certainly there. We all talked about the choke points, be it the Red Sea, be it the Straits of Malacca and similar. But yes, certainly work to be done, and some of it is short term, medium term, long term for sure. We also spoke about, and as Mr. Ashok mentioned, we also spoke about power feeding equipment, what multiple companies are doing. We spoke about a few variations of the ownership model, good points that were brought up, the single window clearance that you made. Again, as you can see, multiple lenses, multiple dimensions of thought that came up. The other one was, as Lalitji gave a very good example of, transport, right? From road transport, water transport, etc. A similar analogy is here as well. You also spoke about the airport analogy. So good points there. And the end-to-end experience in answering that question about the way forward, clearly the continuum from subsea to terrestrial to OPGW also we spoke about. So that continuum is there. Let us see how that industry shapes. And again, what we are seeing in the telecom industry, various facets of the telecom industry, ecosystem play also seems to be at work here in many shapes and forms. And Nico also talked about, how do we look at the best in class? How do we make ease of doing business and so on? Great points have come up. I would only say that this eminent, knowledgeable body of experts has spoken, deliberated, and I'm very confident that a lot of this will see light of day in terms of possible implementation by the stakeholders and by the authorities and by the regulatory leaders. So with those words, I'll pass on to Mr. Arun for your closing remarks and thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Das, for summing up the discussion in a very precise manner. So subsea cables, they are part of very important digital infrastructure. As India is becoming a digital superpower, so the growth and development of subsea cable in a huge way is the way forward. Second thing is the democratization of the subsea cable. When I say democratization, I mean that we should have cable landing station at multiple places. They should not be concentrated at only at a very few locations. That will help us in providing a very good service, fault-free service, as well as from the strategic point of view, it will be very helpful. So another point that comes to my mind is a sovereign subsea cable. We should have more sovereign subsea cables, just like sovereign Indian satellites. We should have more sovereign Indian subsea cables so that we would have more control over our data, and there should be less control from outside the country. So that is also a very important point that I think. So with the globalization and India becoming a global data hub, the growth of subsea cable is very important. And I believe that it will have a very, very bright future. Thank you very much.
Innovation practices are being incorporated to detect, fix, and handle misconfiguration and noisy neighbor problems in shared subsea cable infrastructure.
Great question, my friend. We are, we are done on time. But my request to you is offline. Do connect with us immediately after, and we will be happy to engage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, please.
आपकी आवाज तेज है, आप बोलिए.
Thank you, sir. So my question was regarding creating a transit hub out of India, as you rightly pointed out. it can be a transit hub, but the current processes and procedures for approval of the submarine cable, as was pointed out earlier in presentation, has gone from 24 months now to 48 months, the project length. So, and this has gone on globally because localization is now the norm instead of globalization worldwide. That's why it is taking so much time. But what we can do if we want to improve India and create as a transit hub, we need to copy Singapore's playbook, because Singapore has emerged as a transit hub for Asia Pacific, and we need to do similar thing. For doing it, we have to simplify our entire environmental procedure, which takes a lot of time, and we need to create green channels for that. The current rules which have come in January 2026, they again talk about case-by-case approval only in the green channels. Once there is a case-by-case approval, whether it's a government inspector or a private inspector, you are going to face delays. So if there is an automatic deemed approval in the green channels, that is what this body should recommend, that all the things you decide, you approve a green channel from the environmental perspective, so that then the people will know that this is the channel, this is how the cable is required to be laid. So if we bring those kind of improvements, and we should recommend to TRA, let them have a consultation paper on this, how to simplify this further, make it a real working single window concept for approval of the submarine cable systems. Not only submarine cable systems, even data centers take a lot of time in terms of getting the approval. So we need to recommend all of that. Thank you so much.
Great point. And again, let us discuss after. But one quick observation is that, as you also mentioned, in fact, you only mentioned, and it's a fair balance. As you said, the world is going local. On the one side, that is there, we have to be careful, geopolitical situations and so on and so forth. At the same time, on the other hand, we also have to make sure that we are competitive with regard to ease of doing business, with regard to turnaround time. It's a balance, but, and you also mentioned it, so one will have to look at it carefully. But yes, it is certainly important. If we are to emerge as a transit hub, we have to compete with the Singapores of the world. So we have to think on those lines. Thanks.
Right. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you for sharing the wealth of your knowledge with the audience. I would request our session chair, Shri Arun Kumar Agarwal, to please present mementos to our speakers. I request you to present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Priyavata Das, MD, Managing Director, One Consulting, TMT PwC. One for Mr. Anup Gupta, President, India and SAARC, AP Telecom. Memento for Mr. Ashok Tiwari, President, Regulatory and Policy, Reliance Jio. And a memento for Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, CTO, Lightstone. I would request Mr. Atul Jain, Director, Technology and Standards, BIF, to please come up on stage and present our session chair, Shri Arun Kumar Agarwal, DGG SAT, Department of Telecom, with a memento. We want to thank sir for coming here and sharing his perspective on subsea cable infrastructure with the audience. I will request all of you to please gather for a group photograph in front of tables. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. I request you to please take your seats off the stage. We shall continue with our fourth session, which is a technical session where we'll have some interesting presentations being given. And the topic is Towards 2030, Data Centers as the Pillars of India's Digital Economy. In the recent budget, the government announced a tax holiday for eligible data centers and cloud infrastructure providers extending till 2047. Can digital public infrastructure like UPI and Aadhaar remain resilient and free if the underlying compute power is leased from global monopolies? If data is the new oil, can a nation be truly sovereign if its refineries are located on foreign soil? In this session, we will understand how data centers are transitioning from simple server rooms to foundation pillars of the Indian state. Please welcome our speakers in this session. Please give a round of applause and welcome our session chair, Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General, BIF. Please give a round of applause and welcome Brigadier Tandon on stage. Please welcome our speakers in this session, Mr. Praveen Sharma, CEO, AA Plus Consultants. Please give a round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Kirtikar Ojha, CMO, Head Business Development and Government Sales, L&T. Please give Mr. Ojha a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome Mr. Avnish Vats, Head Information Technology, Techno Digital. Please give a round of applause as he comes up on stage. And please welcome Dr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman, DigiGao Foundation. Right, I'll hand it over to Brigadier Tandon to take this discussion forward. And a simple request to all our speakers to please stick to the time. 10 minutes has been allotted to each speaker. Would request you to wrap up your presentations around the 8-minute mark so that if there are any questions, they can come to you. You'll have time to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible at the end? Okay, thank you. Yes, we are running a bit late, but instead of cutting short the time of the people who do make a presentation, I think I'll cut short on what I'm going to say. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being with us from since morning and continuing to be with us. We've had a galaxy of speakers in the morning and in the subsequent sessions. Morning 3 sessions that we've had have been devoted towards the subsea cable. And as those of you who were with us in the morning would have realized that last year we did the first subsea cable, first international subsea cable. This time we have dovetailed the subsea into the data centers or the cloud because of the huge interlinkage with it. So this session now is on the data center, which is towards 2030, data centers as the pillars of India's digital economy. I welcome all the speakers, starting with Mr. Praveen Sharma, Dr. S.N. Gupta on this side. Then we have Kirtikar Ojha and Mr. Avnish Vats. I look forward to their valuable inputs as to how data centers can become the pillars or are the pillars of the India's digital economy, and how we can work towards making these pillars stronger so that effectively they propel the Indian digital economy to the 1 trillion mark that we've been aiming to achieve by 2030. As luck would have it, this event is just a couple of days after a week long of hectic activity in India, in Delhi, wherein we had the India Impact AI Summit. I think one of the biggest functions is much bigger than what the IMC has been. And what one sees is a close correlation between what came out in the AI Summit to what we are going to discuss today. I think after the AI Summit, it became very clear that data growth, AI is going to bring, number one, AI is going to be all pervasive. And with the AI coming in, the data growth is going to multiply, I do not know how many X times. So if data is going to grow that much, there is going to be need for huge amount of capacity on the data center in India. Well, where are we today? Although we generate about 20% of the data, our current data center capacity is only about 3%. So therefore, there is a need, obvious need for more and more data centers. These data centers really, once the AI comes in, one of the estimates from McKinsey says that by 2030, 70% of the data center capacity would be taken up by AI elements. So today you have data centers which, in a way, AI is still new in India. It's there, but I don't think it's being used to that extent. But if huge use of data center comes in and 70% of the capacity is going to be due to the AI, then it just tries to lay down how much of data center capacity would be required. We have made, as somebody said, it's not gloom and doom as in the previous session. So as of early 26, India is ranking 9th globally with about 1.6 or 1.7 gigawatts of capacity. And it's a remarkable leap from about 540 megawatts in 2019. But as it has been brought out in all the, as there is a concentration of the subsea cables, similarly, there is a concentration also of the data centers, primarily maybe Navi Mumbai, Bangalore and Chennai, Hyderabad and Chennai. So one is, of course, the diversity of this, which will have to be taken into account as as the data center build-outs take place. What the aim of this discussion today is basically is that, and starts from the, if you heard Ajay Chitkara also, whether it is for subsea or for data center, there are a lot of announcements that have been made in terms of what capacity of data centers is going to be put up. Some estimates say it may go up to 8 gigawatts by 2030. Some say it's about 4. But even if it is 4, it is more than double than what we are today. So the announcements are there, the commitments seem to be there, the intention seems to be there. Now, what we have to look at and what we would look at the people who are going to talk to you is what do we need to do to make it happen? What is it that will ensure that we are able to achieve, whether it is 4 gigawatts or 8 gigawatts by 2030? So that is something, because as a think tank, we prepare key takeaways from each of these conferences. So whatever comes out of this, and subsequently we'll throw it open to the public also to be able to comment on that. And that is something we would put it up to the government as we go forward. I think I'll leave it at that and start with the, inviting people to come in. Let me first request Mr. Praveen Sharma. So may I have your thoughts on this?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'll speak mostly from the perspective of policy when it comes to data centers. And please give the first slide. So right now, the data center capacity is about 1.4 gigawatts to 1.6 gigawatts by various estimates. And this means that you have got 22 million square feet area. And if you see the capacity distribution, Mumbai is about 700 megawatts, Chennai is 250, then come Hyderabad about 150 to 200, then Bangalore at 130, then Noida at 100, and others at 60 to 80. This is a broad distribution. So if you see, the data center capacity is largely distributed in terms of where the submarine cable is terminated presently, which is Mumbai and Chennai. Mumbai and Chennai are the basic two places where you have got the concentration of data centers, understandably, because the NLD infrastructure in the country is not that reliable, and therefore we require new and new NLD infrastructure, which is now being laid by various players, which is actually the need of the day. Secondly, if you see what are the targets up to 2030, by various estimates, 6 gigawatts to 10 gigawatts, sir, including the announcements which are made in the AI summit. And if you see the submarine cable systems, everybody has been saying that there are 17 systems, 18 systems. But if you see from what are the systems which have been commissioned after 2005, 10 to 11 systems only, sir. So actually you require the new submarine cable systems to come. Thanks to the engine operators, thanks to the Google's, Facebook, and all other players that we are getting, and there are other submarine cable systems also which are coming up. So apart from Mumbai and Chennai, you require diversity in terms of cable landing stations, and wherever the diversity is not possible, you require NLD infrastructure, either a new NLD infrastructure which is freshly laid for the purpose of interconnecting, or you require a domestic submarine cable system so that you have got a fault-free system wherein the high functionalities like AI needs to operate. Now, coming to the problem, we are saying that by 2030, I want these 7, 6, 7, 8 submarine cables to get commissioned, and I want additional 4 gigawatts or 7 gigawatts of data center capacity. So what are the policy issues which are there, which we require to surmount in order to achieve both the objectives? But both are coterminous, sir. If you have data center buildings in place and you don't have the submarine capacity, then it is of no use, sir. So you require both the infrastructures to come up within those 3 years, and that is where it is a tall order, sir, and it requires groundbreaking reforms to take place in terms of the clearances time period which are there, sir. So let us come to that now, sir. I'll go to the next slide. Please change the slide. Yeah. Okay. So India is actively transitioning from a net consumer of digital services into a global infrastructure powerhouse for digital. So all this is given. All the announcements have been made, and this is a given. So what are the factors? The factors have already come in the AI summit, and we know that India is going to become an AI hub in the, at least in the Asia Pacific region, for the entire world. And that is one thing which we are all proud of. But in order to make it happen, so that if somebody is investing in India, his investment is appropriately utilized, both in terms of the infrastructure as well as the services which they intend to make. Government has taken certain policy measures. If we come to the next slide. Yeah. So the key drivers: AI and cloud search, digital public infrastructure, that is 5G deployment, which gives you bandwidth, then edge computing, and that data sovereignty, where domestic storage of sensitive financial and personal data has been promoted. So this is all promoting the growth of the data centers. Then if you see the policy landscape about the data centers, it started with a draft data center policy by MIT, and later on TRA gave recommendations in 2022, and in 2025 MIT has also floated a draft data center policy which was not finalized, but the measures came in terms of the last budget. There were certain incentives which were given. So if you see, the building block was TRA recommendations of 2020, and their status is given: the development of India-specific standards, which is still the work in progress. Proposed data center incentivization scheme for both fiscal and non-fiscal benefits. Data center has been declared above 5 megawatts have been declared as an infrastructure. Establishment of a national single window system, although this is not established in all the states, but some states are proactively giving the approvals for data centers. Creation of a data center readiness index, and sustainability promotion of green data centers through renewable energy incentives. So these were the recommendations of TRAI, which by and large were this thing. Now coming to the budget of 2026-27, the fiscal incentives which were given: 2047 tax holiday, that is 21-year tax holiday was given to foreign cloud providers if they are providing services to the customers in foreign countries, provided they host in government-approved data centers in India. That is a very groundbreaking thing which government has done for the first time, a 21-year tax break. And it indirectly supports the data centers because the foreign cloud providers have to host in a India approved data center. Then a reseller mandate. Foreign cloud companies hosted in India and serving Indian users must operate through an Indian reseller entity, empowering domestic system integrators and managed service providers. And thirdly, again, a very important thing, that normally on a corporate taxing, government doesn't issue any guidelines. But here they have said that if the captive India data center subsidiary of a global hyperscaler declares a 15% margin on its cost for the services it provides to its foreign parent company, the tax authorities will accept it without detailed scrutiny. This is very important, that if a foreign major is establishing a data center in India through its Indian subsidiary and it is declaring a 15% profit margin on its cost, no questions asked. So this is kind of a blank check in terms of taxation. All these reforms are very important and they are complementary in terms of where we want to go in 2030. These are very important and they are path-breaking. In fact, 2021 year tax holiday, I think, is the first in the Indian history. It has never been given. Similarly, reseller mandate is very natural, but safe harbor again of 15% margin in a corporate taxation is unheard of. Again, it's a first. Then there is a negative list. DPDP Act prohibits cross-border transfers of specified sensitive data categories, creating a legal mandate for onshore storage. This I've already covered, fiduciary duties and penalties. Telecom Act again has given a clarity about the internet telephone exchange, internet transit exchanges, how they have simplified the creation of IXPs through a simplified licensing regime which is going to come. Then again, MIT's framework, infrastructure status has been given to data centers in 2022-2023 budget. Single window clearance, although it's implemented in some states, not in all, it is desirable. If we want to achieve the objective, then it is desirable. Some of the states like AP, Telangana, these states are proactively soliciting the investment as well as doing the approvals. But in some other states, it's not happening. So there is a requirement to introduce uniformity in the approvals across India. Then data center economic zones, again, there is an automatic approval, pre-cleared land parcels are there. And then sovereign AI initiative is there under the Semiconductor Mission 2.2 to reduce the GPU import dependency. So for a permanent establishment exemption for a foreign cloud provider, if it is providing the services only to the foreign customers, the domestic reseller opportunity I have already covered. Then financial certainty of 15% tax only on the margins. Need of the hour, ease of doing business, data centers to be treated as a separate building infrastructure with dedicated rules, including bylaws, pollution board, etc. State-specific permits and approvals, it needs to be streamlined by NSWS, that is the National Single Window System, or state-level single window system to expedite approvals. Timely implementation of policy incentives with a centralized monitoring system at center. Promoting self-regulation and global standards. Do not impose any standards. Do not impose any Inspector Raj if you want the data centers to grow. That is very important. To give you an idea, for each gigawatt of data center capacity, you require 8 to 12 million square feet of area, 10 to 12 buildings. And if you want to go to 8 to 10 gigawatts or increment, have say 6 gigawatts increment by 2030, you can calculate how much of infrastructure is required to be built. It's a huge, humongous task. It's not an easy job. And if you couple it with Inspector Raj, then I don't think we are going to achieve any of these objectives. So the time of the need of the hour is that we need to simplify environmental clearances, the other clearances which are there for data centers. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Praveenji. Thank you very much for bringing out the various facts and the actions to be taken. And certainly, license Raj will not work if we have to meet the aims and the targets that are there. I now request Mr. Kirti Karoja to maybe give us a different perspective on this.
Namaste. So 10 minutes, very precise. I'll try to be as precise as possible. So my name is Kirti Karoja. I'm the CMO and Government Business Head for Larsen & Toubro Vyoma. We are a data center cloud AI company. And so Sharma ji has covered a lot of things already. I'll not cover this. These are figures that you get on Google. And so we feel that it will be greater than 5 gigawatt. Let's see how it goes in the next 5 years. So in one of the interviews, Saurav Ganguly told about Sachin Tendulkar that we all knew that this guy has immense talent. That's not important. What the person did with the talent was the story of Sachin Tendulkar. So the point is we all have talent. What do we do with that? So we know that data center is important. What are we going to do with data center is important. I don't know how many people know that the kind of power data centers are driving the Indian economy or world economy is humongous. We don't discuss about that. Not that I work in a data center company, so I'm saying that. Because the cloud, I remember I was in 2010-11 where we launched cloud for the first time in my previous company, and people didn't believe what cloud is all about. And people said, and I remember there was an event in Oracle's global CEO came and said, cloud will not fly. And today Oracle Cloud is functioning. So the point is whatever you say or opine, the flow of technology, the flow of life cannot be stopped. And we have gone into a phase of cloud, and today cloud has become a necessity, be it Swiggy, be it Zomato, be it Ola, Uber. All your lifestyle is dependent on cloud. What do you eat? What do you drink? What do you watch? Everything is now in net. Though we talk about privacy, that's besides the point. Point I'm trying to highlight is data centers are hosting cloud. So when you need a cloud, cloud resides on a server, and the server resides into a data center. Today, this is what is happening in AI piece as well. I remember people used to say कि interview crack करना है तो अपने sentence में हर sentence में cloud डाल दो तो interview में crack कर लोगे. And I think वही AI के साथ हो गया है. So currently we are talking about the AI. We are talking about the physical infra. We are talking about physical infra means data center and edge. We are talking about digital means CPU, GPU, cloud. I'm rushing. I'm sorry for that because I had to because it's. And then you have a cloud CPU cloud and GPU cloud. Now GPU you can be offered as a bare metal service. I hope people know that all the AI workloads sit on GPU better. So the GPUs are costly and NVIDIA is earning a lot of money. Yes, they should. They have came out with this brainwave. But today we are offering GPU as a bare metal service. If you want to have any AI workload, you can come and host on my cloud. People said AI will eat away jobs. I don't think so. Jobs will be rebadged. You have to reskill yourself. You have to ask your children, your brothers, your sisters, whosoever, yourself to come with some AI courses. You cannot avoid studying, whether you are 50, 60, 30, 40, 10, 12, 15, whatever age you are. This is a constant learning that you have to do. That's my humble input. And AI today will be contributing more than double digit in the next 5 years to the national GDP is my take. That's okay, I'll skip this. So there are 7 layers of AI, which Ashwini Vaishnaw, Honorable Minister, said to the IMF chief. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to cater to the entire 7 layers of AI journey from Larsen & Toubro. We have been a nation builder, the longest, the tallest, the biggest, the brightest structure we have been building. Today, we want to be a contributor to Viksit Bharat's digital economy by building physical data centers, digital infra in terms of CPU, GPU, cloud, and we have partnered with a very, very sharp minds in the industry who are doing a lot of great work in AI field and stitch an entire end-to-end full stack services from a physical infra to an AI workload. By the way, there are a lot of interesting work which is happening on the AI field, which I discovered in India AI Summit. So this is how it is. I put my company's name, but that's okay. Central point. So data centers are the central thematic of any technology that you talk about. Any technology resides inside a data center, be it IoT, be it 5G, 6G, because any servers, compute, storage, cybersecurity that you need has to go inside a data center. And today's data center are getting complex day by day. You need to have, the people are talking about even 100 kilowatt of one rack, which means what? It means it's a power guzzler. For that, you need to have multiples of megawatt of power capacity. To manage that, you have to have an innovative cooling technology. I was studying in the top 20 countries that use and consume power, Google is 7th number. That means Google, after 190 odd countries, consumes more power than the sovereign nation. So this is the intensity that we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. I'll move forward talking about. So we have put up a lot of edge data centers that we have from Larsen and Toubro. We have got large data centers in Chennai and Mumbai. We are coming out with the Bangalore, Hyderabad. We have done a Bhumi Pujan in Mahape because we see a lot of work happening on this piece. Whole lot of activity you'll be seeing in this piece going forward. We all know conversational AI, agentic AI platform. We are building whole lot of services stack on this. So we are starting with, so we call it Vyoma AI ecosystem. We have got, again, data center, CPU, GPU, cloud. Then we have got agentic AI platform. We have got legal tech. Today we are talking about AI in legal, which can cut down your cost and your accuracy in terms of your charge sheets for police or the judgment from the judges. America has adopted AI as a charge sheet can be filed on AI now in legal. And then we have got a no-code platform. We have healthcare, whole lot of things that are happening. I'll take one session to talk about healthcare. There is so much of work which is happening on that part. And then quantum. Quantum, you keep an eye on this. Quantum is going to rise in the next 5 to 10 years in India because China and our neighbors are acting, and quantum can break into any computer network. So if India has to maintain its cybersecurity, they have to come with a unique cryptography for quantum per se. And there are a lot of work is happening on that part. Short, I don't know, sound please.
A next-generation cloud and GPU platform powering the intelligence of tomorrow. An ecosystem designed to enable agentic AI, healthcare innovation, legal intelligence, no-code AI platforms, data lake platforms, and quantum computing. Complemented by Blueverse. Our comprehensive AI-native ecosystem, we unify advanced initiatives from humanoids and robotics to connected mobility. Intelligence moves seamlessly from core to edge.
It was a schematic thing. I knew I had 10 minutes, so I'm very particular about timing. What I'm trying to tell you is this, that the data center is the powerhouse of any technology. You need to have any services, starting from robotics. Larsen & Toubro Mindtree, our group company, is doing a robotic arm. We are talking about robotic site inspection, construction inspections, and whole lot of things which is happening. Everything resides into a data center. So when you build a data center, it's not a pure colo. You're building up a digital platform which drives the national economy, is my point which I'm trying to highlight. During the India AI Summit, we signed a very strategic deal with NVIDIA and L&T, signed a deal. We are intending to create a gigawatt factory now for AI compute. We believe now that AI compute power will be quadrupled or multiple times now what it is today. As and when you are growing as an economy, I think by next 2 years will be third largest economy. All this entire gamut of economic activities has to reside on an AI platform. For that, you need a high compute power. And for that, you need to high storage data lake. For that, you need to have a high cooling technology. So we have signed with NVIDIA. We'll be launching in the next 6-7 months the entire GPU compute power, what we call as AI gigawatt factory. Yeah, it's explaining more on the deal, so I'll skip this. And we have signed a MOU with Gujarat government. This happened in the India AI Summit, so I just mentioned this. This is how state governments are promoting data center investment. There is a place, smart city called Dholera, where they are planning to have a whole lot of data center parks. Even UP government is talking about, whole lot of governments are talking about. So in a nutshell, a data center is a pillar, and we should be proud that we are part. And today, in Indian operators like us, all the Indian operators are building world-class data centers. I remember during the time when I was 2005, 2006, people used to go to Hong Kong, Singapore, and host their servers. Today, they are available in your country at a much better rates and much better infra. In London, it was called 40 years back, IT hotels. So data center was like an IT hotel. When you go inside a hotel, you don't talk about which AC or which pillow or which mattress. It is the end services that you get, the output as a service. So that is what the entire wrap around services which is being offered as end user from the data centers. Any questions? Otherwise, I'm bang on 10 minutes. Any questions, or I'm here, you can connect with me.
We'll take the questions at the end if you don't mind. Somebody has raised a hand, but we'll take it at the end. Thank you, Ms. Roja. I would now request Mr. Avnish Vats to kindly make his presentation.
Till the time PPT will come up. So good afternoon, everyone. So I must start with this. Subsea cable connects continents. Cloud platform scale digital infrastructure. But data center that makes it possible. If I will take an analogy, all these subsea cables are the artery of global internet, and data center are the organs that make it function. So my peer panelists has give insight on overall data center landscape. So I will just add one more thing. Total number of data center across the globe are more than 10,000, right? 10,800 precisely, out of which 4,500 in US only, which covers 40 to 45% of the global capacity. Second largest is UK, and nearly Germany approximate 500. It's 1/8 or 1/9. And India comes to the 9th or 10th position. However, we are having a 1.4 billion population, and we are technology advanced and like growing exponentially. Still, we have just 270 data center. However, we have grown a lot. So this is the scenario of data center. If we will see the connectivity per se, we have a 14 landing station, 17 global submarine cable connected that are majorly hosted on the 5 major coastal cities. So if we will see, we are well connected, but still the digital footprint of India doesn't match with the digital ambition. So this is the gap between the connectivity and then compute will decide the next era will be digital economy or not, because there are a lot of things need to be seen. If we will see, oh, yeah, I'm pushing it on, oh, right. So if we will talk about any cloud, cloud has become a default infrastructure for any of the data center, right? So all the various applications where it is a digital payment, where any ERP or AI model, everything comes with the data center only. But if we will see connectivity, that is the there 95% of the internet traffic through subsea cables. So if we will see the true scale of digital economy is defined by the strength of infrastructure backbone. These are the two major things which we need to see. Yeah. So if we will see, if any request came by the user, right? I have just given an example, 45% of the concentration is in US. And we process 25 to 30% data from India. Means there are a lot of data which flows through these global cables. So we need to see these provide the links, but ultimately actual value comes into the data center where all applications are running. because these are converting into these value. These are the asset which we are thinking like making India as a digital economy. Yeah, we all talk about AI, right? So I will not cover whatever my peer colleague has already been spoken about. So if we will see certain, you can say statistics, Google is investing $15 billion, right? So definitely there is something big is coming. All hyperscaler are investing billions of dollars across the globe. And India is the one which cannot be bypassed by all these investment, right? All these investments, something or other, definitely our ecosystem will be built and we will be get benefited. We need to be ready for that. If we will talk AI, AI is not a software revolution. It is an ultimately infrastructure multiplier. If we will talk about any AI, so the infrastructure which are basic infrastructure cannot take that AI workload, right? If we will talk about all these, you can say statistics which already been covered, so I will just escape it. So now I am coming to that. All these hyperscaler are concentrated to various cities. We have already spoken Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Noida. Now it's the time to distribute that load, distributed architecture, because latency is the something which is very, very critical nowadays. There was a time I remembered around 15 years back, if any web page is not opening, we used to wait. But right now we don't have time. If it is not opening, you have other way and means to get that information. So we need to be very, very particular about the latency. That's the edge infrastructure. And third most important component is the reliable power, right? So if we got that opportunity, our organization represent in the PTC. So that was in US. So the challenge in the US, not land, not technology, they are struggling with the power. If they are applying for an power, they are waiting years and years to get that power. Everybody is struggling for that. When we put that pitch, Techno Electric and Engineering is my parent organization. We have expertise in power, 40 years, 50%. I am proud to say that 50% of transmission infrastructure of India is built by Techno Electric. So that kind of expertise we have. We know the power infrastructure better. Why Mumbai is challenged at this point of time? Because the total capacity of Mumbai grid is 3200 megawatt, and 60 to 70, 600 to 700 megawatt is consumed by the data center. If you will build multiple data centers in Mumbai, that grid is not sustainable. Reason being that grid and power is the regulatory thing, and it is governed by central state, right? It is not something you get the land, you get the connectivity, but power is the something which is crucial for India as well. That's why all these infrastructure is being distributed. So as an Techno Electric, we tie up with the Railtel, and as a partner on revenue sharing basis, we are building 102 edge data center. So edge data center idea is why every load should come into the metro only. Like all the population are coming to the metros, and then traffic you can see in the metro cities. We have to struggle for many hours to reach one destination to another. Similar situation will come in future when AI workload would be there. So that distributed infrastructure need to be built. Out of these 102 edge data center, 5 we are working on, that is in Gurgaon and Mumbai, right? And other data center we are coming up. So ultimately the goal of these infrastructure is this should be AI ready. What required that for being a data center AI ready? It's a power consumption, number one, because cooling is very much required. So that cooling infrastructure should be very, very strong, and connectivity. These are the 3-4 major things that we need to see. And water is another issue for the globe, not only in India. So we need to see the technology which can save that water, and we can equally cool that infrastructure. There another technology are coming up where rear door exchanger, and we are talking about DLC. However, long way to go for that. But ultimately, these technologies are available, that is being adopted. If we would have to run that AI infrastructure into India, all these technology, all these infrastructure has to be integrated hand in hand. So This is our Chennai data center, where it is 36 megawatt. So we are a new entrant to the data center. However, being an PC company and power experience in power, we try to build it one of the, I think, iconic data center in terms of all the measures we have taken. We build 1100 kV substation into the uh, this campus and get the two different connectivity from two different substation. We are sourcing green power to that data center, and we claim that 80 to 85% power we can source from green. That is the need of an hour. That actual benefit to the customer, if you are sourcing that green power, that would be the one of the next thing which we have to be there for that sustainability point of view. That was my point. Definitely India is absolutely ready, and India's digital infrastructure, all the partner who are working on, everybody is, I am attending various conference. So in the AI summit also, data center was the one of the subject, because AI runs on the data center. All these pointers were there, and all the partners are on the same page, and they are working towards that. The idea is to build that infrastructure that can sustainable, and it should be AI ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avnish, and thank you for completing in time. Before I call, let's go ahead with it. We now call upon Dr. S.N. Gupta, as Chairman, DigiGov Foundation. And I think what I know of it, that his presentation is going to be quite different from what the other people on the dais have spoken. So over to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, Anil ji. With your permission, can I speak sitting like this? Thank you. My presentation, please. And yeah, I can change it. Yeah. So thank you. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited to make this presentation, and I'm thankful to Chairman Anil ji as well as my colleague Parveen Bhai, who have made my job very simple actually. Half of the things they have already covered, especially Anil ji covered about the statistics, of course, and later on it was also done by Avinash, and as well Parveen mentioned about all the regulatory issues and tax issues which have come, and that I'll be able to use my time more productively. And as mentioned by the chairman, it will be different because I'll not like to repeat. In fact, that time I like to save. To start with, of course, this already have been covered in the statistics. So let me skip this. And this is where I'll just start what will be different actually. Since morning, we are hearing about the submarine cables and data center, hyperscaler, how many gigawatt is required, when it will be what, and role of power supply, and mainly for the big cities like Mumbai, Chennai, Cochin, and the new one which are coming are Vizag, that also is quite big city. And so it is all happening in the tier 1 and tier 2 cities, but nobody is talking about tier 3 actually. That is what I'll bring to the table. As far as these concessions are given, Parveen already covered it, but I'm bringing a concept of edge data center, which was touched upon by these Avnish also. And then there is a concept called state data center, that is called SDC. It is also a category of edge data center. Edge data center means you are nearer to the user, nearer to the consumer. It's based on the principle of edge computing. So it will be in maybe tier 2, tier 3 cities only. It will be smaller in size. Its requirement of power will also be less actually. Its requirement of space will also be less. So that is what we will concentrate. Recently in the budget also, like a lot of concessions were given to the data centers, which was very well elaborated by Parveen. But there was one more thing which Honorable Finance Minister mentioned, And that was a great thing about the edge data center. She mentioned a new category of data center through what is called REIT. That will be the main topic of my presentation. REIT is Real Estate Investment Trust. Actually, as we are mentioning, for data center, you need land, you need water, you need power supply, you need connectivity. So, and the data center go where all these things are there, but those have become crowded. So when you go to the other tier 2, tier 3, then also we look for whether all these things are there, and we go only there. But then there is one more thing required, and that is the money. Actually, morning only I was reading about Groundbreaker, the new book by Kamal Reiki, our great entrepreneur in Silicon Valley. Kamal Reiki mentioned that money finds its way, go away from you. And I always say that money, you can never have enough of money. And that is the problem of edge data centers also. All the money is going to this gigawatt and average commitment have been made. Someone wants to create a 1 gigawatt data center, other want to create 3 gigawatt data center, needs billion of money, billion of dollars. They have that. So all the money has gone there. So you have no money to do a edge data center in tier 2 and tier 3 city where it is more required actually. And that is the concept I'll show. And that is a SEBI approved concept called REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust. It's a subcategory of Infrastructure Investment Trust, INVIT, which came in 2015 in the country, started with the INGRID, power grid equivalent, and they have created a parallel to the power grid through INGRID. Then it was used by our Honorable Gadkari Saab, also in NHAI REIT was done. And then the REIT came in the real estate actually, and they did a great job. But still data center was not helped by that. Last year only, SEBI came with a new category, a subcategory of REIT, and that is called SM REIT, small and medium REIT. And that is what we'll see how it will help the data centers actually. And if you go more actually here, and these are all, Parveen, you have already covered, I'll be skipping these things. And next is this, actually, this is what I did a research about the SDC, state data centers. There is a policy of central government that each state should have at least one sovereign data center, state data center in each of its district. So when I counted the districts, about 650 of them are there. Each district will be in either tier 2 or tier 3 cities. Each district will need about at least a data center of 1 megawatt. I'm not talking of gigawatt now. Megawatt, 1 to 5 megawatt only. And it is doable. And with that also you will meet a gap of 1 gigawatt. 1 gigawatt, because since morning we are learning, we are 1.5 gigawatt only, or everything put together. By 2030, we need to be 8 gigawatt. So that 8 gigawatt, maybe 6 of that will come from these big brothers. So still 1 gigawatt is still a gap to be met. And that is what will happen through this SM REIT. And everything is possible here. But these tax subsidies are also in, you can say, and this is the concept now starts with the REIT. I have taken the diagram from the SEBI website of INVIT, Investment Infrastructure Trust, because as you know, money is in short, especially when you go to rural, money is still on the short. Big cities who don't need the money, money goes there actually, because that is what Kamal Rekhi mentioned. Where you need the money, it finds the way to go somewhere else. That is the problem. And the REIT is solving that actually. In the INVIT Investment Infrastructure Investment Trust, it is like a mutual fund. It is a financing kind of mechanism. So what you do in REIT, INVIT is you create a trust. A trust is done by a sponsor. It has two parts. One is a trustee, who is the trust, and then there is an investment manager. So he brings the investment. And then the INVIT acquires the assets. Acquire the assets which are required. In data center, it acquired the real estate, the space, the office space. It can be in tier 2, tier 3. There is an office building to start with. So once you have acquired it, then you can make a SPV, special purpose vehicle, and through that you get listed through SEBI. For making a REIT, SM REIT, you need a license from SEBI. It's a very easy thing to get. Once you have that license, then you identify a property which you want to convert into a data center. and then you go list it actually. Within 6 months, you have to do it, and it is doable. And for that, you need a project manager. So two key persons are required to create a REIT and also to operate it. One is the investment manager and other is the project manager, which is facility management or all that, like data center management. So that is what have been tested in power sector. It has been tested in the highway sector. It has been tested in the real estate, but big buildings, big project of real estate. The normal REIT means the building size have to be minimum 500 crore. It can be anything. And there are 6-7 REITs already, all are in Bangalore, of course. Then SM REIT SEBI came out that how to help to create the smaller office spaces, smaller data center, and get funding for them. And that is what is a smaller version of the REIT, where you can have a building of 50 CR also, maximum 500 CR, because after 500 CR, you get overlapping in the main REIT, which will not permit you to do that actually. So that is there. So as I mentioned, 682 district level data center have to be created by government. Central government, as per their policy, have announced 100% subsidy. But for whom? For the state government. So state government have to take that subsidy, convert some of their building into a data center. For that, they either become REIT themselves. That is what the Honorable FM mentioned. All these buildings, government buildings, if you cannot monetize them, convert them into REIT. So in REIT, you can sell it in the open market as units. You can sell it to an investment banker. You can own it if you want, but then you will have to invest in the equipment part. Actually, since morning we are saying you need a equipment, like building cost is only 20%. 30% is the equipment, what they call MEP, like techno electric, doing it, mechanical, electrical, and also plumbing. And rest is the actual equipment, the network infrastructure, the compute infrastructure, storage. So that can come later. If you can make a co-location part also, like morning TRA chairman was telling, there is a CLS and there is a point of presence of CLS which may be far away, and that can be a data center as well. So that is what you can do actually as a government. Great opportunity to monetize your building in the government. And this is another concept. I have no time. I could have explained it. It is for the telcos. The telcos who need funding, they can use functional separation, what was done by British Telecom actually. This is true. So SM REIT, as I mentioned, it is like high capex data center. They need more money. So SM REIT, this need less money. It can unlock PSU, commercial real estate, as per the budget this time, and it can accelerate net infrastructure sector. And why SM REIT? No time for me, but this is what actually it provides what is called a equity like unit structure, providing liquidity and investor confidence and tax incentive. Actually, when it has been treated as a equity from the tax point of view, and also it is a equity investment for a retail user as well as institution user, which is backed by the real estate. So it is a equity investment with zero risk. There cannot be any equity investment with zero risk. And guaranteed revenue, you get dividend also quarterly, and you get capital appreciation also, both these. And these figures are less actually. It is now have become 15 to 25% return, and with zero risk, because your money as an investor goes in the real estate. It cannot go burnt out as a OPEX. It has to go into CAPEX. So that is the message I wanted to bring, and this is in the summary. You can read it. Actually, here it is using, it is a combination. Morning was also told that everyone has to collaborate. Digital infra, PSU assets, capital markets, and technology. It uses a technology, what we call tokenization. Tokenization leads to fractional ownership of the property, which is what we do by REIT. And it bridges the liquidity gap as well as the growth. Everything can happen by this instrument. So thank you very much, Anilji, for the opportunity.
Thank you, SNG. Thank you very much. I think what I'll do is I'll do a quick summarization and, is there time for a question answer, or we are running late, it seems? Well, okay, we'll open up for just one or two questions.
Thank you. Just there was talk about.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Ujjwal Kumar from CUTS International, a think tank based out of Jaipur. Talk about power for the data center. And I understand the vision is to give more power through small reactor modules of through nuclear energy and such. So there we have partnership with USA and France. We are trying to get those technology. And so how things are moving as far as data center is concerned with one time, and the small reactors, modular reactors of the is moving on the other side. And secondly, I understand that there is a undersea data center working in China, one such which reduces loss of cooling power. And also there are experiments going on to establish data center in space, which will further reduce cooling power and things like that. So reflects on that particularly from Mr. Roja, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the team to do it. But yes, it's a good point. Something that I missed in my initial talk, that the sustainability aspect is a very important parameter for the data centers, which I was hoping that people would talk about it. In fact, during the AI summit, we had organized one session which was related to the sustainability part. Before I pass it on to them, the only thing I want to say is, and as Avnish also brought out that in, I think US, it takes so long, you brought out, is it? That it takes very long to get the power. Somebody said that it takes very long to get the power. Luckily, India is in a better position. We have got renewable energy at somewhere around 41, 42%, and somewhere the data is there. And we are likely, our target is to reach 61% of our demand, total capacity, which is about 840 gigawatts, to be from a renewable energy, this thing. So to an extent, relative to the others, and I think a lot of push has come in the last few years, wherein we've gone for solar and all these aspects. So that is being used. Of course, the other related part to this is, which is globally, I think, and more so in India, that the water consumption is very high, and water is a perennial shortage. I mean, we don't even have water for the consumption of water in India per capita is much lower than what it is internationally. So some of the cooling trends or some of the trends that are there to be able to improve the PUE and to be able to get the data centers sustainable. I'd open it to anybody who wants to take it on.
So it's a very valid question. India is in a very nice position at this point in time because the kind of work that has gone into last 10, 15 years about creating the solar panel, solar farm, and a whole lot of other things. I would also take a step back to tell you that whatever said and done, we are still not a matured market. A CIO wants to go and see the data center. Why do you want to see the data center? I mean, not to be quoted, but this is how it is. In America, it doesn't happen that way. So data centers are very discreet in location, but here people are insisting on going to and see where their server will be co-located. For example, you have a liberty to put a data center and open its window in evening in Washington to get the ambient temperature and reduce your power cost. Can we do that? No, because dust, this, that, and a whole lot of vaporization which might happen because we are a tropical country. So while we compare ourselves to, say, North America or Europe, we have to keep this also in mind because it's a tropical country. We are a dusty nation. We are still work in progress. There are a whole lot of construction which is happening, and that seeps into. People can open their window and get the ambient. We cannot. Similarly, down south is very tropical in nature. So the kind of humidity that it creates, it's very difficult to cool. And that is how you need to have those cooling technologies to be in place. But still, only PhonePe has gone into, otherwise because it needs money. And people are still not going into because those are customized servers. The HP and Dell were making, but they stopped because there was no demand. So while we are talking about cooling technology, people are not still biting the bullet and invest and go into that sustainable model. So this is one side, consumption side. Demand side, a whole lot of things are happening. In fact, L&T is planning to launch its own satellite 2028, I think. And and there was a bid which came wherein from ISRO that RFP didn't proceed further. I think it was ahead of its time. When people are planning to have in satellite a server, and that can take a lot of geospatial images that can be used for irrigation, agriculture, uh, um, weather forecasting and all. So this was pilot which was being planned. Not much action is still there. But I've heard that in America and Tesla and all are planning to have, especially China, are planning to have a data center in space. So data center in space means putting your compute and some storage capacity there in space inside a satellite, and the low LEO, the low Earth, you know, will the data center will start having those signaling inside the data center and can break out through the fiber network to different use cases. Long way to go, but there is a talk going around that government after 2-3 years will start giving loans on agriculture and all basis these reports. Flood prone area, what is the soil fertility rates, underlying the soil, what is the moisture, and whole lot of things. So a lot of scientific things will happen, but yeah, consumption is the point, because everywhere, as Gupta ji said, money is very important aspect. So this is it. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Oh, we can at best take one more.
Sir, my question, how is the cloud cost reduction strategy in India different than global in terms of our potential priorities and nation building challenges?
Would like to take it on.
So if you see, the software component is where the money lies. So when you see the entire pyramid, the physical infra gets the lowest. And there you have to put a lot of capex. That is data center. So you're doing a lot of all song and dance we are talking about, which gets the lowest share of wallet. That is a data center. So you need to have power, you need cooling, N plus N, and tier 4, tier 3, and whole lot of. But the money lies in the top of the pyramid, which is the application layer, and where we have lagged behind as a nation. For whatever reasons, we have all the capability, but we didn't do much. On the application side, if you see top 10 application layer, India is not there. Why? We need to do soul searching. We produce 1 million engineers every year, more than in the entire world together, but that is how it is. So the software layer is the play where you get the most of money. Once we crack that code, because our talented guys are going outside and working for the others. When we are talking about software, and trust me, there are a lot of good work which is happening on the AI space. If that be, because we have already missed the cloud cycle, if we can catch on to this AI cycle and can create those cookie cutter verticalized industry solutions, there is that money that can drive more profitability, that can cross subsidize the infra part. So what we are trying to do is, all the hyperscalers, they have got proprietary licenses, and that is why the Indian cloud providers like us are using the open source, which is more amenable, which is more compatible to different tools. Most of the enterprise are using native the IP, say SAP HANA, Oracle database. They don't want to migrate now, and they have a challenge. So if you talk about Postgre or you talk about any other open source database, people don't want to trust that, because they have gone far away in their journey to Oracle or to SAP HANA or to whatever. I'm not criticizing anybody, but somebody has to take a call on that. That journey reverse migration has to happen, and which is happening in a limited way. If that happens, cost can be subsidized, cross subsidized more on the infra part, cloud. So today we claim that our cloud is 35-40% lower apple to apple on a virtual machine level as compared to hyperscalers. Things will improve the more the money comes to the software layer, is my point.
You are very right. 95% of the revenue is with the hyperscaler. Indian player in cloud space is only 5%. But I am interacting with various people. There are a lot of startups and various Indian cloud partners are coming. As one of the case Mr. Oja has just spoken, there is a certain Vigyan Lab. There are multiple cloud partners are coming and they are providing very good infrastructure at a relatively cheaper price. I think again, we have to go a long way, around 3-4 years, there would be a situation different if we will like move with the same acceleration.
Thank you. Thank you, Geetikar and Avnish, for bringing this out as to the possibility of bringing this Indian software into the thing. Due to paucity of time, I'm not going to do the summing up. I would just thank all the people here for their lovely presentation, diverse subjects, ranging from the policy part of it to the investment part of it. I don't know, SNG, here I think there are more of technical people. Maybe you need to go to some financial gathering where you're somewhere else. Okay, thank you very much, and I request all of you to thank all the things with a big round of applause. Thank you.
I would request Brigadier Anil Tandon to please present mementos to our speakers. We want to thank them for coming here. Request you to present a memento to Mr. Praveen Sharma, CEO, AA Plus Consultants. A memento for Mr. Kirtikar Ojha of L&T. A memento for Mr. Avnish Vats of Techno Digital. And a memento for Mr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman of DigiGram Foundation. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. Request you to please take your places off the stage. We will swiftly move on to our last session of the day. And this is on domestic optical fiber networks. India has crossed 42 lakh root kilometers of optical fiber as on early 2026. This is one of the world's largest networks. India has built massive backbone, but in the future, for the AI revolution to succeed, it needs a capillary system that is currently being laid. While subsea cables serve as high-capacity arteries crossing oceans, terrestrial fiber backbones function as the essential veins that transport massive international bandwidth from coastal cable landing stations to inland data centers and end users. So how can challenges like the right-of-way, delayed approvals, and linear architecture vulnerability be overcome? These are some of the issues we will take up in this session. I request everybody to please remain seated. We'll just take a minute to set up the stage and then we'll start the discussion. Right, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our session chair, Mr. R.K. Soni, DDG, CS, DOT. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Soni on stage. He's a telecommunications professional with 25 plus years of experience at DOT and BSNL. At the DOT, he has contributed to policy development and telecom expansion in remote regions like Manipur and Tripura. Currently, he manages long-distance network policies and critical infrastructure permissions. Please welcome our moderator for this session. Please welcome Mr. Suvesh Chattopadhyay, Senior Director and Edge and Networks STT Global Data Center. Please welcome, with a round of applause, Mr. Rohit Chandra, Head Product and Strategy, Constel. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Chandar Kumar, Head Optical Networks, India Business Center, Nokia. Please welcome Mr. Jatinder Khurana, Director Sales, Sienna. And please welcome Ms. Sonia George, Founder and ED, GDIP. All right. Ms. Sonia has joined us online. I hope you can hear us, ma'am. Great.
I can hear perfectly.
I will
Thank
hand it
you.
over to our session chair, Mr. R.K. Soni, to take this discussion forward. And I request everybody in the audience to please be seated. Please take your place. I'm sure you will enjoy this discussion.
Thank you very much. I thank BIF for this organizing this event. BIF has been very instrumental in the subsea field, and I have the second opportunity to be presenting here. I work at DOT, Department of Telecommunication, as a long distance DDG, Deputy Director General, and I'm responsible for the subsea cables and the landline network, which is there in India, that is landline optical fiber cable network. So, as you know, we have around 1.4 million kilometers of subsea cable with around $10 trillion of economy being, trade being done in a day. So, in a way, subsea cables are the lifeline. So, now coming to this topic of this seminar, basically, that is the domestic optical fiber network enabling data centers and subsea cable links. I would like to begin with, at present, we have around 18 subsea cables with 23 CLS, that is cable landing stations. Our faults are around 6 to 7 faults per year. So, and we have to depend upon the different MSPs, that is the marine service providers, that is eMarine and Seacoma, and how some of the private players have shown interest in repair of vessels, repair of cables actually. So I would limit myself to telecom. I'm not too sure about the data center, so I would be rather limiting to the telecom part of it. Now, we are looking for the indigenous repair and laying capabilities of subsea cables, and we are working on that. The data handling capacity at present is sufficient, but for future AI, that is the present talk of the day, we require more and more subsea cables, and we have around 4 more subsea cables coming up in a few days, maybe in a few months. Now, we are working on safe cable corridor for the subsea cables. Basically, what safe corridor means is that the cable which passes on, on either side of it, 500 meters or so, there should not be any anchoring and fishing. Now, if we can do that, then probably the number of faults of the subsea cables can be reduced and the reliability can be increased. So we are working on that, and with the Department of Fisheries and the Indian Naval Hydrographic Office, which has been kind enough to plot all our cables in the digital form and the paper form both. So these are the two things which are happening. Now we are streamlining the repair permissions. No, but that is one of the very critical aspect is once a cable breaks, the communication also breaks. So what we do is that we are trying to streamline the repair part of it, because out of 60 days, which is the present repair time, 50 days are lost in permissions itself. So we are working on a single window clearance system for the repair of cables. by which, as an ILDO may be able to apply for the repair of cables in a single window. And we have been, interacting with different agencies like Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense, DG Shipping, then DG Shipping, then the Ministry of Environment, then Ministry of Fisheries, and so many all the different agencies which are there. So about diversification, there is a lot of talk about diversification. Now, let me put a point over here. Wherever there is a demand for data, there is diversification. So at present, you may be aware that 55% of our data consumption happens only in Mumbai. So that's the primary reason why there are multiple number of cables which are there in Mumbai itself. And then we have Chennai. Chennai is consuming around 20% of data. So, data centers are mostly in Chennai. So that is the second reason why the Chennai is there. And then we have in New Delhi, then we have in Bangalore, then we have Pune, Hyderabad. These are the primary data centers which we have in the country. But there's a need to diversify. The need to diversify means, because if by chance if somebody cuts all our cable let's say on the Mumbai, then probably we'll lose a lot of data, and maybe the economy may suffer. So the need of the hour is that all the states should promote data centers in their states. So if they promote the data centers in their states, then what is going to happen is that the subsea cables will be planned accordingly by the consortiums and the ILDOs, and that might help in getting more and more cables and diversification of the data centers. Because if somebody, let's say, has got data center in Mumbai, and if he puts a cable in Mangalore, then he has to run through the terrestrial route to Mumbai, and that is a costly affair, and that also adds to latency. So that is the reason why people are preferring only in Mumbai and Chennai. Why not in other places? So, but the good news is that, the Reliance and other people, they're trying to diversify their cable network. And we have heard that Machilipatnam and Digha are the two places where, the cable landing stations are going to come. They're trying on the west side also in Porbandar and maybe in Alibag. So this is about the diversification which I wanted to talk about. Now, for ease of doing business, there are two important things which DOT is doing. That is, one is a cable landing station point of presence. What it means is that you don't have to have a very great setup, cable landing into your premises, and then, you have to build a power feeding equipment, you have to build a submarine cable landing terminal, and, further give it. So what can happen is, you have the cables which are coming into one of the main CLS, and from there a pair of fiber goes to the other center that is called CLS POP, point of presence. So that recommendation is already in the final stages. Maybe in a couple of months, you will have this thing in place. And the second thing which the Department of Telecom is doing is that we have made rules for domestic cable, domestic submarine cable. Now, what is going to happen is that you can have the coastal cities of India covered by the domestic cables, submarine cables, and that might, because the submarine cables are less fault prone as compared to the terrestrial cables. So what is going to happen is that you will have a very reliable kind of data transmission, and the cost of maintaining a terrestrial cable will be coming down. So reliability and that part will increase. So now about this data centers, they require to interconnect, let's say, data center in India, you require basically connectivity, telecom connectivity. So what happens is that you need to connect a optical fiber link. Now, at present, what happens is that the connectivity between two data centers is by bandwidth provider. Now, let that be Airtel or let that be a Geo or maybe somebody else. But if you want to interconnect your data centers by optical fiber link directly, then you can take an NLD license and you can then interconnect your data centers. Now about the ILD part, that is the international part, you can have the subsea cable coming directly to your data center. That is also possible if you have ILD license. Now the present hindrance which was there is that the cost of these licenses was around 5 crores, but now we have brought it down to 1 crore. The entry cost is now 1 crore. So a substantial reduction in the cost has happened, and that may drive the data center industry. I mean, all the people who are interested in data centers, interconnectivity, at present being done by bandwidth providers. Instead of that, they can have their dark fiber connectivity to each other, and they can have even a cable landing station, and they can have their submarine, the submarine cable coming directly to the data centers. So I think I've covered most of the points. I'm really thankful to BIF. Thank you very much.
Hello. 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 I thank our session chair, Mr. R.K. Soni, to give an insightful start with insights on submarine cable regulatory aspects and how it dovetails into the domestic networks and data centers. So good afternoon, our esteemed audience and panelists. In this last session of the day, we embark on a fascinating topic that I like to call it the holy trinity of the digital infrastructure bedrock, the three fundamental pillars that come together to define everything that goes on for cloud content, connectivity, and AI infrastructure today and going forward. I'm referring to data centers, submarine cables, and domestic fiber networks. In this context, while each domain has a different storyline to it, here we're going to talk about the convergence of these three in enabling the infrastructure journey. In submarine cable context, there's an interesting question that comes up that does submarine cables enable data centers or data centers enable submarine cables with the domestic fiber network as a bridge between the two? A year or two ago, I would say it was that the data centers were enabled by submarine cables. Every data center wanted to contract for a submarine cable landing. It was considered to be a crown jewel. Now, going forward, I see the situation changing. The submarine cables will be built where the data centers are coming up. I think the biggest example in front of us is the announcement from Google last week, where they said they're going to build up cables from Vizag. So this is one of the changing direction where the submarine cables are built based on where the data centers are located, where data center requirements are growing up. Talking about domestic fiber networks, it comes in two colors, the metro networks and the long haul networks. With respect to submarine cables, the metro networks can be further classified in two parts, the front haul and the back haul. Some people may argue that front haul is not classified as a metro network because it just extends the submarine cable in powered or unpowered form till the point of fiber pair breakout or till the point of capacity breakout or where the SLT is hosted. But having seen the new cables with front hauls as long as 25 kilometers crossing cities like Mumbai and Chennai, I think I will argue that the front haul itself is a part of a metro network, possibly a special flavor or segment of metro networks. Now, in the coastal cities where Mumbai, Chennai, and hopefully Vizag going forward have plenty of metro networks coming up connecting data centers, many a times the fiber pairs that are acquired by hyperscalers need to be terminated in cities that are not coastal cities. I'm talking about Pune, I'm talking about Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, and many more cities to come up. What happens in that case? NLE networks do come into picture. Trying to transport terabits of subsea capacity or submarine fiber pair extension to these locations makes the task of NLD operators who run these networks a mission impossible task. But what we have seen so far, the providers have done a good job with it, and they are expanding networks with utility fiber and creating the level of resiliency with 4 nines or even looking at beyond for networks to grow. Being the last session of the day, I will not stretch too much with the introduction, and I'll straight away jump to the questions. I start with from a service provider perspective from Constel. I have Rohit with me. Rohit is responsible for product managing, development, and monetization of Pan-India fiber network for connecting cable stations, data centers, and other points of data generation. So Rohit, when you select a data center or a data center location to set up a network node, how do you plan the fiber connectivity from the CLS or other on the data centers? What specific matrices like the shortest route, number of diverse paths, cost of fiber laying, demand growth projection matter to you the most, and how do you prioritize it?
So, Suresh, as you are aware, Constel is a network provider. We are building a pan-India network for a lot of critical customers like hyperscalers, OTT, CDN players, telcos, ISPs, and rolling out fiber network becomes very, very critical. And we believe that there are 5 areas that we really critically choose while designing these networks. The first one is 100% reliability. That's the most important one because most of these hyperscalers, OTT, CDN players, and telcos would require a network which is highly redundant. So we look at data centers. We actually connect data centers. One of the design principles is to connect data centers by minimum 3 exit paths. If we get 4, the best, so that we are able to offer almost near 100% uptime. Second most critical thing is lowest latency. And I think in the sessions today, most of the people, most of the customers would have talked about the latency is the most critical thing, especially when the AI comes in. One part which I think Google made was there is something called as training and there's something called as inferencing. Inferencing will drive a lot of real-time applications, and that would demand lowest latency on the network. We ensure that we create express networks, shortest part between the data centers and the cable landing stations, so that we are able to achieve lowest latency. The third part is lowest fiber loss. That's very critical to drive very, very high capacities on the network and with minimum investments on the network. So that's the third part. Fourth is unique routes. At Constel, one of the philosophy while designing this network is we look at routes which does not exist in India today. So for example, we have developed a Mumbai-Chennai route, which gives us a lowest latency of 14.5 milliseconds. And that route is a direct shortest route of approximately 1450 kilometers in India. We believe nobody else has that kind of a route on the network. So that's another area that we look into. And the final one is the scalability. In a data center environment, you would need multiple fiber pairs to connect. As the bandwidth scales, the demand for capacity grows, you would really need a lot of fiber connections into and outside the data center. So that's the other 5 areas that we look into. These are the 5 points which we look while creating networks on the data center side.
Thank you, Rohit. That's interesting insight. Now all these developments require some kind of a policy oversight also, some kind of a policy changes, policy revisions, so that these changes can happen, can be made more easy for the operators to execute. For that said, I'll turn to Sonia for the next set of questions into overarching topic of role that regulatory policies play as a key enabler for metro and long-haul fibers. So the question is, from a policy perspective, how can we ensure that domestic fiber networks are not subjugated to serve only the hyperscalers signing up large deals, but also improve affordability and inclusion for smaller network providers and ISPs and develop network footprints in cities beyond the main metros? Also, what are the safeguards needed so that this remains a public interest infrastructure?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me okay?
You need to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you.
1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I think your technical team needed to unmute me from their side. So thank you so much, first of all, for having me in this session. It's really an honor and a pleasure to join all of you and to, of course, be present again in Broadband Indians Forum's events, which are always such high quality and wonderful discussions. So thank you so much. And thanks for this very important question as well. What I would say for now, and there's many things that we could talk about, and many of you probably remember last year when we talked about many good practices for expanding not just policy, but regulatory approaches to facilitating the expansion of not only subsea cable in India, but also other kinds of infrastructure that are necessary to support the entire ecosystem of data generation, data storage, data traffic, and all of that. But what I wanted to focus on this morning for your question is one, remind us that this question is really important for two reasons. One, because the reality is that India remains largely unconnected. And until we increase the ability of Indians, not just enterprises, but the population to be connected to the internet, the idea of data and increasing in data production, but also the data traffic that is generated through the industry, it will always be limited. So it's important that the infrastructure that you all been talking about today is not only there, but is reliable, is supported with a public and regulatory framework that allows for expansion, that allows for opportunities. And as you just asked me very clearly, that also allows not just for the large, most dominant operators to have different opportunities, but most important for the incredible and very exciting small ISP and enterprise system in India to have an opportunity to flourish and to expand. So what are some of the things that can happen or that could support that level of work to not only increase expansion, but do it at the same time as we are increasing the affordability outcomes for all the different levels of service opportunities? One, I would say, is that all the investments, not just in fiber optic networks, but in subsea cables, in data centers, in all of the combined infrastructure needs for the industry, they need to be supported with open access investment plans and mandates. I know most of you in the room know what that means. And it's something that is critical, not just to ensure that these ISPs that you were just mentioning and other enterprises, especially those in other regions outside of the tier 1 cities, are able to benefit from the infrastructure. So I would say that for those kinds of firms and enterprises to be able to lease capacity at good costs, for them to provide services to all of the population and enterprises that are currently unconnected and not utilizing the infrastructure as it should, they need to be able to make that business decision in a way that is seamless, that is easier for them to operate. And at the moment, that is not really possible because not only the infrastructure is focus on only certain kinds of metro areas, but tier 2, 3, and even 4 level cities in India, which is such a vast, large country with so much potential, though that potential is largely underutilized, is not beneficial to the wider population. And I think this is why, in the end, you have a situation where only about I think 58% of men in India are connected to the internet, and about 38% of women in India are connected to the internet. And that is just a small reflection of the wider possibility in the country to not only increase adoption, increase access, but increase it in a way that your population, as well as the enterprises in your country, will be able to benefit from these infrastructures. So open access not only facilitates the access to fiber optic networks and everything to which they are connected, but also increases the possibilities, expands the needs needs for data storage, of course, the demands for data centers and other services that all of these different pieces of the ecosystem can provide. Part of what we need to do to make that possible is having very strong regulatory and policy frameworks in place that not only create that open system, but then have clear rules of what it means to share the infrastructure, how infrastructure sharing gets implemented and enforced. And I think you have some good attempts already in the country that have been done by the government, but a lot of work still needs to be done. I think the one's policies, for example, have been an attempt to not only reduce costs so that users and consumers can benefit from those possibilities, but then enterprises also benefit from the lower costs. They can expand their services, and especially those smaller ISPs in the ecosystem in outside, especially again of tier 1 and tier 2 cities, can actually flourish and provide services in a way that increase the utilization of the existing fiber optic network, as well as the demand for more investments in subsea cables and data centers, but do it in a way that is realistically possible in a country where the income levels are still very low, and you can only be ambitious as to how does the ecosystem can expand and the possibilities can expand if affordability is not addressed. So we need to constantly be thinking about affordability outcomes when we think about policy and regulatory frameworks, starting from this perspective of openness, infrastructure sharing, and also frankly, reducing the non-capital barriers that so many providers are still facing. And when I talk about non-capital barriers, I'm talking about rights of way across the different elements of the infrastructure ecosystem, permitting and such things. Those elements are critical to make sure that these all become possibilities. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you have really wonderful opportunities in India, not just to scale, but to then establish India as a regional hub and a real critical player in the entire region. However, the infrastructure that already has been invested on and exists, a good example is the work done by BharatNet, remains largely underutilized. And underutilized, especially again in those areas that need the most, but yet don't have the supports and the safeguards that allow for this investment to be beneficial for different not just for the population in general that remains unconnected in tier 2, 3, and 4 cities and centers and beyond, including in the rural areas of India, but also enterprises and the enterprise ecosystem, starting with ISPs, but many others. And so having a way that these really critical investments that have already been done by your government become more beneficial is very important. So utilizing and making sure that that infrastructure is better positioned means that it's also better managed, that the services provided by such infrastructure are costed appropriately so that those enterprises can afford not just wholesale access, but then other elements of the supply chain related to the access network become more plausible and possible. So I would say that another example that is important to look at, it's still early. I don't know too much about it, I must be honest, but I hope many of you in the room know about it and maybe we can bring to the conversation, is the example of the Kerala fiber optic network. How is that taking place? Is that successful? Is it not? Is it a project that has all the elements in place of good practices, not only in terms of the open access element of the network, as well as this idea of creating a system of not just a wholesale cost-based approach to the access that is provided, but also all the different kinds of non-capital related barriers that I just mentioned, including rights of way, access, etc. Are all of these elements in place so that an investment in a very large-scale fiber optic network not only becomes potentially beneficial to a much greater number of the population and the enterprise ecosystem, but in such a way that then the demand that comes from that increased utilization makes sense for the discussion that all of you are having here today in this forum, which is so interesting. But I feel that, I hope you don't mind me being very direct about it, I feel that there's this disjointed conversation where on one hand, there's this incredible excitement and ambition in not just increasing the demand, making sure that the infrastructure is there from the subsea cable, data centers, etc., fiber optic networks are in place, when the demand for such, it's a little bit questionable. And at the same time, as our chair very, very wisely pointed out at the beginning of the session, Mr. Soni, he pointed out, India has about 18 subsea cables coming into the country, very much only in 2 or 3 landing spots that are not very, very diverse, very much in only very specific areas. And but still, we're thinking about these very high ambition of increased demand and data and preparing for something when you don't actually have the capacity coming into the country to be able to absorb that level of demand. So I hope I'm making my points clear. It's not just about having everything in place that is required, which is absolutely critical and the first starting point, but it's also about being realistic about the supply and the demand interaction, so that not only the population of India, all of the population, not just some, and certainly not just the population in tier 1 cities, benefits from all of these approach, but the entire enterprise ecosystem and the sector benefits from the investment, the possibilities that the investment is going to bring, and how that investment can be wisely managed so that it creates the incentives for many, many, including the small ISPs and other enterprises in your country that are so incredibly innovative to benefit from that infrastructure. I will stop there, but then we'll come back later with a couple of more points. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for advocating the era or regime of open access. We have seen that play out in submarine cables, where submarine cable landings demand open access so that any provider can come and provide the backhaul connectivity, and that is not monopolized by the cable landing party. We've also seen that in data centers, where we say we are carrier neutral, we provide an open platform for any network provider to come and set up the network node and provide services to the tenants of the data center. In the domestic network segment, the telco providers didn't really play up to the open access regime. They didn't lease dark fiber to other providers. It helped the industry. Today, in the top 10 cities, we have at least 3 to 4 providers who are offering dark fiber as a service to any customer that they come to it. With that, I again move back to the technology domain to Jitinder. Well, Sienna, we know, is a technology innovator. Nearly every year we have seen Sienna bring new technologies to the market. So my question is, what are the key technologies or technology innovations and traffic forecasts that are driving submarine cable investment, especially with hyperscalers committing multi-billion-dollar capital investment pipeline to develop AI infrastructure fabric?
So, surge in traffic demand, all of us know, that is bringing lot of submarine cable investment, especially in the construction of that by hyperscalers and even the consortias. Not only that, the existing cable providers and hyperscalers are pumping in money to expand the capacity on the existing legacy cables. Just to put a perspective, what is the growth we are talking about? As per the analyst, the growth in the submarine cable for next 5 to 6 years is 26% CAGR. That is what is year over year. Just to put in other words, in next 3 years, what we are talking, the existing bandwidth will double, bandwidth demand. That is massive demand which is coming. And where this demand is coming from? That is coming from currently on the submarine sector, that is coming from the cloud services, social media, and AI is just starting. That will be on the subsea. Normally, what we see the AI effect today is on the terrestrial side, in the inter-campus, intra-campus, but mainly on the terrestrial side. The effect of subsea will be starting. Why I'm saying so? If we talk practically, that AI effect of AI has been on the terrestrial side in the domestic side of it. Most of the development, if we see it is in US on the AI side, almost 20 times, 50 times of the what is there in India. And as AI, we know it is a powerful force, and it expands globally. It is coming to India. We are seeing lot of data center investments being made. In India, India is becoming a magnet. This AI workloads like training and inference will spill over to India. And we have seen the announcements. Last year, it was Project W, that is from Meta. And this year in AI Summit, we have heard announcement from Google for a new submarine cable from US to India. And even Project W is nothing but a cable all the way around the globe from US to India and India back to US. So that is the kind of impact you will see in the investments more and more on the submarine. But it is starting. What we'll see the effects in coming years. So all of us know the elephant in the room is AI. The real fun will start now.
Thank you, Jatinder. I will clarify one interesting statement that AI is just starting in India. When we look at our hyperscaler customers who are deploying GPUs for the last 2 years, an interesting fact came out. They said 70% of the GPU usage today is for the customers outside India. So there are many customers who want a 1,000 GPU cluster, a 2,000 GPU cluster. Just that Indian customers have not yet opted for that option. But the global customers are being served for GPU requirement from India pretty well. So we are pretty well ahead. The Indian enterprises need to catch up with the GPU usage and make the applications capable of that. Whether I move to Nokia, it's interesting to have Nokia and Ciena on the same stage. We see Nokia as someone who has made significant acquisitions to acquire technology products and is well placed with some good recent wins. So my question to you, Chandan, is how do you see the role of domestic fiber networks evolving specifically for data center connectivity, both with respect to metro and long haul, and what changes in network architecture or design, that is ROADM-based mesh technologies, stringent latency targets, and demand for high capacity wavelengths like 400G and 800G are needed to support AI-grade east-west traffic between DCs beyond the conventional or traditional cable station to data center backhaul connectivity that exists today?
First of all, I would like to thank BIF for having me here. And as again, the question which you posed is on the domestic fiber. So I would like to draw a parallel how important domestic fiber is when we are talking about AI and data center era. So I'll say draw a parallel with the PC era. So when we define a performance of PC, we define it by the speed of the clock. So faster the CPU, faster the PC. But when we talk about a data center, so the faster the network, faster the data center, or we'll say faster the AI factory. So since this network will primarily be addressed by the domestic fiber, we are talking about terabit of the traffic getting landed on the sword. But when we have to connect that traffic from, say, a subsea landing station to the data center, domestic fiber will play a very important role. So I'll say in AI era, a data center is a computer, and the domestic fiber is the network. And the performance of the compute performance of a data center or AI factory will depend how good the domestic fiber is. So the domestic fiber which currently is deployed in country is primarily serving, say, north-south. So the user getting connected to the data center and maybe to the subsea. So historically, the fiber is deployed, in that fashion, wherein it has to, say, address access to the aggregation layer and bring it data to the data center. But when we are talking about data center to data center connectivity, is east-west traffic. So massive data traffic will flow between the data centers. So this needs architectural changes in the fiber infrastructure. I'm not saying that we have to change it. Of course, we will be addressing the whatever fiber is deployed. But when we're talking about building the corridors, specialized corridors for the data center connectivity, we'll have to keep the requirement of the data center connectivity in mind, like Rohit mentioned about low latency. But at the same time, I think we need to have deterministic low latency, massive data communication between the two data centers, and we will have to take care of the resiliency because we see a lot of fiber cuts happen. So how to ensure that data centers still are connected? So of course, maybe two path, three path, or mesh kind of architecture we'll have to have in place. Then only we'll be able to ensure the efficiency of AI factory. And then from as a equipment provider, as a technology provider, what we are doing in order to address that. Of course, whenever we have having new DSPs, we ensure that latency which is offered by the electronic is lower. And we are innovating, we are coming up new kind of the product line, which say helps in reducing optical to electrical to optical conversion. So when we're talking about the latency, so one is of course the fiber latency that you cannot avoid. But when it comes to the electronic, I think we need to have the electronic which offers lowest latency. So when we have the electronic or the DSPs which are providing higher speed, super reach, we can avoid the optical to electrical conversion in between and try to reduce the latency. And then in order to have diverse paths, we need to have the control plane functionality in the product which we are deploying, so that if fiber cut happens, my traffic switches to the alternate path. Even alternate path go down, it has to go to the third path. So we are actually, as a technology provider, as a technology enabler, we are coming up with those kind of product line. At the same time, we are ensuring that whatever investment has been done, that is protected. So in order to provide the higher bandwidth, say uh, 2 years back, we were talking about 100G per lambda. 400G was deployed from say last year. Now we have 800G, 1.2, 1.6 tera kind of per lambda traffic. So it is helping us to serve the massive bandwidth requirement which is required from say data center to data center connectivity.
It's interesting to know that 400G has become mainstream, and you are moving towards 800G and other capacities. With that said, and the emphasis on resiliency and deterministic performance, because yes, anyone who provides a service has to sign up with a stringent SLA. And so deterministic performance is certainly a necessary item. With that, I again move back to, we complete our first round of questioning. I hope we have time for second round of questions. Short ones. Okay, so a request to panelists is to be a little brief in the response so that we can complete the second round and then go for a Q&A. They have some time left for Q&A. So Rohit, since you represent the provider, let me ask a question. That how critical is effective planning and execution of domestic fiber infrastructure in maximizing the capacity and performance of submarine cables, and how is Constel planning to deal with it?
So since this is a short one, maybe I can answer or sum it up in one line. So I believe a chain is as strong as its weakest link. So if you are building a new submarine cable system, you actually have to build a completely new fiber infrastructure. Reason being that they both complement each other. Finally, the entire traffic which runs on a submarine cable system will actually hit a data center and end user. And if the performance of that new fiber infrastructure, if the fiber infrastructure is not at par with what submarine today offers, then I think the entire experience of customers will not be good. So therefore, a new fiber infrastructure, and that's what Constel is building, completely brand new greenfield fiber infrastructure. We are using a fiber which provides low loss. We are selecting unique routes to ensure that we get the best latencies to the data centers. We are connecting data centers across India with the 100% reliability design, and therefore it addresses the entire traffic performance needs of what runs on the submarine cable system back to the data center, back to the user.
Thank you, Rohit. What I hear from you is that your USP is a brand new greenfield network that gives you the flexibility to design it based on today's customer needs, the today's resiliency demands, which are different from what it was earlier. So, and hence you can compete better in the market and offer your services to the target customers.
Absolutely.
Great. I'll go
Yeah.
back to Sonia once again, the second question. It's all about, everything is about investment, right? The question is how to direct the investment in the right direction. So my question to you is, looking ahead, what strategic investments are required for India to position itself as a sought-after global network interconnection hub for growing data traffic, cloud services, and inference and training workloads of AI platforms?
Thank you again. So, I mean, to make it short is very difficult because you could have a whole section just about that question. So what I would say is, again, going back to the beginning of the session and the point that Mr. Suni made, is that, think about it, India has less submarine cables coming into the country than Singapore, tiny little Singapore, right? With India's investment, ambition to not just scale all the possibilities and opportunities to the level that the country actually deserves, but also to be a regional hub of infrastructure, of traffic and data centers and all of that, and especially all of the regional traffic. You need much greater investment, but you also need diversification and more investments in subsea cables to start with. So what I would say is start from the basics. I mean, if you think about just these basic facts, think about what Singapore is doing and other countries in your region. I mean, even Malaysia is doing a lot from a policy and regulatory perspective to really change their position. India is the natural leader, the natural model, and you're very far from being because of these limitation, not just on the capacity, but on the capacity that is coming into the country. So I would say huge investments in subsea cables are necessary. Diversifying cable landing stations is critical for that. You cannot just simply bring cables to the same spots that you already have. You need diversification in the cable landing stations, but you also need open access at the landing stations with proper rights. And that will not only increase competition, but increase the possibilities and start positioning India not just as that regional hub, but one that then can support that data center ecosystem, the AI ecosystem that you are so ambitious about, and all of that. But without that foundation, without that first mile foundation that cables provide, it's impossible to get there. And second, an important point, I'm not sure if others have already spoken about this today during the forum, but I wanted to point out the important, because also our colleague just mentioned latency. To me, when I think about low latency and latency issues, I think about the fact that India has very few IXPs in the country, actually taking care of a very big problem for our sector, which is local peering. If you are not able to facilitate that opportunity, then you are always going to be dependent on other countries to exchange traffic, and India is not going to benefit from the potential position that it could have. So local peering and many more well-managed IXPs in the country will be extremely fundamental to increase the opportunity of, and that's an important area for investment, of course, but to increase the opportunity of not only improving latency issues, but actually positioning India as a regional hub. If you don't have that capacity, then your own traffic and the traffic of your peers in the region is going to go elsewhere. So I would say investment needs to be prioritized in those areas that are going to create the foundation for a sector, but also to position India as the regional hub that it wants to be. So investment in subsea cables, please don't be behind Singapore, a tiny little country. You are the model, the real big, potential in the region, but also think about nationally the system of local data traffic that can support a more regional and international ecosystem. I hope that makes sense to all of you, and it's really a pleasure to share some of these thoughts.
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
I'm going to correlate with what you said about new submarine cables. We come across some very interesting scenarios. Currently, there are 4 submarine cables in making, which come from Europe and land in Mumbai. They are all stuck because of the Red Sea debacle. Even though the investment is made, even the intent is there, planning is there, but the ships can't go there and work because the license won't be there. I hope the Red Sea debacle has a solution, or at least some innovative terrestrial alternate routes are developed that allow these 4 submarine cables to go live at the earliest. Apart from these, there's another set of cables announced by Google. Apart from the hyperscaler-led cable, we are also seeing some private players like data wave networks in collaborative Cerberus networks have announced another cable SYNC that will connect Singapore, India, and Oman. That said,
Suvesh, if you don't mind, I just want to point out one thing. We don't have that much time, but I just want to point out, if you and your colleagues look at our Subsea good practice policy brief, we actually address some of these issues, and specifically the case of India, which I think it's so interesting. So I urge you to look at that for lack of time for the discussion. Thank you.
Certainly. I'll at least look into it, and I'll urge the audience and the other panelists also look into it. Now I come back to Jatinder because it's Sienna, its question has to be with technology and deep in technology. So I'll frame it this way. How are advancements in optical fiber and new coherent technologies changing the economics of subsea networks, increasing bits per hertz and lowering costs per bit? I'll add one more part to it. Have you had any experience with hollow core fiber or multi-core fiber?
Okay. First of all, first part is very relevant in the current time when a lot of investments are coming, and the cost per bit lowering has to be a continuous process. But with the lot of investment coming, this makes even more relevant. So currently in Subsea, when we talk about the cost per bit, the standard equation is over the fixed cost, you try to maximize the capacities, pack more wavelengths. So that lowers the cost per bit. But how do you do with the advancements? One is in the optical fiber domain, especially in Subsea. The latest stuff is SDM, where you can have more fibers per cable system. Like earlier it used to be 6 to 8. Now we are going to 16 to 24 fibers in one cable system, with the effort that you maximize the capacity per system rather than per fiber. Even you are seeing in Google and Facebook or Meta, they are having this Project W 24 fibers, which was unheard of earlier at such a long distance. Not only that, with the advancements in the coherent optics, especially CNI is at the forefront, where you can pack more wavelengths in per cable, per fiber, with the higher baud rate signals and even edgeless clock recovery. You can just pack more and more channels. So effectively, that lowers the cost per bit when you have more wavelengths. But that is only one part of the segment or dimension. Second is, this is on the CapEx side. Second is on the OpEx side. When you pack this high capacity wavelengths, the modems or on the terminal side equipment is lesser. That reduces the number of requirement on the power, space, and even the modem or electronics itself. So that reduces OpEx. Third is that with the latest software, now there's a software tools available, like with Sienna, which is automated deployments optimizers. You can scan the system immediately and cut down the deployment times from weeks to hours. That is a major shift in the submarine system, where you reduce the cost for the operator. Now, all these things are bringing the cost per bit down, but economies are slightly different in Subsea. Like we just discussed that India has to be the hub, and Red Sea you briefly discussed. That brings to another point that with the advancement in technology like SDM and even the coherent optics, now you can travel farther distances and you can go through diverse routes which were unheard of. I'm again bringing the Project W, where it is going via US to Brazil and then South America and then coming to India and then going back all the way to Australia. And these are the diverse routes. These bring different economies of scale, but avoiding the, I'll say, conflict-prone zones, Red Sea, which was the traditional route. So it doesn't bring down cost, but it brings security and at least the economies of scale in terms of reliability. Now, to answer, I hope I answered the first one. The second part was the hollow core fiber. CNI is actively involved in the hollow core fiber. We are already discussing. And of course, the advantages are multifold. You bring lower latency when you are pumping through air or the gas rather than through fiber. So latency is the big enemy in terms of normal tradition that brings so much advantages. And even you can pump more capacity. So CNI is actively working, and we had even practical, I'll say, POCs and other stuff also. Actual technology is a little far away, but to answer in short, CNI is actively working on that.
Great, thank you. Hello? Yeah. One interesting topic, I think the talk about SDM. It has evolved really quite interestingly in the market. SDM was meant to add more fiber pairs to the cable without taxing the amplifiers from operating in the nonlinear domain. But people wanted best of both worlds. Said, give me more capacity per pair and more pair per cable. But thankfully, I think in terms of capacity, the capacity per pair is sort of plateauing at 20 terabits per second. No one is going beyond that mostly. So that could be the baseline for capacity, and focus now diverts to adding more pairs to the cable. And with the new generation of cables going to be 24 pairs, and new technology around that is going to come up. So while the question Jatinder was on technology, the question with Chandan is on architecture. With Rohit talking about brand new networks and that giving them an edge, but we look at the wider industry, what we feel is that we are usually told that domestic fiber infrastructure created in India by service providers are more than a decade old. And the existing fiber infrastructure is built primarily to cater to direct-to-customer service with cellular residential broadband. The question is, are the existing optical network architectures sufficient to cater to emerging demands of data center interconnect or cable station to data center connectivity?
Sure, thanks. So I'll say the existing fiber infrastructure, which is already in place, that will be the foundation of the data centers or AI super cycle, what we are seeing. And so we as a technology provider, being Nokia or Ciena, I think our job is to say, make sure how to extend the life of the existing fiber. So we are, working on providing new technologies like, you see, 3 years back, the fiber network or the optical transport network which are deployed was only using C-band. For last 3 years, whenever we are seeing the new networks getting deployed, we are using C plus L band. And you mentioned about Nokia's acquisition. So with the acquisition of Infinera, now we are bringing Super C plus Super L. So with C plus L, we were doubling the capacity. And now by having Super C plus Super L, we are having an additional 30% capacity on the existing fiber. So this is helping us, making the life of the deployed fiber longer. Second is we experience a lot of fiber cuts, and that brings the quality of fiber becomes really poor. So Nokia has Bell Labs, which is our R&D arm. They have developed technology, we call it fiber sensing. So with the latest DSP, what we have, it can detect before fiber cut. It can detect if something is happening, and we can send the signals to the NOC center that maybe either remove the traffic or send a patrolling guy to the site and ask him to don't dig that site because we have a fiber. So this will help us further extending the life of the fiber. So certainly the existing fiber will be the foundation of the new requirement, whatever is coming from the data centers. But like I mentioned about the nature of the traffic of the data center is east to west. So for that, probably we can have, say, data center exclusive connectivity with multiple fibers. So in that also we are coming up with the solution, we call it multi-rail solution, which can help, say, amplify, say, earlier for every pair of fiber you need maybe 2 RU, 3 RU ILAs. But with 1 RU, we can have, say, amplification of 24 pairs within 1 RU itself. So this will help the scenarios wherein data centers need low power and low space. So this is the kind of technology innovations we are doing. And of course, hollow core fiber, we have done some commercial trials with that. So the technology which is available today, it will work with the hollow core fiber. And if say Constel deploys a hollow core fiber for certain applications, we have the adapters which can help in putting the adapter with a traditional fiber to hollow core converter, and then we can have all those services up and running. So as a technology part, we are doing a lot of innovations, keeping those things into mind, and also the architecture which I mentioned about to ensure that resiliency is there, and we have the deterministic services up and running all the time.
Thank you, Chandan. What I hear from you is that the existing fiber infrastructure can coexist with the new fiber infrastructure. I think the new fiber infrastructure may have more relevance to connect the dense data center clusters, while the existing fiber can serve the long-haul routes better than that. So there can be a mix and match, and both can have their own value propositions in the market. With that, we come to the end of the session. I think I'll do a trade-off between concluding remarks and with opening the session for Q&A. So if there are any questions, we are more than happy to address it. Please introduce yourself and share your question.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how efficiently our domestic optical fiber network does support the cloud security in the shared responsibility model for content delivery network and distributed denial of service?
I'll give part of the answer and leave the rest to Jagdish and Chandan. See, in optical transmission domain, the optical transmission equipment offers you encryption. There are special cards available, you can encrypt your optical transmission at a transmission level. Then at every level, you go up, every layer has its own encryption level. The application has a level of security and encryption. The optical layer has a level of security and encryption. So if you enable both of them, you get almost mill-grade security. Maybe, Jatinder, you want to add something to this? Or Chandan, you want to add something? I'm sure you have.
So I will add a little bit, futuristic on top of what you asked about the cloud security in the cloud era. So I'll mention about the quantum safe network, because you see the quantum computing is going to get matured, and the current encryption, whatever we have, that's vulnerable to the code can get broken. So now with the latest technology in the product which we have say we can make it quantum safe. So without changing the underneath infrastructure, the fiber can be the same, but the traffic cards which run, which is the finally on the line side, they will have the encryption, 256 encryption, and then we can have the key distribution either using the separate DCN network, or we can have the key distribution with a dedicated network. So by having this kind of architecture, we can make this purely secure, which is even the quantum safe network, because there are there's a perception in the market where there are some players which may be say kind of collecting the data now, and maybe they may encrypt it, decrypt it later. So at least this is the time wherein we should make the quantum safe network so that it is future proof.
I hope the question is answered. So please.
I've got a comment and a question. Comment is regarding the latency, which we are talking about, the peering and the number of internet exchanges being less. In India, all the large retail ISP players are peering directly among themselves. So we did a study sometime 5-6 years back that more than 90% of the traffic which is India originated and India terminating remains within India, which is a very satisfactory situation to have.
Sure.
And that is because all the larger ISPs are directly peering with themselves. What is happening is that the internet exchanges which have come up, they are largely hosting the international content providers, and the smaller ISPs as well as the international players from the SAARC region, they are peering with the international content provider as those internet exchanges which are there in India. So this is the scenario. respect of the direct pairing and the latency. The second point which I wanted to make was to Mr. Soni. Sir, the environmental guidelines have come on 23rd of January 2026 regarding cable landing stations. The green channels have been defined there. Can we have green channels mapped out at various stations so that anybody who chooses those green channels or that green channel area then can have a deemed approval kind of a thing, sir? That will help India a lot in increasing the submarine cable approvals in a faster manner, sir.
I would like to ask you again, what is the green channel I mean?
Green channel is the channel, sir, where if a submarine cable lands within a coastline area in that area, then with certain subjective conditions which are being fulfilled by that submarine cable system operator, then he can be given a deemed approval based on certain guidelines, sir.
No, we don't have provision of deemed approval as such.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is that we have reduced substantially the cost of long distance network providers. So that would help, the ILDOs and the NLDOs to set up their networks. So I think that that is a major step which we have taken actually.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, please. Kindly share your name.
Yeah, my name is Rakesh.
Thank
I've
you.
got a very simple, silly question, maybe technological. What is the current ratio throughput versus traffic in the optical networks? Traffic is a lot. But
I think you
again-
want to
again-
talk about spectrum versus our.
No, I'm saying that traffic is a lot on the network. But again, what the throughput the end customers are getting. There may be some vectors which keeps on changing time vectors, etc. So that we don't get the proper throughput what we should get. Previously, it was a big problem. Now the problem has got solved. What I'm asking, what is the current ratio?
So maybe if I understood you correctly, when you refer to the throughput versus what actually gets delivered is like what is the capability of the media which it can deliver and how much is it getting delivered. So if I understood it correctly now.
Capacity used.
Yeah, capacity used is maybe different one. Maybe first I'll tell you that currently whatever theoretically a channel can deliver, we already come to that stage with, well, that's what we call it. We're already at the Shannon limit. So Shannon defined that particular channel, how much capacity can be delivered. With the advancement of technology now, it is almost touching the Shannon limit. When it comes to the utilization, I think you're talking about the utilization. So utilization in the metro cities, we make a network in the metro city, which is say full capacity using C-band. So I think Rohit will agree to me. I think within 2.5 years, it gets filled up. And then you end up letting L-band. So within, I think 4 years, you may be needing another overlay network. So I think now at least with the in AI era, I think we will be always short of what capacity is getting built.
No, I could not make my point, I think so. Because if I take the BSNL network, I'm taking 5-6 years back. So the traffic was too much. But again, every time the time vector due to non-synchronization, etc., the throughput was practically very low. In that particular position, well, I suggested you take the primary clocks and try to do that. They took the 26 or 28 primary clocks. Synchronization was again a big problem among the clocks itself. Now the thing I'm asking, what is the latest condition? When I take this particular fiber, you are providing, say, 10 giga, 100 giga, 1000 gigs. But again, this is the traffic what's going in the cable. But what the throughput I am getting at the moment, at the end-to-end throughput I'm asking.
Yeah. So now actually the transport network which are being deployed now, because the synchronization was an issue when we were in SDH era. So with the, coming to the OTN era and when we have WDM, so synchronization is not a problem. And so now so we have says 10 to 15% overhead bytes on top of the channel. So that is the only thing which we lose because we need those, overhead bytes in order to have, synchronization and maintenance, but otherwise we get the, maybe we'll say 85% throughput you will be able to get.
Right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You can take this conversation on a one-on-one basis outside. We will be serving tea after this. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with the audience. I would request our session chair to please present mementos to our speakers. I request you to present a memento to Mr. Suvesh Chattopadhyay, our moderator, who's from SCT Global Data Center. A memento for Mr. Jatinder Khurana, Director Sales, Sienna. A memento for Mr. Chandan Kumar of Nokia. We want to thank Ms. Sonia from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much for taking the time and staying with us this late in the night for you. We are really grateful to you for joining into this session and sharing your thoughts with the audience. I will request Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya. I request you to please present a memento to Mr. Rohit Chandra, Head Product and Strategy, Consul. Bye, sir. So sorry. Right. I would request Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Additional Director General, BIF, to please present memento to our session chair, Shri R.K. Soni. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. And if we can have Sonia on the screen, she did join us virtually, and if we can have a picture. Right. With this, we'll bring the curtains down on the first Convergent conference on subsea cables and digital cloud infrastructure. Thank you all for joining us. A big thank you to all our speakers for sparing the time to come here and share their thoughts with the audience. A big thank you to our sponsors for their support and for the audience for their participation. Please do join us for tea, which is being served now.